That is a nasty dominance pattern. Chop, chop.
Trump bringing in the military to Washington.
Oh, yeah. Trump is a madman.
Yeah, why not just take care of the problem, not go after the people like that?
I bet he didn't do that January 6th.
Trump can do anything, bro.
Yo, wasn't even sure if I was still connected or not. Why is everyone so quiet today for a Monday? It's quiet for a Monday. I hope people are out touching grass. I hope that's the reason.
Yeah, I was out touching grass. I was doing something else with some grass too.
Touching it and smoking it.
I
Well, you kind of have to touch it before you smoke it.
mean, there's ways you can work around that.
Pre-roll here.
But
You have
yeah,
your girl pack the bowl for you.
did a nice little scalp. It was a risky scalp though. I sold my whole Ethereum position and bought it back a little bit lower. Yeah, we just need Bitcoin to feel a little more comfy over 120.
I feel like that might have been a swing fail, or not a swing fail, but a double top.
Yeah, it's a lower high, but I'm hoping that the 6 hour right now that we can land some kind of lower body over this, what, 120, 120,000, I'd say 120,400. But yeah, I'm still bullish.
When do you change your mind?
When on my next scalp.
Well, I mean, Ethereum is still kind of bullish in the face of Bitcoin pulling back, so we could have like a short ETH season type of thing, but
Yeah, I think now that Ethereum broke its local high, it's gonna have to test its all-time high. I don't know if it's gonna be able to break it on its first hit. Probably not. Probably gonna get rejected, maybe even a little bit lower, and maybe we can start ranging between that 4,700 and 4,100, 4,200.
I can't believe it came back up so fast. Like it was just dropping forever, and it seemed like it was never going to stop going down. And then it like hit 1,800 or 1,400, and then just bounced and just hasn't stopped. It's freaking crazy. I feel like this rally, like in the last like 3 weeks or whatever, however long it's been, is just like ridiculous.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. That April 14th, bounce 15th area, I loaded up on so much Ethereum too. And I barely wrote it up. I was like, all right, I forget, it was like 2,100, 2,200. Took profits around there, and I was happy with that. But yeah, I'm not going to go do push-ups.
I bought some, but it's not like my biggest. Like, I mean, it's not my favorite coin. Like by far, it's not my favorite coin. So like, I still have some because it's still important to have some, but like, I don't have a lot of it. I was just like, anytime it goes under 1,600, I gotta buy some.
Good. Did Dbloc get back on?
I think he's in here, yeah, but I haven't heard him. I haven't heard his voice yet. He's in here and he's not muted anymore, and his chart's
All right,
up.
yeah. All right, cool.
I haven't checked YouTube to see if we're back on there yet,
Yeah,
but probably I would guess.
yeah, we're probably all good. I'll be right back.
I tried to sleep through this part.
Hey, I know there's some news event tomorrow. I can't remember if that's in regard to anything related to crypto, if it was more just general basic financial reports or things like that. Anybody recall what is tomorrow?
Hey, API. The inflation or something like that.
Sorry, you're breaking up there a bit, buddy. Can you say it again?
CPI, it has to do with inflation. I think that's tomorrow. I mean, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. Sorry. I'm just myself on mute and typing stuff and everything else here. So you said CPI, correct?
Yeah, I was watching Crypto RS. He goes over it. There's like a, if it comes in low or high, he kind of explains it. I don't know if you're familiar with him.
Got it. Thanks.
George. We're all George. That's what he
Oh God, yeah. George, there's never a bad day in George's mind to buy Bitcoin.
Oh no, he's a maxi for sure. I mean, he had never
Oh
had a
God,
bad buy.
no. When it's high, buy. When it's low, buy. When it's ranging, buy.
Hodl, DCA. That's what he's all about.
Not that he's not necessarily wrong and he's made a shitload of money, but it's just like it's I don't know. It's hard to put a lot of you know thought and belief into somebody who never has anything bad to say about their project or whatever they're investing in. Just doesn't come across as too genuine. But yeah, I've watched him on and off for years.
Yeah, well, it's in his little video. He talked about the CPI report coming out this week and how it can affect the market really.
Cool thing.
What's going on, guys? Just going to chime in. My opinion on that is it depends on your time frame. You know, in 15 years from now, you can look back at his videos and they'll be like, "Oh, this guy was a genius. Look, no matter what, he was always optimistic, right?" And we all can agree that it's going to go up, every 4 years. So, I mean, long time frame, yes, but to try to compound your money, no. But I mean, depends the audience, I guess. But he was informative. I watched him nonstop for a while, and then since I got on here, I don't even watch him. But yeah, good stuff.
Today I don't watch much, but it's it's good, a little good information in there.
Yeah, I give credit to Dbloc. All the important information. I pretty much hear it on this channel, but I personally don't go and do my research every day like he does. I do it occasionally, but consistently no. And so for whatever, it depends on how you want to get your information.
Yeah, it depends on what you're doing too. I mean, if you know what's coming and what to look for, then you can be ahead of the curve, and that's the name of the game in some of the plays.
Anybody is familiar with trading pairs?
Or I just sell and move into another alt or whatever. Like if I want to swap, I don't really trade between them.
And yeah, I came across some information that made it look a good way, you know, whatever. And in Bitcoin into ETH because I'm heavy in Bitcoin, luckily this cycle. But kind of getting a little, I don't know, maybe rambunctious and looking to make a little more profit, and was thinking about trying to trade the pair. I never did before, so I was hoping to get some pros
Yeah,
and
ETH
cons
has
on
some
people that did it.
ETH has some big sell pressure coming up here really soon in the next few days, week. So I think that's going to have a little more upside than. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a bad idea to ride Bitcoin on the way up either, but just percentage wise.
Are you familiar with trading pairs?
I'm not. No. I've never really dug into that too much. I need to. That's probably my next project. I've kind of take chunks at a time and drill down on them and get to know as much as I can. And that's one area that I've never really jumped onto yet.
Yeah, I would just I'm in the same boat, but I heard that either way, seeing Dbloc with his E-block, Ethereum against BTC and that whole thing, it was like kind of alien to me, and I'm starting to get it, but wanted to know, do you trade it, and you know, whatever, if there's any different things
Yeah,
that you have to.
Yeah, watching him, I've been picking up a little bit more, and it's kind of, like I said, kind of starting to gnaw at me that I need to get on my horse and start getting a better understanding of it. It's probably not all that difficult, but like I said, I'm spread so thin with everything already, life in general, work wise, and crypto. So I sneak in when I can.
Sounds like those shorts are printing.
Hi, you guys mind if I chime in?
Floor is yours.
What you got?
I just wanted to give some experience that I just went through, and I don't know if you guys know me. I'm Tana. Hi. I stayed up all night with my short. I shorted the top with Bitcoin and a lot of the other alts actually, and it felt really good, and I owe Dbloc a Coke for that. But uh, I stayed up so long that I finished the trade. I got out like right when Bitcoin started to kind of curl around on the 5 minute, basically at his target too. And I just started over trading, and I was like, oh, maybe it's gonna curl around.
Uh-oh.
Maybe it's gonna
You've done that.
front run the CME gap. And I got so robot on trading that I just put all logic out the window. I was like, it's not gonna close that CME gap. It's just gonna bounce here.
I wish I had a dollar for every time I've done that. But yeah, I was waiting to hop on all the shorts because I kept waiting for Bitcoin to come down and gobble up all those longs. and I was up till 4 a.m. and I had to be up at 7:30. So yeah, struggling.
Yeah, yeah. I went to bed about 8 a.m. my time. I'm over in California.
Yeah, I'm over in
Um.
Colorado. I'm just an hour ahead of you.
Oh, okay, got you. I have plenty of sick time that I've been saving. I've been waiting for crypto to move like this since 2021, and I have a lot of sick time and vacation time saved up at a good job,
Nice.
and so I just sent the email around 2 a.m. because I knew myself, and I just
I
called out sick.
Yeah,
For you.
I used to do that a lot when I'm in my position, in long or short. I have to wake up until and unless my position got stopped out. But now what I do, let's say I took the short yesterday, last night, and as soon as the price moved, I took the little profit just to cover my fees, and I moved my stop loss just below my entry point, and I went to bed. And when I wake up, the price moved around 1,000 points. So I moved my stop loss again. You know where the trend line is broken, where the red vector candle is on the Dbloc chart. I moved my stop loss there. Then again, the price came down and came back up again. I took the little profit where it hit the target one first. I took the profit there, and then it went back. And on the second retest, I add to my position, and now my stop loss is just below. Just I think it's 119,750. My stop loss is there. So even if the trade close, I'm still in profit, and if it goes down, I'm in profit as well. So that's the way I do. Just move your stop loss where you don't have a chance of losing any money, and just relax. If you're earning, you're earning. If your trade is cut, you're still in profit.
I hear you. Stop losses for me, I feel like cost too much money. I used one the other day and it cost me $30.
No,
And
no, that's what I'm saying. When you open your position and you see yourself a little bit in profit, let's say you enter at 122,000 and price came up to 121,500. So that means you're already moved 500 points. Yeah. So what I do there, I took 30% profit just to cover my fees, and I move my stop loss in between. Let's say if I took it 122,000, I'm going to put my stop loss to 121,250. So I'm going to move my stop loss there. So price goes straight down, and when I wake up, it was already moved a lot of.
What
It gave
exchange are you
almost.
using that you got hit for $30 for just throwing a stop loss in there?
well, I mean, because it's a market order, it hit it and then stopped me out. I'm using.
Oh, I thought it was like a separate charge, like just for throwing a stop loss in there.
Oh no.
Gotcha.
Um, the maker and taker fees are actually pretty cheap if you. I'm using one called Weeks.
Yeah,
But
sure.
I hear what the other gentleman is saying. And I've done that. But last night I did take a profit. I closed all my positions at a good place, and I was using much higher leverage than you guys are probably used to using. So I was up
Yeah,
tremendously.
that's the problem, because if you use the higher leverage, it's gonna cost
Yeah,
you a lot.
it's
I mean,
expensive
I
to use high
use
leverage.
BitGet every time I open or close a short or long. It costs me both ways. Let's say if I open $1,000 with a 20x leverage, it's gonna cost me $60 to open and close that short.
Yeah, I've watched other traders on YouTube, like Crypto Face, and I'm like, dang, I wonder how much that position costs to just enter. You can't you can't
Yeah,
DCA
exactly.
into
You
a
have to you have to make your fees first, and
it,
then you have to think about the profit.
yeah.
That's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah. But if you're losing high leverage, you just move 200 points and your fees is done. Yeah.
I love how they hide the fees and it's hard to find what they're getting you for.
You're right, it is.
So other than having a successful trade, what was your biggest takeaway from that whole experience?
Oh, what I was trying to say was, I mean, people say like don't trade when you're tired or when you're drunk or whatever. I was trying to share like how my body was responding because I chart 10 hours a day maybe, and I just went into this robot move of like just charting and opening trades and closing them, and I wasn't thinking anymore. Like I wasn't able to do any more critical thinking of
Do you
this
do you
is
do
what the
any kind of exercise, or
I-
do you go to gym?
sorry.
I say you do any kind of exercise, or do you go to gym or for walk or jogging or anything like
Yeah,
that?
I do that every day.
Oh yeah, that's good then. That's good. That's good. You can sit more than 20 hours then if you do that.
Yes, sir. I take 2
Yeah.
tangerines and I stick them in my pocket and I eat one along the way, and then I eat the other one, or an apple.
Oh, yeah, that's fair enough. That's enough. If you are doing a little bit of exercise, I mean, hour or 2 hour exercise, doesn't matter if you sit there doing charting or doing trade for 10 hours or 12 hours. But at least gives a break and detox your body. It helps you a lot.
Right.
I didn't catch your name, the woman who had the short, but did you have a short before that, like the day before on ETH, and then closed it? I think your voice sounds familiar. I'm trying to connect the two.
Oh yeah. No, sorry, I just woke up, but I'm Tana. I wasn't. I didn't. I tried to short ETH, but it was so strong that it wasn't really curling over like the alts were until I realized it was too late. But it was only moving like $50 here and there, and I was like, oh well, these other things are moving. And I have the way my chart's set up to have 6 of them showing, so I'll set them up with like SUI, and in this example, I was shorting SUI, XRP, and Bitcoin, but I wasn't touching Ethereum. And still, even right now, I'm not touching it, even though I see those green vectors there on the 5-minute. I thought it would Bart Simpson down through the vector gap. And this entire time, I could have sworn it was going to like spike up to then slam down through that support and retest 4K. And it just, I gave up on that short. So, but I was in it at the top. So I wrote it up in a long and then shorted it at the top. With that blue vector that you see there, that was a weird 1-minute candle. I just so happened to be in front of the chart on the 1-minute, and the way that it went, I was like, oh, a weird wick, and then it could not fill it, and then we started curling over. So I just started shorting it, and then that mixed with Dbloc's CME gap false move week beginning happening on Saturday, I figured I'll just enter a short here.
Yeah,
Oh, that sucks.
If Drew was here, he might suggest you to do the 10 push-up if you lose.
No, I didn't say I should have, would have, could have. I made a mistake and I owned up to it.
Good
Don't do
afternoon,
overtraining.
scallywags.
Good afternoon.
What's going
Good
on,
afternoon.
everybody?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The war stories.
How we feeling?
Feeling,
Okay.
feeling
How are
good,
you
man.
feeling?
Step one of our dip is in.
Yeah.
Got the rest of the CME gap, and we'll see if the rest of my crazy ass prediction plays out.
You know, Dbloc, I was whole day, I was watching the line you draw, and it looks like it exactly working the same way. It's just a little bit right, left, but it's working exactly the same way.
Yeah. I almost wish I could stretch the line out.
Yeah.
Hopefully, this didn't catch too many people by surprise, guys. We were talking about this all day yesterday.
They're really throwing the price around, aren't they?
You know,
Zigzagging it. Mm-hmm. Especially on ETH. We've been like, what? Let's just say 4,150 up to 4,350, back to 4,175, back up to 4,350 again, and now we're like, it's just wow. That's a big range for Ethereum. I mean, like that's 4.6% up, 4.5% back,
Like a
up, back,
5%
up,
range
back.
up and down.
Yeah.
consolidating above target 5. I mean, that's decent. The fact that it's managed to hold that 416, but I do see that trip back, like we were saying.
Mm.
50 EMA on the 4-hour. What we were saying yesterday was if you want to avoid 4K, or if you want to avoid 3.9, which is really where we should come down to this SR flip, then you need to consolidate in this range where we are now for a little bit. Right? If you can consolidate range for a little bit and this 50 EMA can slowly move its way up, then when it comes down to test the 50, it'll only take out this vector at 405, and then the 50 will keep it from having to come down and clear this vector. But time needs to range for a little bit to give that 50 enough time to get up above that vector so it can provide support. Makes any sense?
Mm.
Nice, slow, and steady. Kind of what we want here. We are now officially green for August. Remember, we started this month red. We looked at every 4th year of the 4th year cycle, and we saw green August on every one of them. Not only green, but the largest August of any is at the last the last year of the 4-year cycle. Now I want you to be aware that that comes with a price, right? Every August of the 4-year cycle has also had a red September.
Yeah.
Negative 7% September, negative almost 2% September. So I am expecting a short, meaning short lasting, summer top in August. Take profit into. Retrace in September, buy back in at the end of September, going into October for the last push. That's my play.
Oh yeah, Bitcoin is showing some moves now.
Let's go, Biddy.
G2 lit, open mic.
Oh, so here's Ethereum selling off and giving back that ridiculous pump on 5 minutes. Dbloc, did you see ETH do that?
That little move up?
Yeah. Yeah. Man, I watched that in real time and I thought for sure it was going to break the 800 right there. And then it just went like, dang.
Whenever price does that, when it tries to break support and it doesn't, and then it pops up just to go down, I get that punks jump up to get beat down. That song, it just plays over and over in my head. Bitcoin loves to do that. That's a little Greg Louganis move from Bitcoin. Can't
Give it to
find
you
the
and take it
sentiment
right
to
back.
break support, then it whips it up to the top side and then makes the attempt from a higher position.
It's a Rodney Dangerfield triple Lindy.
Made our first dent into the CME gap. Somebody asked why the CME gap was there, and isn't it the entire gap between where price is to CME? No. CME gap, as soon as CME opens, wherever it opens at, that's where your gap is. If you pull above that price, the gap doesn't get wider. Right, the CME gap is between open and close.
So if you close a candle in there, is it considered closed? Or?
You got to take the whole thing.
Back to where it actually
Back to the
closed.
yeah, back to where it closed at 16.8, 16.9.
It doesn't have to recover the trap longs or nothing.
No, we're already past that. We freed those trap longs. We already signaled our false move up. Right, false move up for the week is signaled when either the longs or the shorts gets freed. So that move up that we had on Saturday freed the trap longs. We had a retracement, right, back down to test the top of the range. Continuation into Monday where we got our weekly high. And then now we're on our 3-day retracement.
What's the probability that ETH goes down into this vector gap?
Pretty good.
Bitcoin.
Like I said, in my opinion, the only thing that stops ETH from going to 3,900 is that 50 EMA on the 4-hour. So I think it comes down and it clears all of that down to 405 and then holds the 50 EMA. We want that though. We need to build support. I'm gonna come down, hold that, pop back up again. All good
Yeah, it
stuff.
hasn't even retested 4K, right?
Yeah. Remember, the main thing here is that this thing is not a deviation. Right? This is our range. This was our deviation down to the bottom. We know it's a deviation because it came back into the range. Right? So this right now, as of right now, is a breakout. If this thing comes back down and doesn't hold that 50 and comes back down to 39 and comes back into this range, then this is just a deviation and we're not ready yet. So that's why I'm hoping that the 50 catches and we pull off from there. We don't have to come all the way back and test out. Then we'll know for sure. Then we'll be able to say, yeah, Ethereum broke out. Battlefield is littered with bodies that didn't wait for the confirmation of this being a deviation and just sold all their Ethereum, right? Or shorted at the break of supply or at the break of support. We don't want to make that same mistake. All right, speaking of deviations, guys. Bitcoin. This is our range. This was our first deviation out of the range. As above, so below. Right? Bottom side deviation. As of right now, this breakout is a deviation on Bitcoin. We've broken back into this range. Now, this is just the 4-hour. On the daily, you can see what that produces, right? Big doji candle at the top of the range. Where is my... Look worrisome, right? Stopping volume candle up into the range. That's an issue. want to keep everybody sort of focused. Not time to get euphoric yet. We do have 4 hours to close this candle. Chances are this will close as a stopping volume candle. The next daily candle is going to be the important one. Now, tomorrow we have CPI. Right? If CPI comes out under, then we'll have a bullish engulfing candle here that invalidates the stopping volume candle and we'll pump. If the CPI number comes in hot, we're going to sell off. All right, just try to remember that. We and because of the because of the structure that we're looking at, right? If the number comes in good, then we'll invalidate this stopping volume candle. If it comes in bad, we're going to put in a bullish engulfing, which means that we'll have a continuation and we'll have to come down to test some of these levels, maybe 17, 16.
That's 8:30 Eastern time tomorrow, correct?
Yeah. But this is not a healthy daily candle, guys. That doesn't look good. Weekly candle,
CPI is going to come in a little hot.
I mean, we still have 4 hours. We can come down and close the CME and shoot backs up. That's possible.
Yeah, it is possible.
Yeah.
It's possible.
The way we went up yesterday, we can do that today as well.
But to make sure that for this not to close as a stopping volume candle, we'd have to close above like 120.
Yeah, exactly.
So we'll have to watch that pretty. So let's see if we go look at Forex Factory. Core CPI is expected to come in at 0.3. Previous was 0.2, is expected to come in at 0.3, so it's expected to come in hot. If it comes in as expected, 0.03, that'll be bored. If it comes in 0.02, then we're flying. If it comes in 0.04, then we've got really big issues.
What if we hit the target?
We hit the target, it won't be that bad. It won't be that bad. It's still, the target is hot, right? The target does show an increase. So we will have a little bit of sell-off from that, but it won't be as bad as if it comes in like a 0.4, right?
Is
or
there any way
year
Trump
over
can
year
get
comes in at like a 0.3 or something, you know?
Any way Trump and the administration get their sticky fingers on those numbers, or is that something separate from the
man,
federal
those, I
government?
mean, CPI numbers aren't, we don't have revisions on CPI as much as we do on like unemployment. Like unemployment numbers are easier to, but the way that they sort of fib the CPI numbers is they'll just change the metric on how they test it, how they record it, right? Sometimes they'll include food and gas, sometimes they're excluding energy, and it's like, it's very convenient what they decide to include and exclude. Put it that way.
Yo, an interesting fact is I checked to see who does the CPI data, and it's the BLS. It's the same group that Trump fired the head of. Like,
Yeah, they do all the, yeah,
ago.
they're the data analysts, right? They're the ones that basically put all the numbers together.
So what are the chances that it comes in hot and makes Trump look like a fool? He's gonna fire the whole department.
What are the chances after one of your teammates got fired that you're gonna play those games?
That's what I'm saying. They're gonna all fall in line.
You know what I mean? They might be like, you know what? We're gonna be really accurate this time because feds are watching.
Because there was a Biden thing, and I'm gonna do the Trump way.
It's a 0.
Be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yo, my theory, I was saying this earlier. I think everything's gonna lead up to Jackson Hole for like when Powell talks on Jackson Hole later this month. That's gonna be the pivotal.
Yeah, it could be. Those are always fun.
It happens around, I think, the 20th of August. and then we got some job numbers in between. But I think
That's
that's
when
where
they all.
Powell will.
That's when they all go to Jackson Hole and dress up in red robes and sacrifice labubus on the altar.
So what I find interesting is that the Fed Watch tool is predicting a cut in September, right?
Mhm.
But I mean, the statistics are that year-over-year inflation's creeping back up again. So it's like, well, how does that work?
It's almost like Powell's
Like,
right.
wouldn't that? Yeah,
Almost like Powell's right, and it's not time yet.
yeah, far out. It's very frustrating. Very frustrating.
I don't know. I just know they're not beating any of the freaky deaky allegations by meeting at Jackson's Hole.
Yeah. I remember maybe 2 or 3 Jackson holes ago was a really bad one because they started getting all hawkish at it
Yeah, that's
for
when
the
they
first
started
time,
cutting
and it
those.
was like
They started raising 0.5 at a time and
raising.
shit. And it was like, oh my
Yeah,
god,
it started getting
they're
really
gonna
aggressive.
kill us.
I was like,
They're
oh
gonna
shit.
kill us.
That's that's why I feel like this Jackson Hole might be the like you say Dbloc as below, as above, as
Yeah.
below, whatever. That might be this one, dude.
It might be. It might be where everybody sort of puts Powell in the corner and is like, hey buddy, check this out. You're out of here in a year. We got to deal with this man for the next 4 years. Okay, so do us a favor and just bend a little bit and make the shit easy for us because making it
Yeah,
high.
make people laugh. At least do something good. We haven't heard anything good from him till now.
On our deviation out of the range, you thinking we might go back and deviate on the bottom side?
No, I mean for Bitcoin, I don't. Bitcoin, I don't think.
Block. Thank you for easily learning how
When
to.
we're looking at
Rocket emoji.
retracements on
Rocket
our regular
emoji.
Bitcoin,
Rocket
right?
emoji. Rocket emoji. Rocket emoji.
Right, we were looking for that 116.9 basically gap to fill, and then worst case scenario that SR flip at 115.8, right? That brings us down to these ranges. Yeah. That white line is 116.9. But to come back down out of the bottom of the range, I don't see that. This support is way too heavy in my opinion. This was the flush that they wanted to take advantage of, that test of the 50. I don't think it gets that.
Yeah, it's like 112 down there.
And I mean, we're still, remember, this is still the only range that matters here. No weekly candles underneath this range. Daily candles in this range, but not below. And we're good. And that's still extreme, right? You're talking 111, 110. But even that doesn't break structure. I'm not thinking that at all. I'm thinking we stay above. But I know that the bears are licking their chops at this candle. I mean, it's very similar to the last ATA. Stopping volume candle, bit of a capitulation. I don't want. We don't have time to do.
We broke all those other lower highs except for the all-time high, right?
You know, fit all of them out.
One candle.
That's why I'm saying that it kills. Doing that, coming back and clearing all of that, kills all of this bearishness. Right? It's basically like a do-over. Came back above all of those levels, took all of that out. Now each one of those lower highs Right? Each one of these becomes resistance or support, which we kind of fell through, no problem. But those vectors, you know what I mean? Those big green vectors in the middle of nowhere, like you have to respect these.
They're gonna take them back.
You know, volume doesn't pick up, they're gonna take them. So depending on tomorrow, and this is how I'm looking at it, and this is just me, like you could take it with a grain of salt, but the way I'm looking at this is that if tomorrow those numbers come in hot, then this could have been our summer top. If they come in cool, we attack ATH.
What's the best way to get that data as soon as possible?
Honestly, I hate to say it, but poly market is probably the most accurate right now. You go on and look at those poly market bets and see if the CPI is going to come in hot or not. The percentages have usually been pretty close.
Pretty incredible how accurate poly market can be.
Predicting market, man. Prediction markets are.
I know.
Go ahead.
I don't think that like
spit it out, Kwai.
Talking about like the predictions. I think he was talking about like where it's released. Like, you know how they print the data on
Yeah, we'll get it on Forex Factory.
Forex Factory when it comes out, like at 8:30 a.m.
Yeah, but if you want a heads up,
I'm talking right now. You can't hear me?
You went quiet for a second.
You were delayed.
You just stopped talking for a second, bro.
Quiet. You delayed and you just went completely quiet.
Like you were thinking for a second. Until.
Yeah.
But yeah, the numbers, when the numbers come out, we'll see it in the same place. But to get in front of the numbers, right, the only real place that I know is honestly poly market.
You know how sometimes the market moves before some of these websites actually display the result? It's like, where's the fastest place to get the numbers, the actual data? Because it feels like, yeah, some comes in sooner than other websites. Although it's within like 30 seconds, but I've always just used Forex Factory Calendar to like watch the results come in. But yeah, there's a fair chance that there could be a faster terminal to watch the result at.
Oh, they don't have a bet running on CPI.
Oh, that is a nasty M on the 1 hour on Ethereum.
Yeah.
Some McDonald's right there.
Yeah, speaking of M's.
There you go. There you go.
Ghost pointed that out. I was like, that's some crusty clown looking M right there.
That's a pretty looking M. It's a Mount Everest and a K2 side by side.
That was a crazy dead cat bounce right there.
Just as you predicted.
Oh, thanks. Saying it and doing a trade-off of
the action.
What you say. Two different things. But that feeling of that did make me go to bed. I didn't. I think part of me thought, and in a tired brain way, oh, this is just gonna squeeze back up. And when I realized that it was it was like coiling on the 5 minute for so long, having trouble with the 50. I just cut my losses on some longs and went to bed. And I was like, well, whatever it's gonna do, it'll be after I sleep a few hours.
Your Dom looks like it's flagging a little bit.
Don't look at it, bro. Just don't make eye contact.
Domin making an ECG. It's dying and waking up again.
What sucks, Tanner, is like you do that action so that you can go to sleep. Like you cut your losses at whatever amount, and then when you wake up, you see that, oh damn, I should have just left everything open and been patient. And then, but you never know, because that you don't know that that's going to happen. So you do have to sort of like go with the what if I'm wrong.
Yeah, you're right, Rick.
Because I'm not going to be here to babysit the trade, and I have to go. Like, it sucks.
A few years ago, I
That's
used
risk management.
on my trades, but
yeah.
Sometimes I'd wake up happy. I was telling another woman that too, because she was up 1 a.m. her time. Like, I'm just falling asleep, and I just said, I've done trading and I go to bed. Sometimes I wake up happy, and sometimes I wake up sad, and 80% I'd say I wake up sad.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is why we stay up for 4 days in a row, because there's a lot of sad wake ups.
I don't go to sleep. I don't
No
gotta wake
feeling.
up sad.
Yeah.
I could just be awake sad.
Super chat. Appreciate you, Cobra. I didn't catch that super chat, brother. Appreciate your support, fam.
If you guys want to tip Dbloc in this channel, his wallet is dbloc.eth.
What is my wallet?
I've tipped Dbloc using Sui before, and you can too, but not that wallet address. You can't send Sui to that wallet address. But we are in a crypto sphere, so tipping in crypto, I think, is a good call.
I will take your dirty fiat too if you want to get rid of it. I know that shit is nasty and
Dirty fiat.
I like that I have access to your wallet, that I could just be like, if I were grandma trying to give you some money, you know, like a secret handshake, and I fold up this $10 bill, you know, like in a square, and I handshake it to you. There's nothing you can do about it. I'm literally you can't fight me. I'm just gonna put it in your wallet.
I used to do that shit. I used to hide money in my mom's house. She wouldn't take it from me, so I used to just leave it in drawers and shit.
Oh, so she thought it was hers and she forgot about it.
Like, hey, did you? I didn't do anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
I told my mom that I've been focusing on crypto lately. She barely kind of understands my journey the last 5 years, but she goes, "Well, just don't let it take over your life, honey."
Good advice.
Yeah. I went for a walk after that.
Let the fiat take over instead, everyone. that's like the normie message. Like go work a job 5 days a week, 9 to 5, and pay your taxes, but don't let crypto take over your life.
Oh my god, that's such a great point. Americans don't know what to do if we're not working.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you get shamed if you're out of work or something. Almost, you know. Everyone's like, oh.
Well, you get
you're not a
shamed for making
taxpayer?
money without sweat, right? That's the problem.
Yeah.
People don't
Oh,
respect it if you didn't,
wow.
if there was no sweat on your brow, or men especially. The men in my family, bro. It doesn't matter how much money I make. It's always, oh, how's that little crypto thing of yours going?
Tell them, come smell my chair.
What?
The sweat, yeah.
I'm sweating. I'm sweating.
That's great. Sweat. Gee.
I
Work
think you need a little
smart,
bit
not
more
hard,
sticker.
man.
Maybe that came out wrong.
That's the funny one.
To be
Chat,
fair
who's
though,
doing
they're
good?
just looking out, man. Like this is how they
Yeah.
were raised, right? Like if you're not getting up every morning, going to work, getting home exhausted, then you're not really doing what you're supposed to be doing.
All they know.
What I hate the most is that connotation that this has of being easy.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, oh, you just got lucky. You got in earlier. Just, you know. And it's the same people that told you you're gonna fail. This is a, you know, this is a scam. Da 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 da. Be careful. When you finally make it, they'll introduce you as Rick, my friend that got lucky in crypto.
Yeah. I think it's a case of talk is cheap. People just say cheap things, like with no real experience behind it, or justification. Like they'll just say things.
I don't know where you work, but I'm pretty sure that you didn't get World War III thrown at you. You didn't get the amount of stress that you're dealing with at work is 10 times less than the amount of stress that I'm dealing with at work.
You know.
Yeah.
Ooh, you're 10 minutes late on your TPS reports. You know, like.
Hey, greed is at 70. When does that
Mhm.
reset? Daily?
Yeah. We never got that reset down into fear. I mean, we came down into neutral, but
Do you think the sentiment is based off of Bitcoin and Ethereum holders or altcoin holders? Because I would
Bitcoin.
say,
Yeah, it's
okay,
mostly Bitcoin.
okay,
I mean, we can tell by the fact that it's at 70, right?
that's true.
Altcoin fear and greed is probably sitting in the 30s or some shit.
So when market maker closes the CME, does it have just a bunch of Bitcoin it has to unload in order to do this kind of move?
No, it's more about clearing the imbalances that are in the book. Right? There's a gap in the book where market was closed and legacy wasn't allowed to transact, but we were. Right? So there's big, empty sort of imbalances in the book.
So it's not fair.
Not that it's not fair, it's that it creates an, market makers' main job is to bring balance to the market, right? To add yin to the yang. So those sort of imbalances create like a black hole basically, right? Now, one of the reasons is because traders love a target that we can all agree on, right? So being above CME is just perfect because everybody knows, okay, we'll trade towards CME. So that gives you the sort of gap. But the job of coming down is to clear those imbalances that are left on the weekend. If market maker was fully in control, price would, well, what the hell is my line? Market maker was fully in control, price would move like this forever and ever and ever. Right? excess liquidity comes in and pushes price, but market maker will still try to bring it back to that balance. So when it comes to range trading, when it comes to mean reversion trading, that type of shit, market maker is your best friend. When it comes to things going parabolic and not coming back ever, right? That only happens when there's enough liquidity in the market to where the liquidity that market maker provides is not necessary. Nobody needs his money, so he can't control price. As long as liquidity is low and the market needs his money to function, there will be mean reversions. And that's where we make our monies. You know what the market looks like without market maker? CPI days or FOMC days. When there's large news events,
Oh, I love doing the trade on C when FOMC meetings. I love those trades.
yeah. So that'll be your order book, right? And then on each level of your order book, at each price point, right? It'll be split by price point. And you have buys, and you have sells. Right? And these sells, when you're here and you want to sell, you sell to this buy. Right? And this buy here buys from this sell, right? So let's say somebody wants to buy right here. Price will move up to the very next offer in the book and price will tick up, right? And that's when you see candle tick up to that price, right? If there's a green delta. If it's neutral, meaning if this person got to fill their order without hitting the book, the black tape, then price doesn't move. Market maker fills these orders. Market maker has orders to buy, sell, right? What they do is that they take the empty part of the books where there's nobody and they fill those orders. Because if there's an empty part of the book, like let's say that this entire thing is empty and the first sell order is up here, or the first buy order is up here, then when somebody presses buy at 116, they don't get filled until 120. Slippage. Right? The book is light, so price slips through the book to the very next order. That's how you get big moves, right? Now, what market maker does on their days where there's data, like FOMC, CPI days, is all of these orders here, right before data comes out, they remove them from the book. So as soon as the volatility comes in, price just massive swings. That's where we get those whipsaws where it's just clearing the book up, down, up, down, up, down. That's what the trading environment would be like without market maker. They're there to keep that book filled and keep price moving sustainably.
They get paid in fees.
They get paid in fees from exchanges and they get paid in the slippage, right? So each one of those squares, there's one tick between each square, right? So they get paid in the slippage between the ticks for orders that they fill as well. Makes sense.
Surely a computer is doing it or something.
Yeah, a lot of it's algos. But those algos are sort of managed in real time during working hours, right? When it's there's decisions made in real time during working hours, right? Market maker will decide to go after a certain target. On the weekend or in the dead gap zones, the algo is set just as their regular algo mean reversion. Right? That's why we pay attention to the 50, the 200, the 800. Right? Price will just the algo will be set to provide liquidity to trades that are moving in the direction of their motivations, their mean reversions.
Yo, Dbloc, so like these market makers, couldn't they just do crazy inside information? Like since they have so much like knowledge on like the direction until things get out of hand. But
Have
like
you ever heard of Alameda?
There is a
FTX.
whole
FTX's market maker was Alameda, and that's exactly what they were doing, right? They had a zero liquidation account with FTX. FTX was giving them real-time order flow data, right? And they were using their market maker abilities to push price, suppress price, right? That's why Sol pumped so hard. Sol was pumped by Alameda during its first run, before it went all the way back down to 8, to 8 or whatever. Sol was FTX's sort of baby, right? That was their not their project, but that's the project that they were pushing the most, to the point where they were shitting on other projects that had any competition. Remember when ICP launched and it went to like $3,000 and then it dropped to nothing? Alameda was running market maker services for ICP. And what that means is on launch, a market maker has to provide liquidity for your launch so it doesn't go to zero, doesn't go pair, but they provide the liquidity so that there's enough sort of stability there to launch safely. FTX launched a synthetic ICP before they launched the real ICP, ran the synthetic ICP up to $4,000, and then launched the real ICP and crushed the entire thing. And then we found out later through testimony that they considered ICP a direct competitor to Solana.
it's crazy.
I don't remember exactly, but there is a whole documentary available, I think, on the BBC, or I don't remember, but I'll find out and I'll post the link in the chat. That's all about the stock market and the crypto market, where the market makers manipulate the market. They send the inside information to their loved ones and the other to sell and buy at the specific time where they can make tons of profits. There's a whole documentary about it. I'll definitely find it and I'll post a link in the chat.
Yeah, but just as an example that market makers can also screw things up. Right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
They had a zero liquidation account, all the information they need, all the data they need to just have a forever like infinite money glitch, and they still were in the hole $2.5 billion. That's a level of degeneracy that we can only aspire to.
Do they have any regulation on
them? Yeah, I mean, liquidity providers are pretty heavily regulated, even in crypto, because most liquidity providers aren't just liquidity providers for crypto. And the market makers aren't really the bad guys. They're making money off the spread for the most part. Right? The boogeyman that we all worry about, like these are big, massive whales. Right? They're on their own time. They've got their own motivations. They're the ones trying to set people up for fake outs and shit like that. And for the most part, honestly, like whales aren't even out to get you. They're out to get each other. We just happen to get caught up in the, you know what I mean? We just happen to get caught up in the fight.
Collateral damage.
Yeah. Now, the ICP devs weren't in on it. The ICP devs found out that they had launched that synthetic ICP because they had direct access to their chain, or they had direct access to their data, and they were seeing orders come through before they had even launched. If you go listen to some of the documentaries, and then on top of it, not only did they do that to ICP, but then they ran a FUD campaign saying that ICP devs were dumping on everybody, and that's why price had dropped so hard. So they did a real good job on them, bro. Both on tokenomics, wrecking the coin, and on the team itself. To the point where I feel like ICP is good tech, but I still won't buy any. There's no time limit on filling CME. Remember, we're on a 3-day down, so look, I really don't want to come down and take care of this entire thing today, honestly. We want to avoid lower targets. We can't just go straight down for the 3 days, or we're going to end up way lower than 116.
But if it did do that today, what would be those levels?
I mean, if it came down and took all this liquidity, then we'd be testing that SR flip at 15.7 sooner than expected. I would like to see a bunch of red vectors down, right? Something that leaves gaps above that gives us a reason to pop back up. If that was to happen. If 115 was to break, like I said, then you're looking at 112 old all-time high. But that's a big if.
Do you see a scenario where we fall lower than 112?
Not right now. I could magic wand it, but
Before the bear market?
no.
Because I've got long orders all the way down there. But if it starts losing that level, I'm going to be more concerned about it.
I still have buys between 112 and 110. The those staggered orders that I had that got left behind, I haven't moved them yet. So I guess that means I don't think it's impossible, or else I would have moved them by now, you know? But we don't want to
Well,
break.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, if, like, I feel like
Go ahead.
I feel like it's a massive Bart Simpson.
I don't see that.
You don't think it could be a massive Bart Simpson?
It can be. Those are two different questions. It can be, but I don't think so. The way that we came down and we hit all of these levels, and we caught support where we were going to, and we turned that into a deviation on the on Bitcoin from the bottom side. My opinion, we don't break through all of that easily. 115.7 is going to be a hard road to break, in my opinion. And what we don't want to do is start breaking structure. Right? If we invalidate this bull flag, then it's not even about can we still go up. It's about we're gonna need a month and a half of building structure to even have a base to push off of. Right? Because we're not gonna break this shit and then V-shape, you know, all the way up to our targets. So I suspect that the powers that be have more reason to protect their positions than we do, right? They've got way bigger bags. I don't think you go through all of this trouble to build all this structure just to let it break. Especially when it's not necessary, right? You can still wreck alts by just coming down into the middle of this.
Yo, do you see like those orders that got left behind for Bitcoin for you? Do you think if like they don't get hit and when Bitcoin bounces here somewhere like 115, would you rotate those orders
Yeah, just move them.
on Bitcoin, or would you
There
go
are
to like
these right
alt?
here. No. These orders were for alts anyways, right? So the plan was if price comes down. Remember, I wasn't here that Saturday when we hit 112. So I made my 112 buy, my walk away buy, and then I left that grid for just in case shit got crazy during that day. But my plan was always if that fills up, I would have been selling them by now. I would have sold every one of those positions by now if they had filled, because that money's for alts. Right? Just taking advantage and bubbling it up in Bitcoin while there was a potential move happening. But at this point, it's less important. I will buy though. We come down underneath there, I will pick up Bitcoin at those levels. But
like,
that'll just get rotated into some alts that got smashed nasty on that move. Right? After Bitcoin recovers, gains a little, alts start to find their bottoms, start to find sort of health against their BTC pairs, then I'll rotate it. The rotation game isn't necessary, man. It really isn't. It's advanced. Right? A lot of people I hear them sort of like panicking about when they should rotate, and it's like you will get into like an over trading scenario by doing that if you're not comfortable rotating positions. Definitely not for everybody.
Almost seems like it has to be good on both sides to do it.
Give me a second, guys. I'll look at some alts in a minute. I'm in the middle of something. Be right back.
playing some video games, Rick?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can hear him.
You can hear it?
Yeah, I can hear like some carnage going on or something.
Vitalik just posted something about Zora like an hour ago. No, actually, he just posted it again a few minutes ago.
What was the tweet?
Like an image of him. It's time to complete your Zora app, and then he's just going back and forth on a thread on why Zora is so good. I guess.
He's shilling it.
Yeah, it looks like he's shilling it.
He's all in.
I don't even know what Zora is, honestly. I gotta look more into it.
I know it's been ripping.
Yeah, that's the only thing I know. Is it? It's some kind of social app or something? Oh, he's going back and forth with the co-founder of Zora on Twitter, like asking questions. Dang, man, I should have gotten Zora. 5 cents.
Push ups.
So BJ explaining those arc circles, if anybody was around when she was explaining how they work and how you draw the lines and everything. Her lesson, it helped me tremendously with my students. They feel like so much more accurate because I forget that I can draw spider lines close time frame too if I'm just like trading as a trader. Those like real quick spider lines are really helpful, and so far they have I'd say a 98% accuracy if you have them drawn up in different directions from different spots. Mostly only 1 hour. All the bots are members now. Yeah, me. That's my funnier, and she doesn't know that I'm talking to Discord. She thinks I'm talking to her, and so she's letting me know she's there. She's like 12 years old now.
I'm gonna drop a picture into the general chat, and it's a indicator I use that gives me pretty good accuracy on future trends and so forth on pricing. So it's just called the Future Trend Channel by Chart Prime. I'll drop it in there if you want to take a look at that too. You can see all the targets it laid out and how many of it hit and how many of it got close to the actual targets too, and where it's predicting for. Like, I took a screenshot of Bitcoin dominance, so it kind of gives you an idea of where it's guessing its head next. Sweet Queen, are you still on the chat?
Yeah.
I was about ready to go to FedEx today and drop a pair of boxing gloves in the mail and send them to you because I was ready for you and Clive to rumble last night.
Oh man.
That was funny.
I'm normally pretty quiet with him because
He wouldn't stay quiet long enough for you to even tell him what he was doing.
Yeah.
some people conversate a little differently, and that's fine. But it was just the one thing that I have knowledge that I feel pretty comfortable and confident in the like ecosystem of crypto to talk about Sui, and I was willing to tell him something, but he was very comfortable not knowing. I was trying to use Grayscale as a similarity to I don't know, like the older. It seems he's very confident with BlackRock, so I was like, well, let me give him a kind of a parrot, with a similar thing.
He
I
was
was
not
going
having it.
somewhere with it. Go ahead.
I just say he was not having it. Ghost,
Well,
what's good, brother?
thanks.
Sorry, Sue. Go ahead.
Oh, just one final thought though, but like Clive, yeah, I respect the the wisdom and the expertise that his generation brings to the table, especially in crypto in general. There's not a lot of 70-year-olds trying to put their money in crypto, and he brings up a lot of great points of
Oh yeah, his overall investing strategies, history and stuff too for the stock market. It's always good. Alpha as well. It's always interesting. Always learn something, but when he gets fired up, it's pretty funny.
yeah. Probably moving your money around this in the game isn't like comfortable either. Like putting it into Sui probably sounds like risky.
Free ETF.
Yeah, but also he brought up another point of he's donating his Berkshire Hathaway shares to Arlington Cemetery, which is super commendable. But I feel like that's also how some money can die off. Like that's gonna go to a good cause. But I watched like The Gilded Age on HBO, and a lot of period pieces where they're inventing things and they make 300,000 and it's multi-millions, and they buy a house in New York and on Fifth Avenue or wherever, and it's like money can't be made like that anymore. I feel like with a regular schmo Joe like us.
Yeah, we had a lot of good debates before the ETFs were a thing about Bitcoin's future, crypto's future. And yeah, Clive was one of the guys that was against the idea. He's like, oh, you guys are dreaming. You guys, this is all. I don't see it happening in the next whatever years. And then yeah, as soon as BlackRock came to the table, he's like, "Oh, I'm going to buy these ETFs now." So yeah, his tune changed because of how TradFi embraced crypto, I guess. But I don't blame him. I mean, he's probably spent his whole career or life trusting and believing the traditional world. You know, that's like his where he comes from. Yeah, there's a whole crowd of people that were just waiting for safety. Um, yeah, I have no experience in the stock market.
I've had no experience in the stock market, and it's the only thing that I can actually make money on so far.
Oh no, you're good. I've once again zero experience with forex. I understand what it is. Like it's all the foreign currencies traded against each other. But yeah, I've never even looked into how to start forex. Like why? Yeah, why put yourself through that when there's crypto? You know, which is such a lower barrier for entry. Like you don't need anything more than just a couple $100 and an email address to sign up.
Hey, Rick,
Yo.
quick question for you. Probably a really stupid question.
Uh-huh.
Are
I love
are
the
you
one.
Rick 1
Great question.
and Rick 2 on here, or are you
Yeah,
two different
man.
Ricks from
Yeah.
Australia?
Rick 1 is just me on my computer, and then Rick 2 is my mobile phone. I've got 2
Oh
accounts.
God, thank God. Like I'm sitting there like these two mofos sound exactly alike. I'm like, these guys are identical.
Yeah.
Okay. Like I said, probably a
Yeah,
stupid
that's
question,
good.
but I'd
No, that's good.
never
That's a good question, I think.
I'd never been online when that was probably discussed before. Oh,
It was
I got
back
the
to when I was Yeah.
his evil twin clone.
But yeah, it's sort of back to when I was streaming on YouTube as well. I would have Discord on my PC like logged in and streaming to YouTube, and then if I wanted to jump into other channels or anything, I'd
Sure.
just use my phone so that I wouldn't interrupt the stream.
I got
And
you.
that was the whole point of it. Yeah. But now I just use both. If I'm out and about or if I'm home. Depends. Yeah.
I got the kangaroo and I got the bald dude. I'm like, which these guys sound identical. Like, what the hell's going on here? I'm bald.
Yeah.
I'm bald too, so it's all right. But
Yeah, no, that's just a filter, but yeah.
shit.
That's a
Too funny.
bald head filter.
Yo, Bitcoin's trying to curl up.
But that is me.
But that is what he really looks like.
Yeah, that is me.
He really is bald. Don't let him lie to you about the filter.
Yeah, I think a lot of the technical analysis still applies across, because the thing that they all have in common is that they're driven by fear and greed, or like markets, because you're buying and selling, right? It's all the same. And the trends that form around fear and greed are kind of like present across all markets. Even real estate, you could say. Although that's a very different kind of market. It's not like it. Yeah. Which tools? Or like vectors and stuff like that? Is that what you mean? Right, right. Yeah. Your mic is super, super muffled, D's. Yeah, that's a bit. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. It sounded like you were talking through a pillow before. Kind of. Yeah. It's better now.
Maybe he was. No judging.
Maybe he was. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Don't worry, I've been there many times. People have heard me sleep talk on stream before. So I fell asleep on Discord and left it wide open. Yeah. Yeah.
Is that after some Foster's eye?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I think now that the world, or more of the world, I'm not saying the whole world, but more people are now getting involved in crypto because of all the US pro regulation stuff and whatever. It's like, okay, what does that mean the next bull market's going to be even stronger because it got more participation, you know what I mean? I guess it makes sense to be, right? That's just what I'm thinking. If you get more volume, like each cycle has more involvement. There's like more players each time. But then again, like people are saying that retail's not even really here yet. Like the brand new retail. Like maybe a little bit, but not in the size that we saw come in 2021. Because of all the Dogecoin and stuff, all the hype and mania around that. But maybe that's yet to happen. Maybe that retail's phase, that brand, like the new money coming in.
I think we would have really been off and running on the retail side if it wasn't for that whole Trump and Melania coin right before inauguration debacle. Like that got a lot of bad press and put a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth. Everybody was all horny and amped up and ready to go with a new crypto president and everything else, and then they jumped in on that and got it, pretty much not a complete rug pull, but it wasn't pretty, and just that started off on a bad foot. That could have really, could have been parlayed into something really nice and just kept kept the momentum going and everything else. But man, did that throw the frickin' brakes on?
Yeah, we did run up really hot, like pretty much all of November, December, and then a lot of January too was like still bull market, bull trend. And then once that inauguration happened, things just started to really pull back. And then we dealt with all the tariff stuff.
I think between the meme coin thing right for inauguration, and then the whole crypto market kept telling everybody, hey, he's going to do this, he's going to do that, and he stayed quiet for so long. And when he did say something, I mean, he just kind of touched around the edges, and so it took all that momentum and air right out of the sales. Like we could have really hit the ground running at the beginning of the year and just crushed it, but Yeah, I was just talking, we were talking about the retail sector. Yeah.
You all right, boys and girls? I won't lie. Yeah, man. To be honest, I think it did big damage. The Trump and Melania coin, and that, because it wasn't just that; it was a wave of them. It was Trump coin, Melania coin, Libra, nation states were launching coins and rugging. I think it gave us some pretty bad PR with a like subsection of society. Because if you look at the way certain things that people watch on YouTube, like Coffee Zella, right? He's a massive YouTuber, and he was having a field day with the with the amount of like sort of exposés that he was doing, right? The Hot Tour coin, the Trump coin, the Melania coin, the Libra coin, all of this stuff. Like a lot of people just and it just confirms people's biases, right? Of crypto as a scam. Like if you feel like the president himself is scamming you, then yeah, to them they're just burned and they're not coming back. Do you know what I mean? So I think that retail wave, a good portion of them are probably gone, especially because of the way that the like the capital was just extracted, right? It didn't sort of slosh around like it normally might do with meme coins and others. It sort of just they came in and then they just like cashed that out. They weren't interested. So I do think that was pretty damaging, but we've bounced back, right? But had we done that without maybe the Trump coin and all the rest of that kind of stuff, then I think we would be in like much better shape in terms of public image. And the public image does make a difference, right? I mean, obviously a massive motivator is fear and greed, but I do think that also PR, good PR does make a big difference.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, even if at that moment in time, if retail were to come back in, where would they have gone? Like most of the time, retail comes in, they never go to Bitcoin. They'll go into like Ethereum, Solana, and then your other layer twos. They'll go into altcoins. But then
Yeah.
even leading up to that, meme coins were already showing that they were like leading the charge, and altcoins were already falling off. So it's like I don't think retail had a choice. And then the Trump and Melania just kind of put a stamp on it, but like it was almost like retail just had no choice, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I mean, I think they're always going to be attracted to meme coins to some degree whenever that cycle hits. If it's not that, then it will be XRP, and so on, right? Like mostly XRP, and then also some others like maybe Solana. But I think
What
mostly
were the hot
XRP.
memes? What was hot before Trump and Melania coins came out on Pump.fun? Because there was others that were doing it first. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there was like
Yeah,
Pepe, Doge, Brett.
No. I mean, like
it was like
off Pump.fun.
you remember it was Jelly had
Jelly,
those
I was
cans
say
that
Jelly
made like
Mubarak. Yeah.
Oh, you mean things
Right.
specifically created on Pump
Things
Fun, yeah?
specifically off Pump.fun. Yeah, there was
Okay, so like Unicorn
even,
Fart
there
Dust
was a
and
coin called
UFD.
there was a coin called
MLG,
Bowden,
Griffian.
which was like a Joe Biden coin, like meme.
Oh, Bowden.
Bowden. Yeah.
There was
That's the thing.
stuff like that.
Retail was already there, and then like it wasn't like Trump and Melania like pushed it over. They were already there. They were swimming in it, but they weren't
They were
going.
just the big public one.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like it's like a switch. I think it's more just like it comes in waves, right? You get sort of your little sub waves, you get your major ones as well. And I think Trump one was a major wave. Like I remember just going into sort of politics discords and hearing some people say, "Yeah, I'm gonna play this this Trump thing," like and buy into Bitcoin. Others were just sort of going straight into like memes and stuff. It was sort of hot. So I think that he brought in a massive amount of them, and then I think when you're the one sort of publicly saying I'm going to be first crypto president, and then that kind of stuff happens, it's kind of happening under your watch. You know what I mean? So it's a bad look.
Yeah, definitely.
But it doesn't mean that all retail's gone. Like in the end, retail always does come in waves, and there always will be more retail. Like
That's right.
ends of
And
the
even
week
the people that got burned will come back. Sorry. Yeah.
Some will, yeah, some will. I
Yeah.
think so. Some
Like-
some definitely won't, but some will. Yeah.
Sure. Well, I think it's a 99% occurrence when you're new, you get burned first, usually.
Yeah.
And even if you do make money first, you'll lose it along the fairly quick, like not quickly, but like the next chapter is losing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
for sure.
you have to lose it before you respect the volatility, the danger of crypto.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
To understand like that it can go as it can come, and that's not for everybody. Like we said, right? The sort of getting your hand burned on the stove analogy. Not everyone's gonna be a lunatic to do that more than once. Like
Yeah.
something enough for a lot of people. Humans are very averse to pain.
Yeah. I guess it depends on the style of involvement that you do as a beginner. If like you only go spot and you just buy it and you never sell it, like that's probably the safest way to play the market, I guess. Like
No, 100%, 100%. And then, but then even then, it's like what have you bought in spot? You know?
Yeah. And then if you're comfortable seeing things draw down, like, and just understand that that's a part of it, like when you're starting out. But the idea is like over time, if you just keep growing that account gradually, just keep chipping away, keep investing, especially if it's Bitcoin, right? Then
Yeah,
it should come good historically speaking. you
no, for
will
sure.
come
For
good.
sure.
Yeah.
You will, but I think one of the big issues with crypto, I mean, it's not even an issue. It's just it's a feature. It's not a bug, but it's like a feature that you have to understand is different from other features. Is that people come in not to grow their nest egg. It's like they don't see crypto as this, lucrative like 401k. They see it as a as a casino or like a meal ticket. I wouldn't even necessarily say the casino, because casino implies that you're going to lose it all right, and people don't really think about losing it. They think about gaining it. So I'd say it's like they see it as like this sort of lottery ticket or this meal ticket, right? And I think that's where the sort of misunderstanding comes. Like, so they're going to go in, they're going to buy a bunch of these things and say if it goes up, then it's all good. And then someone says, "What if it goes down?" And they say, "What do you mean?" Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. The market is good at changing people's minds, I think. It's because it can look devastating and like a waste of time when it crashes and everything, but it's so good at baiting people in when it looks pretty. You know what I mean? Like when it's ripping and all the memes are happening and there's all this money sloshing around. It's like, who can resist that? That's how they pull in the money, really, the liquidity.
Yeah, and I guess in the end, it's probably a
very
good.
well.
I think it's a pretty good. It's a pretty good like real like line to reel people in with. Provided you don't go in with everything. You go in with everything, you lose everything. Chances are you're not gonna even bother trying to build up and start again. But if you put a little bit in, and maybe it goes down, and you try and figure out, well, why has it gone down? You might stay long enough. That's basically what I did. So, I bought the peak I was
It'd
up,
be
and then I was like,
interesting.
why is it down? You know what I mean?
It'd be interesting to see the statistics on that. Like, what portion of retail goes in heavy as a beginner, and what portion goes in modestly and carefully with like a humble amount of money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I would say most people get involved with just, you know, small beginnings because they understand it's risky and whatever, or they don't trust their abilities or whatever. But then
It's probably gonna be
sadly,
quite
there's a
dependent.
crowd that just throw it all at it.
Yeah, and I think it's
Yeah.
dependent on like sort of life, what phase you are in your life, right? What
Yeah.
demographics. Like if you're a family man, chances are you're probably not gonna you're gonna be less likely to do it, right? And then if you're
Right.
like in your
Got nothing
20s,
to lose.
yeah, not in a relationship, you what have you got to lose? You know?
More risky, yeah. Yeah. It's different, eh?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So for sure, I think it depends. It depends. Everything in the end, like you say, it's the market's a mirror, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I definitely only came in with like a couple of $100 on my first year. I think
Mm-hmm.
300 total was what I ended up using because I thankfully heard the advice, or like I watched a YouTube video saying, as a beginner, you're gonna find it very hard to make money initially. So it's think of the first 12 months as like you're just going to be learning. Like you're not going to be making money. You're just going to be learning how
Mm-hmm.
everything like functions and works. So see it as your tuition, and you're
Yeah.
paying. You get to choose how much that tuition is. Like some people spend thousands on it. Others, you know,
What else I have?
some people even just paper trade it if they have to. But you know, you don't learn. You don't have the same level of emotional investment if it's paper. If it's just like, yeah, hypotheticals.
I think one of the things as well is just like the well, first of all, I mean, if I had I not come in at the time that I didn't and then sort of invested in the things that I did, I would have been killed off ages ago. It wouldn't even be here talking about crypto. I wouldn't have anything in there. But like, because it's just the ICO era was just fortunate that it was more just about narratives, and then that just sort of was like, oh, just let's get a thing that's like potentially very very lucrative in the future, right? Like sort of just it's a lot of forward thinking, and it's like it worked out. But yeah, I think in general it's extremely what's the word I'm gonna say? One sec. Let me sort of collect my thoughts on that one.
We got some decent sized wicks on a lot of altcoins right now. And Bitcoin looks like it's pushing down.
Oh yeah. See them coming down. Let's have a look at Link. Down to 21.
So we are rejecting here, as you point out, but this is a test. Sorry, I totally. I think I have to go eat something. My bad. Sorry.
It's minor. I mean, I did literally the same thing about 30 seconds ago. What the hell I was saying? Mid sentence.
I'm so sorry.
It will come back to you. Oh wait, it actually just came back to me as well. Yeah, I just remember what the hell I was gonna say. Yeah, but yeah, it's it's
It's funny how that works. It's like
Tanner,
when
you
you
need to
stop.
sleep more.
Dude. Well, I just got done drawing out.
She hasn't been sleeping well enough lately.
Yeah, I know. You're a bad influence. This is a bear flag, though.
I'm sorry. Look, I didn't want you to jump into it. I've been doing it for decades. So
listen. Well, then if you've been doing it for decades, Qui-Gon, then you know that micro sleeps are underrated because that's what I've been doing literally for the day. It's just pretty bad.
Dude, Have you ever heard of a polyphasic?
What are you saying? Taking cat naps? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, cats sleep for like 20 hours a day or something like that. I mean, that's literally my spirit animal. You know what I mean? In a bear market, not in a bull market.
Have you going?
Seconds.
Have you guys heard of what's called a polyphasic sleep schedule?
No. What is that?
What?
You just like you take more than one. So there's monophasic, which is basically you just like sleep for 8 hours and then you wake up and then you're awake for the rest of the other 24 hours. A biphasic sleep schedule is you sleep for a few hours at night, like maybe like 6, and then
Mhm.
you take a nap. Like you wake up in the morning, you take a nap later on in the day, like halfway through the day or towards the evening, and you sleep for an extra couple hours. So you sleep for like, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 hours at night, and then you wake up, and then like halfway through the day, you take another sleep of like, 1 to 3 hours. But that's a biphasic sleep schedule. A polyphasic sleep schedule is you take multiple naps throughout the day. And
Mm.
so like they get more and more, you could sort of like choose your schedule, but and like they have like different like types where there's like, like, three naps a day that are only like 3 hours apiece, or like there's like four a day that are 2 hours apiece or whatever. And there's one called the Dimaxion schedule, which is basically like you take like 8 20-minute naps throughout the day, but all the rest of the
Jeez.
all the rest of the 24 hours you're awake. So you're only
There
sleeping for like 2.5 hours at like
no,
throughout a 24-hour period cycle. You're only sleeping like 2.5 hours, like less than 3 hours, but it's supposed to be like your brain is supposed to work better, like somehow.
there's no way I could believe that my brain will work better under that. Like, if I don't have my 8 hours sleep, then that's it. My brain's running like absolute shit. It's possible, but I mean, I can tell usually the difference between like an 8 hour sleep for me and a handful of naps. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It
Well,
just
the
doesn't work
Dimaxion schedule is
100%.
like really extreme, but like most people, like it's actually pretty common in like a lot of other countries to actually take a nap like halfway through the day or towards the evening. Like they'll take like
Yeah,
a
see,
one to 3 hour nap.
yeah.
In a lot of other
It's-
cultures, that's like common.
Spanish will do that. Hot countries will do that. Mm-mm. Yeah. When the sun comes up, I'm going to sleep. Basically, it's bad. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, no, I hear that. If you sleep for too long, it does. You get a bit frazzled, like a bit grotty. I think it's for me when the 8 hours. It's like I can do without the 8 hours, but like my mind will just be far blunter. Like it's the sharpness comes from the 8 hours. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't really sort of like respond in the way that I'd like and do things at the sort of efficiency that I'd like without that. So that's why I much prefer it. You know what I mean? Yeah, for sure. I mean, older people sleep for less time, actually, a few hours. So I guess it just depends, right? How old someone is, what their sort of mind state is, and how much they've been working, or how how strenuous their day's been. A whole bunch of things.
So we're at an arc resistance spiral here on Ethereum, and a couple of basically spider lines supporting. 5-minute here. Dbloc getting ready for that long daily wick we're about to get.
Sorry, what'd you say about ETH? I just caught the tail end of it there.
Oh, so basically it printed a head and shoulders on the like 5-15 minute here from the pump to the pump down here. And you're just getting like the rest of it filled out. So now it's just Bart Simpson down and back, which ultimately it'll test the vector gap again, around 4,170. But it's at a arc of resistance right here.
Yeah, I'm in a short on it right now, so. And I am getting ready to have to go to FedEx. So
Gotta send a package.
a bunch of packages, unfortunately. Well, fortunately, I guess that's a good thing, but yeah.
So after you box them, do you ship them?
Mrs. Doubtfire.
Yes.
That's funny.
Ship my pants. I don't remember if that was UPS or USPS or that commercial was hilarious. Just ship my pants. My wife shipped her pants.
Whee! Can that be my theme music? Dbloc, I really want one.
That's the most satisfying music ever.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
what I got, what
That
I got.
one's yours.
Oh.
That one's yours for sure.
No respect around here. No respect.
Yeah, that's the one when you hit your stop loss.
Dude, if I could set that as my liquidation notice, I feel like my trading career wouldn't have been as depressing. All the times I got liquidated, if I just heard that Mario game over sound, it probably wouldn't have hit me as hard. I probably would have been able to like Like it probably wouldn't have hit me as hard as psychology. It probably would have been. I probably would have been able to take it better. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like it would have softened the blow.
What's going on, family?
Yo.
Chilling.
Big cells.
Yeah.
What up, dude?
Chilling. I wish there was something new to add, but just making our way downtown, walking fast.
You can add some roles onto my account that allow me to move people out of the room when they have an open mic.
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
there's a real bad open mic situation, and there was no mods around.
It wasn't good.
Who was it?
It was Hippopotamus, and he was telling his child that she needs to use the Duolingo that he bought her. To learn Japanese.
I'm not mad at
That's
that.
so she can tell him to. That's so she can tell him to f off in 5 different languages.
He said, "Do I need to put you in psychology? Or is there something the matter on why you're not using Duolingo?" She's like, "I need an explanation for why there are so many ribbons on
Nah,
my
we're not
desk."
gonna have no unilingual kids in this family, okay? The multicultural global economy we're going into, so I'm gonna need you to step it up.
Well,
Yeah, the
maybe
ribbons
if you
on
can
my
give
desk thing.
give Rick maybe like a mod role.
Yeah,
to move
I'll
people.
add some more mods here.
Yeah, we're gonna need him because there's been some situations happening lately. Like Ghost gave out his full phone number over the stream the other day. I don't know if you saw the messages I sent you recently, but his full phone number, we couldn't like stop him. We had to just try to talk over him, like so that YouTube didn't hear it. And then like there was some other guy that was like he sounded like it was Dr. Crypto, and it sounded like he was talking about patient information, like personal, like medical, like records
HIPAA
and
stuff.
financial records and stuff. So that,
There is
I
a
mean,
role
that
that you
guy,
can
there was
create.
nothing we could do about that guy.
There's a role that you can just create like a bouncer role where it's simply all they can do is simply they can't ban anyone, they can't kick people.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
they can move people
Yeah.
to different channels if they're gulag operators.
Yeah, if I could just move, mute, or disconnect, like then
just
like that's
disconnect or shift channel abilities.
like I really don't want to be like a mod, but like I feel like I'm here often enough where there's been so many times where it's like somebody had an open mic, it was a bad situation. There was just no mods that were there to like move them or disconnect them.
I'll make a list here coming up and I'll set a roll up.
Yeah, this move down, I feel like the market moves down for two reasons in my mind. Like, and you can probably add or critique this, but one is it moves down because the liquidity provider, the market maker, whoever it may be, is going to go collect liquidity, right? Like all the long licks and all that. And then in my mind, the other style of going down is the market is freaking out and capitulating and the bear market starting kind of thing. And it's either one of those two, like every
Lack of
time it shifts
volume.
down. So
Yeah.
yeah, so right now I don't think that this is like, oh, this is the end. We're going down.
Sometimes it's just good old fashioned
I
profit
just think
taking,
it's
you know?
yeah, and that that too. Yeah.
Remember, like people have gotten into that idea of you take profits on these pumps, you know, and
Yeah, exactly.
maybe it's taken them this long to really for it to sink in. But that's how it works, right? These lessons sink in right at the point where they're not useful anymore. Like
Yeah.
right when you should really be holding now and pushing forward, like now you're starting to get the idea of trading and taking profits and all that. What I'm worried about is going to happen during the next bear market. Like this bull market is going to teach people, okay, sit in Bitcoin. If you're going to be in alts, take your profit really early, don't hold them. And they're going to learn that lesson right in time to implement it when you should be holding alts during QE. You know, when they will pump and they will sustain their moves.
So yeah, I don't know. I guess in my mind, whatever this pullback is, it's not to be feared, in other
No.
words.
Mm-mm. Remember the
It's
purpose for the push itself, right?
yeah.
Like that matters. If you're moving up, right? If you're moving up to a new level because people just decided to buy Bitcoin, some bullish catalyst came in, price was Bitcoin was repriced to take this new bullish catalyst. You know, U.S. is adding Bitcoin to the strategic reserve or something like that, right? And
Yeah.
price moves up, right? Cool. That's real spot buys. Those are real people who bought Bitcoin to
Yeah,
hold
like
it to sell it
fundamental
at a
reason.
higher. Yeah. But if we're moving up because of liquidation sweeps, if those spot orders don't come in at the top, like that's going to get paid for, right? It's like all synthetic movement. And these are all just shorts who had to cover on market, right? So they bought on market to cover those excuse me, low liquidity environments, so it pushed price. But as soon as market makers stop the party and retail didn't kick in, right? Like there's no floor there. The floor comes from spot. And the floor comes from spot buyers who are buying Bitcoin and saying, okay, this is a good spot for me. I'm going to hold it for X amount of time.
Yeah.
We didn't really
Yeah,
have that
definitely.
here, right? That we don't have that
Concrete.
to support price here.
Yeah. Makes you wonder where the concrete Bitcoin actually is. Like, what level is it up to now?
I would say it's right around our. I would say we're pretty close to fair value, right? Like if you look at where our weekend traps were going into this range, right? We set a lower trap on the swing when we had that deviation out of the range. Let me clear this up. Right, that's our range. So we set those weekend traps. So our floor or the fair value for the most part is somewhere running right through the middle. If you ever want to know where fair value is, you just pull your BPVR or your visible range. So our fair value right now is at point of control, which is 118 basically. Right, so we're trading a bit underneath that right now. Actually, we're right at it. Yeah, we're about to come down to what is considered for this range fair value for Bitcoin. Right, underneath it would be a value area low. Right, so it's at a discount basically. Above it's at a premium. All that basically means is current sentiment has Bitcoin priced at 1800. Right? Everything else is fluctuation. Everything else is just volatility off of that sort of line. That's why we love when there's rate cuts and shit like that. Right? Because that's the type of news that brings in buys. That brings in people from the sidelines that were not involved, that are now involved, and they're holding. Right? So those moves that we get off of that, those sustain, that's the type of thing that creates new levels. Shrinking the CME gap down. You know what's crazy? When we were over here in the weekend trap, right, and we had this measure to move up to 119, that seemed like such an explosive move, right? Like, just to get up to that range was like almost asking for too much at the time. And then doing that after, it's like, that has to get paid for. You know, it's not like we came off of a base and did this. Like, we came off of an impulse and did this.
Yeah, that was a crazy move. That was a crazy move.
Nuts. Really good move, though.
Yeah.
Give a big shout out to all the Bears who made that possible. You guys are the real MVPs.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bitcoin did a lot very quickly yesterday. I mean, racing almost all the way back up to the all-time highs, quite rapidly.
Super impulsive move.
Impressive. Yeah.
Indy, if you're using the VPVR, right, you don't have to be super accurate because it's going to take all the information. You just got to figure out what you're trying to analyze, right? What part of the chart are you trying to analyze? Like, if I just want to see what the fair value is in this that I'm looking at, I would just pull it from the bottom to the top, and it's going to drop right where it's supposed to, right? Fair value just for this range that we're looking at is at 116. Value area high is at 119. Value area low is at support. So when you're playing these visible ranges, let me make this thicker so you guys can see. So these visible ranges work just like your regular range would, right? When we're trading regular ranges, we draw our boxes, right? And we trade from the bottom to the top of the range, top to the bottom of the range. The logic of the visible range is if the value area high is lost, price will seek out point of control, right? When the point of control is lost, price will seek out the value area low. If value area low holds, price will seek out point of control. If point of control holds, price will re-seek out value area high. Right? That's how you range trade these things. So right now we've lost the point of control. I mean, we've lost the value area high. Right? Price is currently seeking out fair value or the point of control, 116.5. The logic is that price will seek out the area and the range that's had the most amount of volume traded. Right? That's where your point of control is. At that point, the most amount of liquidity was traded. Remember, these ranges are your high liquidity ranges. Right? Ranges where price goes sideways and consolidates, those are high liquidity ranges. The point inside that range that has the most price action is your fair value. It shows it lower because you're only looking at this section, right? What I did earlier is I took the entire range that we're looking at, right? This entire range from the time that we came up, came back, held, right? Our new range up here. Our old range was down here, right? It was delineated by that resistance. So if you wanted to take your VPVR of the old range, right, you'd pull it like that. This was our old range. Now that we've come up and we've established a new range up here, then you want to take this. This is the range that we're currently in, right? This is our deviation out of the top of that range, our deviation out of the bottom of that range, and our deviation again out of the top of the range here. You will be able to see it with a little bit of practice without having to pull it, but it's always good to sort of pull it and get some confluence. Now, if we were to take this entire range, right, which is the problem that bears get into, they won't acknowledge new ranges and they stay looking at the old range, right? So if we pull this entire range, then our fair value is at 104. And in my opinion, that's what screws people up. But even if you were looking at that, we got up above that value area high, held it, deviated, but pulled it again. So in my opinion, that bottom range is dead at this point, right? This lets you know that that bottom range is dead. Could have been a deviation out of the range, came back in, but it broke out and broke out the highs. So this is officially a breakout out of that original range. Now our job is to hold it, right? That's what this SR flip is here. This is the entrance back into the range that we already left. A lot of TA, the reason why people's TA is different, in my opinion, is because a lot of it is subjective. Meaning, when you decide to take that new range, it shouldn't be, right? There are guidelines to let you know when the range is done. But people put too much of their own subjectivity in it and say, well, you know, that doesn't feel like a real breakout, or that doesn't, you know, and they'll get married to lower ranges. You just got to let the chart tell you.
Hey, Dbloc, can I ask a question?
Yeah, what's up?
So will you use, say on, I don't know, 15-minute time frame, when you see value area high or VRVP, whatever, will you use a different fib than the lowest to the high to help find confluence with, say, you know, the point of control or value?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, that's when you really like, when you're setting up your trades or setting up your exits, that's when you're going through all your confluences, right? First, you want to go naked chart. You want to draw a line on all your support and resistances, all your points of interest, right? Then you want to drop your VPVR and see what matches up. You know, is your value area high right on top of your resistance? Is your point of control sitting right on a support band in the middle? Cool. Then you fib the whole thing. Okay, where's your 0.5? Right now you have 3 levels of confluence in that, on that one level, or your golden pocket, you know, or whatever. So the more levels that you can pull and the more confluence that you can get for one specific price point, that gives you, you know, higher conviction when it comes time to take profit and shit like that. I think the trick is to do that beforehand. You don't want to do that in a trade, because then you get to the point where you're trying to convince yourself of what you're already thinking. Let me find the reason to stay in this trade, or let me find the reason to get out of this trade. I like to do all that shit beforehand. I'm setting my entries. I already know where my take profit is. I know what the measured move of the pattern that I'm trading is. I pulled my fibs, I pulled my fib extensions, I pulled my VPVR. I see where the highest levels of confluence are, and then I set my TPs in those ranges.
Right on. So basically, market maker theory helps with this when for inside the ranges, basically, or inside of the ranges.
Yeah.
On, we're going to come back and we're going to take these vectors, or nope, we're going to go up and take those vectors. We're going to go up or down.
If the take profit that I'm looking at, if the take profit I'm looking at is at 150, whatever, and the 786 retracement is at 150, and the 0.618 fib extension is at 160, and the value area high happens to be at 150, and there's a big vector gap sitting between 150 and 160, and there's liquidations all the way up from 120 to 140, 160. That's a go. Everything's lined up for you. Market maker targets, whale targets, the way that the patterns are set up, RSIs, everything's pointing in the same direction. Me personally, I can always get in a trade. Like, my default when I sit at the computer is let's trade. So because of that, over the years, I've developed like an opposite sort of contrarian view, right? So I look for reasons not to take the trade. I'll sit down and I'll be like, let me find a reason to not to take this trade, right? And I'll do my whole TA based on why I shouldn't take this trade. When I can't find a single reason not to take the trade, I take the trade.
Yeah, I think that for a lot of us, and me especially, there's so much information here with moving averages and trend lines, and the market maker theory, and then the volume theories, and CME gaps, and all of that stuff. It's like, wow, it's a lot, but you really help put it into perspective. I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's a lot, and you don't need all the tools to begin with, right? That's why, like, I started with momentum, right? With just your EMAs on the chart and nothing else, being able to switch to any time frame and immediately tell, is this bullish or is this bearish? Just by where your 13 EMA is and where the 50 EMA is, right? On top of that, now you start learning market maker theory and all that. Then now you've got 2 levels of confluence, right? And slowly, as you go sort of refining those, like, I want you to fill your toolbox before you know how to use the first couple tools, in other words, right? You start to get comfortable, then you start adding other things. Okay, let me check out these fibs. Okay, that works too. Let me check out this. That works too. And then eventually you have a full toolbox that you can dip into. And the real honest part of this whole thing is that no strategy works in every single phase of the market. Right? So people have like one strategy that they follow and it's cool and they teach it to you and it works when it works, but when it stops working, there's not one single way that I trade that I can trade the entire way through the 4-year cycle. Right? Once we start going parabolic and things go nuts, I rely a lot heavier on market Cypher than I do on vector candles, because we're leaving massive vector candles on the way up. Right? Market makers not in control anymore. The liquidity's gotten to the point where they're not needed. So at that point, it's more important to pay attention to momentum. You get up into price discovery. If you're really good at support and resistance, cool, I'm happy for you, but that's going to do nothing for you in price discovery. You know what I mean? Because there are no levels. Right? At that point, you have to be really good at trading momentum. So knowing when to pull out what tool is really important. That's why, like, people that are die hard on one sort of trading, it's like, I get it. If it works, and that builds confidence, but you just haven't been in this thing long enough to get to that section where it doesn't work anymore. Right? You know what they say, like, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail? Well, you can't just hammer your way through this entire bull market. Yeah, Zambrano, I don't think there's a huge rush to drop price. So this is a This is a regular weekly retracement, in my opinion. And our levels that we're trying to hit to the bottom aren't that low. So be careful wishing for a quick dip, because that leaves us with 48 hours and at support, right? Which is kind of what we want, is a good 1 day down, a little recovery day up, and then the third day swing. My sort of overlay or my play out on how I think this is gonna work is still valid to me. Let me put it up. We did this yesterday. So that white line, when we were up here, is what I was expecting, right? Come down, hold support on the uptrend, which we did with that blue stopping volume candle, breaks, hold support on target 6, which we did here, right? This little bump, and then drop down to target 2, which we're trying to do now, and then pop back up above 6 and hold it as support. Right? So pop back up over 6, hold it as support, and then have our reversal on Thursday, which leads us to our trap longs on Friday. Weekend trap, false move down, clear liquidity, touch the 50 EMA, and then we go to all-time highs. So what that would end up doing is, if that plays out like that, and obviously that's a whole lot of future tripping, but if that plays out like that, that'll give us our drop to 2, wherever this ends up, pop back up over resistance, retest it, inverse head and shoulders. Don't ever do what I'm doing, y'all. This is pure sport right now. Right? We don't have enough data to make this call. So don't get in the habit of doing this. But that's what I'm looking for. And then that final move that takes us up 125, 124. For our target that's sitting here waiting. Alright, I'm gonna put the crystal ball away.
And would that be a new
Get
range
serious.
up there?
Super chat. Yeah, I'll take a look for you real quick. Right now, though, honestly, Bitcoin is more important than anything else. But you did pay for a super chat, so let me... XRP is down at the bottom of that flag like we were talking yesterday. GG's, anybody who took profit off their XRP.
Dang, man, I called them. Shit. Saving.
Damn, it's been a while since we looked at this. And so that got invalidated. Last time we looked at this, it had just come down off of I just want to make sure it's the same chart that I think it is. Yeah, so we had just come off of that dip. We were looking at this W pattern that played out, but then everything sort of went to shit after that. All right, so you had another W pattern down here. Almost got invalidated. Double bottom, basically. Not my favorite W. Double bottoms are like the weaker W's in my opinion, but still played out nonetheless. All right, popped up. Little cup on handle business. You haven't made your measured move yet on this cup and handle. All right, this was your target 1. This is your target 2. Issue is you're coming up on a double top here, right, in real time. So if you can get above this SR flip, if you can get above that SR flip, then I'm looking at 37 cents. If this rejects and comes back down, then I'd be looking for it to fill this vector underneath. Right? So right now, that's your goal. You're putting in a little flag pattern here. It could make another attempt, but keep your eye on that. Keep your eye on that flag. If that plays out, you get your measured move. Right? If it rejects, you're coming back down to this vector gap.
Do you know anything about this coin, like the narrative, or?
Nope. I'm just strictly looking at the chart. It was a request from YouTube. But so far, it's been performing okay.
So Dbloc, what's
Bullish
the
pattern
rule?
after bullish pattern.
Yeah.
What's the rule on your on people who paid the $50 or whatever? Like, I don't want to overwhelm you with requests, but like, I don't even remember like what we paid for. Like, is it also we can do requests?
Of course.
So I know you're focused on what do you get for $10? Anything you want. Okay, so I'm not going there, but like so I know you're focused on Bitcoin, but Dom has 2 downward resistant trend lines to bust through.
Mm-hmm.
There one's more local and there's one that's more macro. Does it mean anything at this point? Because it's really hard to trade alts right now because of what's going on. Like, it could literally, Dom could do anything right now.
Yeah, we're looking for a lower high here on Dom. What I would want to see is for it to hold that uptrend that we broke. Let me go to bigger time frame here. So what I'm looking for is a bearish retest of that uptrend. right? Basically the same as if, so we have here is a flag, right? Traditional bull flag. Once we break out, we wait for that retest. We never got a retest. So if this breakout was to play out, if this truly is a breakdown, just like we're talking about with range trading, it would reject off the bottom of the range and then take out the lows. If it comes back into the top of the range, then you open the risk of a revisit to the bottom of the range, then you open that risk of a revisit up to the top again. That's when it gets sort of sketchy for alts.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. So it's for me, I'm just sitting on the sidelines right now.
We don't want to get above 61, 61.2, 61.3 basically.
Got it. Thank you. Perfect. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry to interrupt, but like from my point of view at least, from the drop that we had from the top, I think that dominance has behaved quite nicely because we have like only 2k more down, and if everything goes to plan, we're gonna drop right down with the dominance after we're done dumping right now.
We're gonna drop down, meaning what? Bitcoin price?
Yeah, I mean, if Bitcoin comes to 116, I'm expecting this exact retrace of DOM to like the top of the range, bottom of the range. You know how you said, and after that, when Bitcoin starts to recover, altcoins are gonna be fine.
Yeah, I believe so. And we just have to make sure that we hold these levels, right? The only thing that worries me is that during the last bear market, during the last bull market, when Dom finally took that trip down, we had several relief rallies of 9, 10%, 7%, 6%.
Yes, that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, this relief rally that we had here on Dom was literally only like 4%. I'm not saying it has to do more, but historically, we've gotten more volatility than that. I would love to see this just reject and have the bottom fall out of it, though.
Yes.
But we'd have to see. We have to wait to see if that happens. Remember, the last couple of days, we've seen Dom go up while Bitcoin's going up and down. And we've seen Dom go down as Bitcoin's going up and down.
Yeah, it's been weird.
Yeah, so we can't really jump in front of it. We just got to see how it performs.
And what you just said about it going both directions and going up in Bitcoin's both directions is the part that I was telling you about it being hard.
Yeah, Bitcoin's going down right now, and Dom is pumping. Like these are both on the 15-minute chart, right? Look at when this pump started for Dom. That was right here at this candle, as rejected and took this trip down. Dom pumped.
And what I'm fearing, and again, this is I know a little bit of emotion, but it's logical fear, is that if it violently goes down to get the CME gap, that could be enough to break the downtrend and go into the range.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, just look at the mechanics of it, right? So follow the line on both sides, right? So at the top of Bitcoin here, when we came down, Dom started going down with it right up until this part when it hit the 50. As we got to the 50 and dropped these vector candles, Dom pumped. So just in this one stretch, we saw Dom go down and go up as Bitcoin's coming down. And then this move up on Bitcoin gave us this big drop on Dom. This move down on Bitcoin gave us the first half of this drop. And then the second half of the drop gave us a pump. Right? So you can't really, what you're seeing is people reacting to alts as Bitcoin is making its moves. Right? This is indecision. Right? Is it alt season? Is it not alt season?
It all depends on what Bitcoin's doing.
And I didn't analyze it like you just did, but I was getting the feeling that there was indecision, and you just proved it.
Yeah,
through
you
charts.
can see it. It's like the other day when they dropped that Bitcoin 401k thing, and Bitcoin pumped and Dom pumped, and then we're looking at Dom, and Dom is still going, and it's like, okay, that just, it lets you know that people are not, the appetite for alts isn't there yet. Right? When Dom pumps and when Bitcoin pumps and Dom dumps at the end of it, that means that people have appetite for alts, right? They're moving their profits that they just made on Bitcoin and they're buying a bunch of alts with it.
Love it. I mean, this is the part that I love about your whole like analysis between the different levels of just not looking at just price, but looking at everything. I'm still learning. It's still a lot to take on in 1 year, but you have like several years of experience, but it's catching slowly in my thick skull.
Yeah. It's just slowly creating an edge, right? The more things you look at that other people aren't looking at, helps you make decisions that other people aren't making.
Do you think we can finish this move down until like in like 12 hours or something like that, or it would take much longer?
I mean, we could finish it right now. That's not how I would like it for it to play, though. I would like this to take some time. Like I said, I don't want to be down at support already. You're sitting at 115.7-ish or whatever. And there's still 48 hours left to go until midweek reversal. I'd much rather
But
have
have
a
you ever
little bit of a
seen,
relief rally here and then come down over the next day.
can the relief rally jump over the 50 MA and then like scam wick right down and drop
Yeah.
quickly?
Yeah, we could take this whole thing out right now, have a green day tomorrow that takes us like to this vector gap or something, and then have a red day again on Tuesday. Like we can put in the low today, right? What we can't do is take out these highs before Thursday. My opinion. Need to do some resetting, man.
Yeah, Dbloc, I have a question. What's this shadow lines behind your chart?
Hold on. Oh, this line? This was yesterday when I said if I had a magic wand, when we were up here and we were still hovering, I was like, come down, test the re-10, test, come down, reject off of target 6, take out the lows to 2, come back up, hold target 2, pump up, weekend trap. It's just magic wand TA. I'm just trying to forecast. So far, so good.
Stretch it out a little.
Yeah, I know. I wish I could stretch it out, but I can't. Just move it over type of shit, right? Would be like there. But this was never meant to be time perfect. It's just directional.
It's just funny how close it pretty is almost.
What I thought was funny is how technical it was. Because I just did it quick. I was like, I'll probably come down here, da 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 da. And then when I was looking at it after, I was like, damn. Inverse head and shoulders. Right? Price comes down and retests. Not only that, but hit the uptrend, break the uptrend, come back up, retest the uptrend for the trap longs, come back into the weekend. Like it's just, this is how I think it's going to play out. But it was just funny how even when I'm just doing the line, I still respect like levels and shit without thinking about it.
Yeah, a lot of times I'll draw a projection, like just randomly, like freehand, like on the chart. And then I'll bring out a fib and I'll draw the fib and like the fib will line up perfectly to like the 0.5 or something. Or like if I make it a little bit deeper, it'll like bounce off the 618 and then like come back up and there'll be like a level of resistance. I feel like that I do the same thing subconsciously. Like I kind of make it so that it sort of respects levels instead of it just being a squiggle. But there's been a few times where I'm like, wow, that's remarkable that like I drew that by hand and it was a perfect 0.5 touch.
It is aggressively hot today.
I'm freaking dying. I don't know how you're still
You
surviving
have
down
to
there
see
because
like
it is
on.
freaking hot up here.
It's aggressively hot. Actually, even we never registered those temperatures since 100 years.
That's
No,
bad, bro.
that's real.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is
it's
like scorching
45
hot,
Celsius.
like to the point where even AC doesn't work.
Yeah. Actually, they announced a holiday tomorrow for no one. Like literally, they said no one is allowed to go outside their apartments because the UV levels are the highest since
Damn.
the beginning of the registration of the UV measurements. So if you don't have anything to do outside, stay at home.
Like a good day to go take a tan.
No, man, that's cancer.
Yeah, burnt.
I know, but your skin will be all golden, you know?
Yes.
Maybe in 20 or 30 years, you know, you might have to get some chemo, but those
Man,
Instagram pictures are going to be hitting.
I get 30 fans, which those like spread the mist to my chickens so they will not die.
That's crazy, man. That's hot. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I take
hot.
it
Actually,
back. It's not that hot. I'm good.
man, I lost 750 chicks since last night.
Gee.
Yeah.
Is that insured in any way?
Yes.
Okay, good.
And it's relative
Dude, I
too.
heard you could get.
I live in the Pacific Northwest, and just being 98 degrees is like 20% higher than we normally get. So it's my chickens are sitting in the shade right now. I only have 20, but they're just like sitting in the shade, afraid to move out of it right now.
Yeah, they cannot. Actually, they just calm down and they sit in a corner, try to do something, which I don't know what they are trying to do to get rid of that heat. That's crazy, man. You see them
So
dying, literally.
I heard that you can
That's so
order them
sad, man.
like and get them shipped to you like in a box. Like they come in a box, and
Yeah.
if they're dead, like you get a refund or you get new chickens sent to you or something.
No,
Is that
no, no.
true?
There is a margin. No, no, that's not this way. There is a margin of 5% death rate, like that's death ratio. So whenever, let's say, you order 10,000 chicks, then there is a 5% margin which you should be okay with. If it increase, then you have to see the insurance company or the shipper, but they don't refund, especially when you're speaking about livestock or anything like when it comes to life kind of thing.
What do they send eggs or are they actual chickens that are actually born already?
No, no, no. Hatched.
So how the hell do they make it anyway? How do they make it through shipping? Like that's it seems so inhumane. Are they in a special like container, like an incubator or some shit?
Yeah, incubators, like plastic incubators. Each plastic incubator have 20 chicks in.
Dude,
Dude,
that's crazy. Imagine.
that's how I get my eggs. I get my Australorp eggs from eBay actually, and they
Yeah.
come in this styrofoam, well packaged, preserved thing, and I've never had a problem. They've all been fertilized eggs that have turned into chickens, and it takes like 3 days, 2 to 3 days. Mostly, it's an 18-hour shipping option, but
Yeah.
dude, it's never failed. I think maybe I'll have one bad egg out of 20 or so.
Yeah, I know it's still hot out, and I live up in the mid north Central America, Central United States, up in Michigan, and I am over stepping outside and smoking a pack of Canadian wildfires because I'm over that. My God, it's been so hazy here from those fires that it looks like it's going to rain. It's crazy.
Yeah, dude, California's burning up right now.
Yeah, I wonder where it's cold now.
Australia.
Alaska.
In Australia, it's like 70 degrees.
Southern Hemisphere. It's nice down here.
Yeah, it's winter time. Your time, like it is winter
Yeah.
now. Yeah,
that's right.
Rick still mows his lawn in the winter, though.
Dude,
That's
winter
right.
for him is like 70 degrees.
But that's still cold, dude. When you're like, dude, when I was in Egypt, it was 132 degrees, and then at night it would go down to 75. You literally would freeze.
Yeah, it's cold. The differential, like, yeah. But yeah, man, I've never been in proper winter cold. Never experienced anything sub-zero.
Come to Michigan in January. I'll show you what it's about.
Yeah. I've never seen snow in my life. Never.
Never?
Could be a myth. Yep. For all I know.
You don't need it, my friend. It's
You
nice
don't
to see
need
it falling, but trust me, second day you just regret the second that you wish that you want to see it.
Yeah, right.
It's too cold.
It's all a hoax, mate. Don't believe the
It's
hype.
a
It's all a
hoax.
hoax.
Don't believe the snow.
Yeah.
The craziest thing is it's like 90 some degrees outside today, and in like 5 months, literally you'll be shoveling a foot of snow off of the driveway. It's crazy.
Weather is changing, man. It's raining in Saudi Arabia. Imagine, like Saudi Arabia, mid of summer, August. Now it's raining.
I need some water over there anyway.
They used to just like
was that?
say like, yeah. Keep going.
Oh, that wasn't there a flood in Dubai, like 2 years ago or something? There was like this crazy
Yeah.
rain that hit, and
Yeah.
people were like conspiracy theorying that it was
I
like
was there. I
harm,
was there.
like
It was actually a
temperature
failed
change.
attempt to artificial rain.
Oh,
Yeah.
cloud seeding. Yeah.
Yeah, cloud
Yeah.
seeding,
Yeah.
rain dance.
Sounds successful to me.
Yeah,
It works, but just too well.
too well.
Rain
Ran too
have
much too
like
quick.
proper drainage, and then that's what's gonna end up happening. You know what I mean? Because why would you have drainage in the first place when it's not really
Man,
a
they
place
want to
where
get an iceberg to place it like next to the shores of Fujairah. Like to UAE, they're just doing this plan. They want to drag an iceberg from the south side of the planet at Antarctica, get it all the way to the shores of Fujairah, and they will do this system where they will take every single drop of water from iceberg and to just circulate it to the city, and they want to get penguins. I don't know what they want to.
That's the
Wouldn't it just
epitome of
melt?
Like
right?
just Google it. You will see it on like you will literally find it.
The
They're literally
epitome of
fighting
FU
against the
money.
nature of planet Earth, like the fact that it's warm at the equator and cold at the poles.
that's our job. Defy nature.
Yeah.
The UAE iceberg project proposed by National Advisory Bureau Limited aim to tow icebergs from Antarctica to UAE coast to provide fresh drinking water and boost tourism. Oh.
Could you imagine, you know how the Earth obviously, well, I mean, the flat earthers will debate this, but the Earth spins, right, on its axis. Could you imagine if they started tumbling as well? So, like, we were rolling sideways, but also up and down, like, rolling. So that would
The
ruin
flat,
the seasons for starters.
the
Like,
flat
there
Earth
would be no
rotates.
seasons.
Flat Earth, it just spins.
That
It
would
just
be
spins.
wild, dude. Spins and tumbles.
Oh my god! Well, that's
Does
it.
like
Yeah.
a flip, tray flip.
One of these days, we're just gonna fall into the sky, and then
Oh man.
that'll be because we've been flipped over.
Yeah.
Milkshake kind of thing, man.
Roll and tumble.
Or if the Earth somehow slowed down with its spin and then became not spinning, so tidally locked to the sun, so that only one side of the Earth receives sunlight for eternity, the other side's
Yeah.
in complete
Man,
darkness.
that would kill
I
off.
think
That would
we would
first of
move
all the
to where it was dusk.
yeah,
You know what I
and
mean?
also like
Yeah.
the like the wildlife would freak out, right? It'd be insane.
Oh yeah, man. There'd be like a livable band, like where you could travel into the night or travel back into daylight. You know, depending
Yeah,
on
man.
what you do.
I had this when I was young, researching this kind of thing. Like, what if those kind of
Oh yeah,
things happen? How they
like a
just go to
hypothetical. Yeah,
yeah, and I love that. Actually, it's a really interesting topic because
interesting.
if you really think
Yeah,
about
yeah.
it, the Earth is spinning like if you just want to just spinning in a speed of 1,000 kilometer per hour. Okay, and we're
Mm.
spinning around the sun with a speed like it reach around like I don't know 36,000 kilometer per second. I think it's something like this. So
It's very fast. Yeah.
yeah, it's fast. So I think like literally when they send those rockets out to to the outer space, like they just don't lose us. How it comes like, or maybe inertia is dragging it with us to that
Yeah.
sideways. I don't know, like while going up. It's
It's
really crazy.
Got the Van Allen.
conservation of momentum is interesting.
Yeah.
The science of that. Like,
Mhm.
it's like if you were to get a baseball, take a baseball onto a train that was going 100 miles an hour, like a bullet train. And if you throw the baseball up and then catch it, the baseball doesn't fly out the back window of the train. It just it goes up as though the train wasn't moving.
Yes.
Because yeah, and that's conservation of momentum, and that's why you can't feel the Earth spin or the rotation of Earth in space, or the
Inertia.
movement of our
Inertia.
solar system through space as well.
Is it
Because
inertia?
apparently the whole
It's
thing.
called,
Yeah, it's inertia or
yeah.
conservation of
Yeah.
momentum. It's called. Yeah.
Also, I think just most like we'd have to create sort of artificial day-night cycles for certain crops and whatnot that we're trying to grow, right? Because most things just aren't going to be able to survive like constant daylight like that. We'd end up eating like mushrooms or something,
Yeah.
stuff that's like like from caves and whatnot.
Another interesting thing about conservation of momentum is if there was no conservation of momentum, you wouldn't be able to pour a drink on a plane, like in first class when they pour a drink of water into a cup.
Mm.
That wouldn't be possible. Like it would just fly out the bottle and like go everywhere because of the speed of the plane, you know?
That's kind of
Whoa.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, it's interesting. Science is kind of crazy.
very interesting, but very crazy.
So what's up with Bitcoin?
Mm.
Is it a bottoming formation for a potential relief rally?
Well, so we have in the 15-minute, we're under most of the major time frames. Actually, we're sort of battling with the 5 EMA right now. On the 1 hour, we're doing what? Looks better on the 1 hour. Though we did bounce off of the 50 on the 1 hour in the last candle. Mm, 4 hours sort of looks like shit.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you guys. I'm going down to the trading floor. See you later.
No worries. Enjoy.
Thanks. Good luck.
Later.
Good luck, bro. See ya.
Later. Bye.
Be a stranger.
And if you do come back, don't bring any of those degens back here with you.
Trying to slow down. Trying to curve this so that it
So anybody who had the courage to buy when it was at 112 and you sold above like 120, good job. And then anyone who had the courage to short when it was scary and had the instinct to short, also good job. It was looking scary for shorts there for a minute. They were just trying to milk those things to death, but I mean, people eventually stopped shorting, and then this is what happens: the price actually drops, and there's not a bunch of extra stuff pulling it up. I got fully stopped out of my long position in the profit. Well, I have another one that's a lot smaller on a different exchange, but the big one that I was running, that one profit got fully pulled from that. I don't even know if I'm coming through because I'm in a bad spot.
You are.
Cool.
Are you in right now?
Yeah, on one exchange, I'm both long and short, and so my long is lower, my short is higher. But I've mostly just got grid bots running.
Yeah, I heard you mention that. How's it working?
Dude, they've been working out pretty good. Like, it takes all the emotion out of it. To be honest, I might just set up a bunch of grid bots and just run them instead of like actually actively trading myself, because they probably will do a better job than me. If I just give them enough money, then they'll probably do a better job than I will just trading manually. I didn't get any of that. Did anyone get what that person was just trying to say?
Oh, you got a YouTube video on it yet?
I do wow.
Like now you're lagging, bro.
I don't personally. I haven't put.
Yeah, Qual, you're roboing.
I personally put out a YouTube video. I
What
haven't
did I
really
just
watched any.
What did I just come into? It sounds like a bunch of demons are talking in the chat.
Flying Dutchman type shit, right?
Demon time at the crypto Cypher. But yo, did you guys see Farcoin got smacked down? It got smacked down from like $1 all the way down like 85 or something like that. I took a swing at it here. Had a lot of gas today anyway, so I was like, let me see if this will help.
I was asking Quai if he had a video on that on his YouTube.
I think his videos are X-rated though.
I
You want to see them?
Hey, only a few of them, and those ones are on my Patreon, right?
Alright.
But yeah, so the I don't have a video on it, but I can probably make one at some point soon. That's actually a pretty good idea. Thanks for the idea. I'll probably make a video on grid bots. The thing about grid bots is like, if you have a really wide range, they're really easy and like but it takes like a really long time for them to make just like a little bit money. But if you have like a really tight range, you can make more money quicker. But the problem with that is that it's more dangerous because if it goes outside of the range and you don't have a stop loss on it, then the bot can get totally wrecked. So it's like the tight ranges are kind of more difficult. Like you have to keep more of an eye on it. And like you can always stop it manually if it goes like parabolic out of a range or if it just starts crashing. But the tight ranges are more difficult. Like they tend to be more fruitful, but they're more difficult to manage.
Is it spot?
I'm using futures grid bots. You can use a spot grid bot, but like you would need like a third party like 3 or something to run the bots, and like a lot of that you end up having to pay for the service. I think you can run like 1 or 2 for free, but there's a service that's like 15 or 20 bucks a month or whatever, and you could run like as many bots as you want. I think you can do like the thing about spot grid is they're only really good for trading in a range and accumulating coins. Once you have the coins and once you're out of that range, you either decide to like have the coins or have the money that you made with the range. But if you like the martingale bots and the like the infinity grid, like that the stuff that's like sort of self-adjusting, I'm not sure. Like I know that there are options available to do it on spot. I just don't know if there's any exchanges that are doing it that are like US that you're able to get on in the US. And if there are, I don't really know of them, but the only one I would know of that allows you to do like the variety of different bots is 3 commas, but then you have to link your API to your exchange. So really your spot exchange, like you would have to link Coinbase or something to your 3 commas account. And then basically 3 commas, once you get the bot set up, basically your 3 commas account will be trading through your Coinbase exchange. Like it will be trading through your Coinbase exchange like account, like with your permission. But it's like, the bot has to be set up on one site and then like all the trading is done on another site. So it's kind of weird. It can be done. I'll dive deeper into like what kind of options and stuff are available and like easily accessible and stuff. And I'll
That would
try
be
to throw
rad.
together, try to throw a little something together for like people that are interested in getting into them. Who is it that's asking? Just so that I'll
Hi,
see.
Keith.
Oh, hi Key. All right, cool.
Who
Yeah,
sent you?
I'll get some stuff together and I'll let you know like what I find.
Oh, cucumbers and Taco Bell? Okay. Trying to figure out things I can eat to give me some gas to pump fart. Guess I should get like extra bean Taco Bell.
Dude, I was eating
Beans.
I was eating carrot cake the other night, and dude, like it made me so gassy. I don't know why.
Carrot
I guess
cake.
because
Yes, I love
yeah,
carrot cake.
I guess I've been
Those
eating
protein
keto.
drinks.
Yeah, Fiber One bars. Dude, those Fiber One bars, man, they'll fire up a storm.
I think that we're gonna turn down here on ETH. We hit the top of the Bollinger Band on the 5 minute and
Yep.
tested the 50, and now we're rolling over. And to be honest, this Bart Simpson looks pretty dramatic with the M ending it like that on the 1 hour.
I kind of agree with you. That's why I got into fart, because a lot of times fart was going against the market. So I'm playing the cards. Fart just dumped hard too.
You know, another coin that goes against the market is ENA lately.
Yep.
I mean, it came down with it, but not as hard.
Polly want a cracker?
Sorry.
That bird got some decimals.
Yo, it sounds like she got a whole jungle.
Sounds like she got a dragon back there. What are you talking about?
My little dragon is my eagle. You want to say hi to them? What are you doing?
Okay, so carrot cake and Taco Bell noted.
Characters. Is it the cream cheese frosting that you like?
Well, carrot cake usually has that kind of off-white frosting. That's always so delicious. I don't know what kind of frosting
Yeah,
it is.
I need the recipe because that shit is like
You can just Betty
crap.
Crocker. You could go to Ralph's or whatever grocery store and go into the baking aisle, and you'll find cream cheese frosting. It's like Betty
Cream
Crocker makes.
cheese frosting.
Yeah, as far as like Taco Bell, I don't know. It's never been known to make me like gassy per se, but like I have shit my pants. Like I feel like the gas is more like a warning. Like there's something in here that's causing extra gases to form. It's not breaking down properly. Like we don't know how to handle this. And then like Taco Bell is like, get this out of here. Whatever you just put inside of me, get it out.
Popeyes. We're so gonna get moved into another channel.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Let me change the subject. Bitcoin is holding strong, but not strong enough.
Dump it.
Yeah, Dan, I came in with the TA. Just like change the subject. She's like, no, I'm not doing this. I gotta change the subject. And we just just kept talking about it again after.
No, for real, those protein drinks, they'll do it too.
I actually left my office to get something to eat. Felt pretty confident in this rolling over thing.
You left the charts?
But I've got Rick's open.
It's been years since I've left the charts. It must feel glorious.
I wonder if BNB looks a little head and shoulders-y. If BNB dropped out of that support, I, just right now, I think that Bitcoin's sort of rounding out and slowing down the drop because we're about to get a new daily candle.
Sounds like someone's about to get a new daily hot pocket.
Who's done?
Let's go.
Dude, I would love if BNB dropped because I need to buy some like urgently.
I don't know if BNB has to drop or what for Ethereum to fall out of this support, but I'm not looking for much, just a retest to 4K.
Seems like crypto has slipped into a coma.
This is the worst part.
I know, don't you hate it?
Yeah, just like shit will get off the pot, basically. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's annoying.
It's like these quiet, miserable times are sometimes like the best spots to get long or in at, or at least DCA a position. I don't know.
Oh yeah, but
Just
it's
no
like
one's
if
excited
we
for
are gonna make
anything
our way down,
right now.
we are gonna make our way down. It feels like we may as well just wait it out. But you know, this is the dynamic of the
Yeah,
market,
yeah.
right?
It could.
Having no position is a position.
Yeah, exactly. Who knows when this is going to turn around?
112.
If I went quiet and if I went quiet and miserable, I'll get married again. Enough of that.
Well, it wasn't even loud and miserable. It was quiet and miserable. That's
maybe 113.
Sounds like the worst. You didn't get any excitement out of it.
Did you had a bad experience, haven't you? Didn't you?
Oh yeah. That's
Yeah,
where
he's not. He's not. He's not a poster child for
ended up with
marriage. It seems.
Well, I ended up with full custody of my kids for 16 years, so that gives you an idea how that was.
Oh
yeah.
dear. Okay.
It's good for
Yeah,
good for
damn.
them, good for the kids, but yeah, that's how bad the situation was.
Yeah, that's
well.
Dude. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's all right. Worked out best for the long run, but yeah, it was interesting.
It's sad that things can get to that level where people just can't help themselves, you know? Like, even if they wanted to fix it, it's just they're beyond. It's beyond
Yeah.
the outside their scope, you know? Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's
sad.
virtually what happened.
Yeah. My sister's going
So I
through
work-
that right now, to be honest.
Oh shit. That sucks.
Where yeah, he's just incapable of, you know, addressing the basics of what's wrong.
Yeah. Oh, she ended up getting diagnosed as bipolar, paranoid, schizophrenic, and manic depressant. So it was the triple play. Yeah.
If any of that
Yeah. Those
thing,
are
that's
the
terrible.
worst.
Mm.
Those are the worst and sometimes the best.
Yeah.
Depends on what you like.
Not that.
If you're into that, yeah, well, I guess.
Oh, they're pretty wild.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hard
she was on the
pass.
hot.
I'm not into
She was
that.
in the hot, crazy matrix, but the juice wasn't worth the squeeze in the long run.
Mm.
A couple drinks and that might be a fun night for you.
New candle just opened. Daily.
There's something in the water, man. Were people like this in the 50s and 60s?
That's what I always wondered. Like, were we too young? We didn't know because we were just kids. Or
yeah, I don't know. Was there this much? What do you call it? Do you call it dysfunction? I guess.
Yeah, I guess in a way.
Yeah.
Same thing with the nut allergies and all that BS and ADHD and all this. Like, we just didn't.
Yeah,
Either we had it, and the testing has gotten so much better is part of it, but also
mental health crisis, man. It's just
Mental health crisis is also related to the process through diet change over the past few years. So I think it's less to do with diagnosis and more to do with that.
Yeah, like poor nutrition or like people eating things that are just under the radar, not good for them.
Diet change
And
cured
they
everything
can't-
for me and mentally too. I don't take anything anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, she had a really rough upbringing. That was the problem. I tried to be the knight in shining armor and take away from everything, and didn't realize how deep the wounds were until 2 kids into it.
Yeah,
And
some things are like
wheels fell off. Yeah.
prior
like
drug habit.
ingrained.
That'll help.
Never any drugs. Neither one of us. Mhm.
Oh. I'm just
Sad
saying,
thing is
some of them do. Some of them do
some
drugs
people.
prior, and they don't never become the same after that.
Sad thing is some
Prescription.
people are unreachable. Like you can't reach them. Like they're just, or if you try to help, it makes it worse because they, out of spite, they go the other way when you try to,
Sure.
help them. It's sad.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you when they care less than you do, you're fighting an uphill battle. If they got to care
Oh,
more.
man.
Hey Rick, you know
Yeah.
that question you asked about like what's going on? Like if you compare late stage empire societies like Rome and you compare it to like, I mean, I know you don't live in America, but like we seem to be the loudest on social media. If you compare it to a late
Yeah.
stage empire like the United States, it's very similar in mental health and weird behavior society wise.
Yeah, we get it here too. Australia is basically USA 2.0, man. Like our culture and yeah. You would be surprised. I think if you visited Australia, you'd be like, oh wow, like there's a lot of things that are very similar in the lifestyle and culture,
Prescriptions.
I think there's a lot of international
There you go.
trends and culture that is not bound by region.
And people don't have enough struggle in their life. It's too easy to live today, so you don't struggle and you're spending your time, you have free time to argue with people on the internet and take on causes and advocacy, which I'm okay with until it
Yeah.
gets toxic, right? But like
Yeah.
there's just people don't have to go out and hunt to get their food. They don't have to chop wood. They don't have to do anything. You literally live off of food stamps. And I'm not saying that's like people on food stamps are anything wrong. I'm just saying you
No,
could
no.
be poor and still be comfortable.
Yeah. And another thing that I think that has become more prevalent is we are spoiled for choice. And if something's like not optimal, we're just very used to jumping into a new thing or changing or leaving
Yep.
or quitting something that's uncomfortable. We quit it and we go find something that's
Oh,
more
those
comfortable,
dating apps are a
more
perfect
enjoyable.
example. It's like,
Oh man, chop
e-
and change and
every good looking girl knows she can get 25 dates for the weekend. So you go out on one date and just, they
dude,
just, yeah.
I notice it in myself, like my staying power when something's not working. Like I'm
Mhm.
out. Like I don't have the patience to sit around or deal or fix something.
Or are you cutting your
It's like,
losses
man,
early and you
too
realizes
hard. But yeah, it
that's
could
not your
be. It could be. Yeah,
You're picking
could
up
be
on the
that.
red flags
Yeah.
earlier.
That's a sign
Yeah.
of intelligence,
Yeah.
man. I wouldn't get
Yeah.
rid of
Yeah.
that. That's a good instinct.
Yeah. 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 I guess
But you're
it's a
to your
case by
point.
case thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but to your point, there's more things to choose from to realize that you're
Mm.
not good at it or you don't want to do it or it wasn't your bag or it wasn't your jam, right?
Yeah. Exactly. So you dabble in everything in life. That seems to be what's encouraged these days with everything. Like
Yeah.
like, oh, I'll try that. Oh, I got bored of that after this amount of time, or
Dude,
things got hard, so I quit.
it's like a meme. I see so many people that aren't focused, and I have my focus issues too, so I'm not trying to exclude myself.
Yeah, yeah,
But like,
sure.
my family focuses me. Like the threat of my family not eating or not being able to send my kids to
Mm,
school is what motivates me, right? But there are so many
yeah,
people that switch careers at around my age, middle age, where they're a real estate agent, and then they're an Edward Jones, fund manager or broker or something, and
y-
then they'll open up a small little store, and then that'll fail, and it's just like no focus. It's just like you said, jumping all over the place because they're desperate. They don't know what to
yeah,
do.
yeah. We want to win today. We don't want to win tomorrow. We want it now. As long as that stays the culture and the mindset, like I mean, in very generalized sense, trading, the dynamics of how the market moves will stay the same. The whole fear greed factor, people come in when it's all pretty and green, and they get wrecked. I know
Yep.
firsthand. I was one of
What,
them, but I still
ba-
am kind of one of them sometimes.
yeah, basically what I
Well,
think you're saying is that whatever mechanism is there, humans will still behave the same regardless of the
oh
platform.
yeah, yep, yep. The market has got us by the, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
They have us figured out, and they've had us figured out for many decades and whatever, and it works very well. It makes them a lot of money.
Got you by the tuckers.
Yeah, it's basically taking advantage of the predictable human behavior when they throw certain conditions our way.
And
I know what we're
it's
gonna do.
hard
I
because
know how we're
you
gonna
have
react.
so many
Yeah.
people that run, courses and programs, and they're advocacy speakers like what's his name, Tony Robbins. Like, you have all these
Oh
people
yeah.
telling you that you have to have money to make money. Like don't go run a business. Just, take your money
Mm.
to make more money. And even though that's true, right? Like, you can do that. Like, you can lend money. That's a good way of making money, is charging people interest. Sharks, loan sharks, stuff like that, kind of slimy stuff, but maybe do it at a higher level. But like, there's just, for me, man, even in crypto, as much as I like hanging out with you guys and I like growing my money, it's just not fulfilling for me. Like I have to be hands-on. I have to do something. I make 3 times as much investing my money than I do actually making things that I sell. Which, it's depressing, but it's a good balance, right? I can't just grow money and not have any sort of like purpose.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I'm perfectly fine just day trading and having no purpose. I used to be a roadie and do concerts for almost 20 years, and I'm fine having no purpose.
Yeah, me
Well, I
too.
mean, picking something you like, though, not something you're forced into or something that's beating your body up. Like, I'm
Oh, I hear you.
ex-military. I got out because it was beating my body up. But I'm just saying, like if you don't enjoy it anymore, but I'm just finding something that that's not going to make you rich but fulfills you.
I got you.
And
Yeah.
yeah, and you have like all
Oh,
of
I
the
still
above
do that.
strategy, right?
Say one more time. I didn't catch the
I
last
was going
part.
to say the all the above strategy too, like on the side also growing your money. Like, some people get off growing their money and that's all they do, and then they don't ever enjoy it. I feel you gotta have a
Oh no,
balance. Or
Oh, I definitely live a boring life where I don't really spend any of my money I make, and I enjoy my life though. But yeah, I don't really spend much of it.
please, please let me spend it. Yep,
Emad's like, I could spend it for you.
please let me have the
I
money I
like day
want so I
trading
can
all
start
day, and
spending it.
then sorry to cut you off, bro. I like day trading all day, and then the hours I'm not day trading or charting, I like spending outside with my pets, and that's about it. I like to work out and spend time with my pets and day trade.
Oh,
Talk to
dude,
you guys.
pets are the best.
What if you just do both all the time? You do I like to do music, I do it all the time. I like this, I do this all the time.
Hey, dude, when Neuralink gets to the point where you don't have to have surgery, you'll be able to day trade while you're playing with your cats. You'll be able to see the charts in your brain.
Slavery.
I have a laptop set up I can take outside with me if necessary.
But I mean, like, hands free, man. Like, go out and throw the ball with the dog,
Oh, I
and you
hear
don't
you.
have any devices in your hand, and you just like see the charts in your head. That's just crazy.
It's
Apple
addicting
Vision.
to sit and just watch for me. I enjoy the process of being in front of my screens, but also enjoy being outside a lot.
What are you gonna do when they get rid of the mouse and keyboard?
You mean like
We'll be
we're hooked up to
dead by
computers?
then.
No, man, they're pushing it hardcore right now, man. Even in my industry, they're pushing it hard. They say within 15 years, the mouse and keyboard will be gone.
And replaced with
Your brain, like your interaction from your facial expressions.
yeah, right.
That's what I meant when I said the chipsets and stuff.
Dude, I just saw an intern do a demo, an AI demo for Meta, and he's an intern. So, and he showed his agent. So he was in a meeting with his company, like his main meeting, and he had another meeting going on with another company. And while he was, so this, it was basically a random call that came in from someone important, and his voice was cloned. And since it knew how he talked, he was able to stay in the meeting while the other one was talking in the other meeting. I mean, that to me, it seems kind of slimy in a way. Like, but the voice cloning is so good that, and the agents are getting so good at mimicking behavior that you would be able to be in multiple voice calls at once.
I saw that the other day. I was looking at something, and for as far as music wise, I was looking at something that could do the lip syncing, and I saw that it had the voice cloning there. I haven't tried it yet.
I don't know. I mean, but if it's a, but yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's, out of beta or anything. I'm just saying like if it's able to mimic mannerisms and inflection and your behavior and your even your negative stuff. Like I got caught the other day taking a big sigh in a meeting, and I had to apologize because I wasn't sighing because I was bored. I was literally stressing out, and I've been doing this thing for years where I take a deep breath in and slowly breathe out so I can decompress, and my mic wasn't muted. But everybody's like, "No, Jake, we get it. We get it. You don't have to apologize." And I'm just saying, like, that's okay. I think it's okay that the AI would do that.
Yes.
Dude, the companies that figure out, sorry, are you done? I think the companies are going to find out. So I just read an article today about it said, why hasn't AI replaced us yet? And it was basically saying that all the CEOs are scared to be the first one to do it because of political ramifications. So I think they know that they are going to be the ones that pay for universal income and healthcare. Because a lot of us get, like I get my healthcare from my employer. And if I didn't have my employer, my healthcare would be absolutely I would not be able to afford it at all. So it's so the universal basic income and universal health care, and no one wants to be the first one to get slapped with that. So yeah, I agree. Universal income is coming, but it's not going to come from our current budget. It's literally going to come from Amazon, who replaces all of their what as they call them, fulfillment centers with robots. And I think they'll be happy to do it. But the middle companies that don't have that extra income are going to suffer. And so nobody wants to go lead. No one wants to run up against the machine gun nest first. They're like, no, you do it first, and I'll follow you. And when it snaps, and someone does it, then they're going to be like, okay, we've done it. We've gotten rid of all of our employees. Then since you went out and took the leap and took the courage to do it, now you're going to be the first one that gets slapped with a federal universal income tax.
Uh, digital slavery.
Wait, we need to make dollars, not cents.
Well, well, there's already states. There's states that are already trying to get ahead of it because they realize how the federal government moves so slow. So in Washington State, because we have like all the major top tech companies. And so basically, they passed a bill that says that if a job is being eliminated by AI, you have to disprove. So the burden of proof is on the employer to say that no, this job was not eliminated by AI. And if it was, you have to buy the employee out. So your standard severance package is not, it's beyond the standard severance package. And I don't remember what the percentage was, but so what I'm saying is if the federal government doesn't start making these laws and rules to protect people, then the states will probably, especially progressive states like Washington, will start getting ahead of it. And I think that's good. You know, I'm not a progressive person. I don't tend to lean left, but that's definitely a left cause that I could sign on to. I mean, that's my point, though. Someone who's centrist like me or libertarian can get onto a cause that's been labor rights, man, has been a leftist. You cannot deny that it's owned by left-leaning ideology. That workers' rights, labor rights, et cetera, has been a left-leaning policy since before World War One or Civil War. I'm just saying, like, in general, like, I think anybody could see that and go, that's a good strategy. Like that's not, it shouldn't be tied to politics. I agree. It should be just kind of common sense. But unfortunately, you have to play those political games to get things to pass. But it's a start though, man. It's a start. It's a fact that they're thinking about it and going, "Oh, well, if you can't prove that that job, that one-to-one ratio job was not eliminated by AI, then you must pay a substantial payoff for that person and take care of them." Now, that doesn't mean they're taken care of for the rest of their life. It just means enough to where they could get started on something else, maybe for a year of like no income or learn something else or whatever. But I, it's Dude, I'm in the industry that's helped creating this stuff, and I feel like I have to have a backup plan.
I think companies and businesses that are out there, like big corporations, they benefit from society being able to afford what they're selling. If you price out your customers, like who's going to buy your crap? You know what I mean? Like if you completely get rid of like the labor force, and so no one's working, no one gets an income, who's going to buy your product? It's like it has to be a symbiotic thing. They're better off making society prosperous. And like it's a, the more prosperous society is, if you have
Dude,
like a wealthy population, your business is going to thrive off it because you got
dude,
customers that can
there's so
afford your
many
shit.
think tanks. There's so many think tanks
Yeah.
right now. There's so
Yeah.
many think tanks right now that are saying that we're going to see a dystopia first,
Mm.
and then we're going to
Right.
see utopia afterwards. So dystopia has a lot to do with what he was saying, like with transition is like probably the biggest pain point, right? And that's the dystopian part, but utopian
Right.
in the sense that products will be cheaper because they can be mass produced with less resistance. And so there'll be an overabundance of things to choose from. So like your cars won't be so expensive. Your what am I trying to say? Your utilities, whatever utilities you have in your house, will be less expensive. Um,
Yeah.
and in the end, they'll make a little bit more profit, but they're dealing with a lot less headache because they're not dealing with, oh, he was sick today, or he's out on maternity leave, she's out on maternity leave, and paternity leave. All of these things you got to deal with humans. Like you lower your overall your overhead, but in the end, they're only going to make a little bit more profit, but with less hassle. And because they're going to get taxed, and yes, and they're going to have to sell their products cheaper because they're making more of it with less resistance. So I do see your arguments. A lot of people say this on the internet. They're like, well, if they take all of our jobs, then who's going to have money to buy their crap? And it's like it will be that way for a little bit, but then when it goes full circle, it's kind of hard to imagine that you're sitting at home watching Perry Mason all day and you're getting paid by the government. It feels weird that you might not have purpose, but some people are it's going to be like that. They're going to have to find purpose.
I don't agree. I'm sorry, I don't agree. But let me say something real quick. Basically, you're gonna have to explain to them why you should be able to live, and that's gonna be the end of it. You won't live if you don't serve a purpose and serve them. You'll have to serve them.
That's generational education, man. Like my children have no problem with all their gadgets and all their crap and all of their stuff that's given to them, and they're spoiled. They still found purpose because they have a role model watching it take place in front of them. Like the government can't give you
You'll have to
purpose.
serve.
It's like
You
we're
have to
building
serve the
our own
system.
redundancy, man. We're creating our own
What?
redundancy. Humanity Humanity is destroying itself through redundancy. Like we are no longer
Hey,
needed. Uh,
Dude,
have any of you guys
revolutions, man.
ever seen the movie Idiocracy? Have any of you guys ever seen that movie?
Idiocracy.
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna turn into that. I think it's pretty much in everything.
Mhm.
Well, dude, if cities burned because some cop killed the dude by putting his neck into his knee into his neck, and the city's burned because of that, I could guarantee you a lot more is going to burn if it plays out the way you say it plays out. I don't disagree with you. Exactly. It's some poor dude who's his like furniture store got burned down, because he was in the wrong neighborhood or something.
I think I was going to say I think humans are smart enough to use AI to protect humanity. You know what I mean? Like come up with a system that has humans as the system's best interest. You know, like our progress, our prosperity, our lives improve. Like humans are the priority. You know, and bake that in to the AI systems and make it like a hard rule where it's not trying to make us redundant. Like it does everything in effort to improve our lives, not the life of AI. That should be like a
Sounds like it's going to
law.
be the. Sounds like it's going to
That
be
should be like a
the
fundamental
purge.
law. Yeah. What is that alarm?
The
Tactical
run.
nuke.
The purge.
Attention. Trump just signed an executive order that will extend the tariff suspension on China for another 90 days.
Hey, the markets rejoice.
Bullish. It's bullish.
50% tariffs on India.
Yeah,
Like a bear
classic
flag.
cat pattern. Got the ears. Does that mean you feel like longing? Yeah, maybe a confirmation of a higher level.
We'll know at 8:30 in the morning.
It's gonna go up real quick and then it's gonna dump.
I mean, it's so close, and you just spent a lot of money bringing the price down here, so I don't see how it would skip it at this point. Also, the 200 EMA on the 1 hour is at 117,200. So it could wick barely past that, catch that support, and then continue on. Man, that feeling of when you were underwater and then it comes back down for you and then you're green again and you're like, that's nice water. I just want to put my feet in.
Reminds me of those memes where the guy's like, I don't even want to make profit. I just want my money back. I just want to break even.
Yeah, like I analyze
Yeah.
my underwater trades because I go,
Mm.
well, where did I mess up there? Because my entry was off. And then I'll look and I'll go, yeah, I guess that was a pretty weird area to enter.
Mm. There are also times where the setup was sound, like you took a responsible trade that you were, you know, that you thought out and plotted, and there was multiple reasons, but those can fail too. Like the market can move against that setup, and it's like, oh, it wasn't based off FOMO, that trade. It was based off me waiting for a whole bunch of different, reasons. And then the market just, I don't know, it didn't play to it, or it faked it, or whatever. Or someone tweeted,
Yeah.
or you know what I mean? Those ones.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
the double top on ETH this morning that rebounded.
Oh, I haven't looked at it. Hang on a minute. I'll be downstairs on my computer. I want to check out Ethereum. Was there a double top, like a nasty one?
Yeah. Well, there was a double
Yeah,
top
like
on the 5 minute, and then it dips all the way down and then fully recovers and makes a new high.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna go way lower. I like got that dip off the double top, but then I thought it formed a giant M on like the 10 and the 15 minute. So I thought it was gonna take the length of the M down to 4K.
Yeah. That pump on XRP was so out of the blue. I thought that there was some announcement. I was like scrambling to the news to see like what's going on with XRP? Why is it getting this massive green candle? But I think that was just a straight up grab of liquidity, to be honest, because there was a whole bunch of short liquidity sitting up at $3.30 ish, 333. And it looks like they went and grabbed it, and then they were satisfied with it, so they just let it come back down. Yeah, it was a little bit imbalanced up there. That was probably what, 12 hours ago, something like that.
Yeah, ETH did its double top last night around midnight.
Yeah. There is definitely an effect that the market has on our Discord's activity. You know, like when things get like low and bleed out, it just kills the mood in here. It just no one talks. It happens truly. It's an effect, and it repeats. It's repeated like often. You can definitely tell where the buy zones are and where the sell zones are, just from the energy in the room or lack of energy.
Look at Zora.
You can almost like not even look at a chart and go, I'm going to short the buzz and I'm going to buy when it's extremely quiet and miserable in here. And then there's a fair chance that
Dude,
those trades do well.
make an indicator that does that. Gets the mood and then
The Discord
called the
mood
sideways indicator.
They already have that. It's called Fear and Greed.
Right. Yeah.
Rick, I
Yeah,
saw
you know,
you
you're right.
like
You're right.
I saw you
Mm.
literally put Discord quiet on one of your charts.
Yeah, you remember that? And didn't it play
Yeah,
to it?
That's
it
that's
did.
such an awesome
It did.
observation.
Yeah, it definitely plays to that. Yeah. We are a good, humans just are a good, I guess, what do you call it? Like a sounding board. We sort of,
Me,
Bellwether.
we
canary in
reflect
the
the,
coal mine.
yeah, it's like retail emotion, and they are very good and consistent signals to go off. Kind of like, yeah, they're vague. It's kind of vague, like, because there's nothing stopping the market from creating hype and excitement in a Discord channel for weeks on end. It could be like that, and it can be what has been like that before. But yeah, lately I feel like it's been a very like to and fro market. Sort of one day is exciting, next day is boring as hell and miserable. And it just so happens when I have my days off, it's those boring and miserable days from work. Have my day off from work and
Well,
like, oh, I can't
well,
do
Rick,
anything with this day.
I was wondering, like,
Mm.
when I first came into this channel, people were like, "Oh, Rick, he's such a nice guy," and I never heard you as much because I was new. I think this is a while ago, like months ago, almost a year ago, maybe. And then I can see
Wow,
why. So, like,
that's nice.
dude, I don't
Thank
think
you.
you've said a
He's a
bad thing
jerk.
about anybody, man.
No, nah, there's not much bad to
You're
say,
all
really.
you're all good vibes, which helps when it's doing this, when you have cool people to talk to, you know.
Appreciate that, man. Thank you.
It's
I hate
funny,
getting
whoever
anything. It's
whoever
it's
just
it's it's
said
awkward sometimes getting compliments. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. It's the delay.
I just looked up how much you would have earned by trading the fear and greed index instead of just buying and holding. And
Oh yeah.
the normal buy and hold would have gotten you about 1000% over the past 2 years, but fear and greed strategy would have gotten you 1200%.
Oh, slight
Well, here's
edge.
here's here's the thing about the fear and greed is that if it goes down into fear, like deep down, like 30 or below, it usually doesn't stay there for very long because the market ends up rebounding. But it can stay in greed forever. Like it can stay up in greed for like weeks and months. So like the the buy signal, like when it dips down deep into fear, that's definitely a buy signal. But if you sold
Mm.
every time it hit greed, then you wouldn't make as much as if you had just held till the top of the bull. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
So it's
what do
like
you, but what but
So
what do you
it
do
it
if you're
says
if you what if
it
you're an
says
altcoin
here
person?
that oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, like, it could still be in fear, and then it goes into greed, and altcoins are still in fear, but it's not. It doesn't. it doesn't reflect the fear. So you're like, you're thinking, you know what I'm saying? Like it's disconnected from low caps, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean they have different metrics and different models for like the fear and greed. Like I know that CoinInc has one and CoinMarketCap has one, and they're like a little bit more focused around like crypto in the broader sense. But if you use like just the traditional like alternative.me one, that one is like heavily influenced by Bitcoin. Like everything is like, what's Bitcoin's price action? What are people saying on social media? What are people saying in the news? Like, what are people saying in on like these financial news outlets? Blah blah blah. Like what, and it's like there's polls that are done online, and what people are commenting. They take like keywords from like people's comments on Twitter and Instagram, Facebook, whatever. So there's like that's like sort of like a big sentiment check, but the alternative.me one is more so for Bitcoin than the broader crypto market. So I
Yeah.
feel like the
Yeah.
one that they've got on CoinMarketCap is a little bit more accurate. Like it includes the altcoins a lot more.
The issue,
And then
and I think this is where our Discord has an edge over the fear and greed index, is that they only check the temperature once every 24 hours. You know what I mean? You have to wait for the next check. Like, whereas in our Discord, it's live. It's like constantly in flux, So you can check the temperature at any moment, which is good.
Like what, like when you have,
Useful.
I don't want to, I'll just say, I won't say Dbloc, but he just so happens to be the one who wrote the "Don't F It Up" zone, right? But like, and I'm not saying he invented that or didn't invent it. I'm just saying like he wrote that when everybody was like, "Oh, it's going to 40K. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Like, what does he know? What
Mm.
secret does he know that I don't know? When everybody else is screaming the end of the market or it's going to 40K and we were at 72, and he's like in this area on the way down, like this is the "Don't F It Up" zone, and I'm like you never put your confidence in somebody else's strategy. That is not the way to trade, but at least get you to go, where is that coming from, right? Where, like, it gets you to like do your due
Mm.
diligence to figure out where that's coming from.
Yeah, it's pretty simple, honestly. This is why most of the time I take the contrarian view, because okay, so the market is designed to take your money. The market is designed to fool most of the people most of the time. Like it's designed to make as many people it's designed to make as many people look stupid as possible, right? So whatever the majority is screaming, like if the vast majority is screaming one thing or they're saying one thing, the majority is usually wrong. They're usually the ones that get their money taken by the other people that ended up being right. Those people are right because they were contrarian. So like whatever the vast majority is saying, like whoever the loudest group is, like if the loudest group is, oh, we're super bearish, the price is probably going to go up. If the loudest group is, oh, we're super bullish, the price is probably going to go down because the majority is
Yeah.
wrong most of the time.
I'll tell you
I always
what,
look
I
at
think the
max
majority
pain.
of the sorry, bro.
Do
I
your
was going to say that the majority of people, like the crowd of retail, is really good at getting in line with trends, but they suck at pivoting. Retail. That's
Yep.
where
Yep.
that's where retail gets it wrong, is they can't shift. They can't pivot quick enough. And they get stuck in, oh, it's just a pullback, we're going to go up again. And then, you know, it's only in reflection that you realize that you were wrong. When you're down X amount of dollars or your position's underwater, whatever. Yeah, it's the inability, I guess, the inability to pivot or the inability to switch sentiment quick enough. But we're, yeah, very good at following a trend, like a big herd of sheep,
And Rick,
Very good
that's why
uh,
a lot of traders, they get killed in
yeah.
like trending markets, right? When it seems to be the easiest part of it, because they're looking for that like sort
Yep.
of the time when it should shift, and because the market is bullish or rational, it doesn't
Yeah.
come as easy.
Yeah. That's why I gave up so much profit, like sort of round tripped a fair bit after the Donald Trump election, because we all know how the market pivoted at that time. Like it sort of, and it did so well. Like, okay, November, he got elected 5th of November or whatever it was, election day. And it basically rallied. The market was strong from then until he was inaugurated. So that whole run there, the market was optimistic. So you became like sort of, or I became accustomed and felt safe in the trend and wasn't ready to pivot, like wasn't thinking about profit taking or pivoting or shifting until basically the trend, the pivot happened, and it forces your hand. It's like, oh, I have to react. Like, I can't just pretend it's not happening, because it is. And it's like, there's the pivot. It happened 2 weeks ago. And then you look back on it and you go, oh, and then you do all the shoulda, coulda, wouldas, right? You torture yourself with the
Yep.
shoulda, coulda, wouldas. Yeah. But yeah, there's ways to prevent that or to reduce the damage of that. Of when the market lulls you into a false sense of security. Part of it is like DCAing out of your positions, so averaging out. Another one is just like real hard stop losses, like, let's say, and you could have a number depending on what pair you're trading, but for Bitcoin, it's like, okay, I don't want to be holding my longs if Bitcoin has seen a drawdown of this many percent. Like, this is my threshold for when I get out. Or you can use a moving average on a specific time frame, like, oh, if Bitcoin crosses below the 200 EMA on the 4-hour chart, I'm not long. I'm out of all longs. Like, until we get back up over it, I'm not in longs. I'm not touching longs. Or any longs that I had, I'm closing them. Like, I'm out. Because there's no knowing like how long Bitcoin's going to be under that 200 EMA for on that time frame. It could be months. It could be, it could be hours, which is like, okay, if it's just hours, then I'll get back in once it shows that it's got that strength again and it wants to be above the 200. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's good for everyone to just find a like a standard that you go by for what keeps your trades alive or active. And then if that standard gets where price goes below that standard, you're out. You're not holding on in hope with your fingers crossed. Same could be said with shorts. Like, you don't want to be holding them in hope. That's very dangerous, especially in a bull market. But yeah,
The worst feeling, just hope is just the worst, honestly.
I know.
The
Yeah, just
hoping
having
will get
something
you. The
that is,
hoping will keep you in a
yeah,
trade that's failing. That's what
something
actually.
that's something that helps you view the market objectively and not subjectively, like to where it's like opinion based, or if you interpret it, if you bend over backwards and look upside down, then yeah, you can see it doing this. Like, if you can get away from that kind of crap and prediction and forecasting, but use the facts on the chart, like use what is actually printed as your way to, your bare minimum analysis style, basically. You've got to have a line in the sand, like you just have to. Because then if you're not working with that, then how do you really gauge anything if you don't have anything that's grounded and factual on the screen,
Rick, while you're on the topic
Mm.
of the moving averages, like, have I showed you
Yep.
my new magic moving average?
No, you haven't.
Dude, okay, so you remember how like a year or two ago I came up with that thing and I was like, I put like the 1450 daily SMA on the chart because
Oh,
that's
vaguely. I remember. Yeah.
it's like
I vaguely remember
1450
that.
days is like
Oh, yeah.
that's 4 years, right? So like the 4 year cycle. So I found out
Yes.
like how many days is in 4 years, 1450, right? Well, it
1450,
turns
right?
out
Okay.
So I was like, oh, okay, look, whenever it's below this line, it's a bear market. It's like the best time to buy, or it's the end of the bear market. Whenever it's above, like the bear market's ended. Well, turns out, dude, right? I found out how many. I wanted like a rolling moving average for the day, and I found out I looked up how many minutes are in a day, like to get like a really accurate one that's really like, friggin' precise.
A bit
And
more,
that
like more
there's
sensitive. Yeah.
yeah, more sensitive. So there's 1450 minutes in a day. So I put
1450.
I put the 1450 moving average on the 1 minute, like I locked it to the 1 minute time frame, and I'll
That's
just leave
cool.
that on the
Yeah.
chart
Cool.
as a reference, so
Yeah.
you know that like if it's so say it's like below it by the second half of the day, it means the second half like it wasn't doing as
Yeah.
well as it was in the first half. You know what I mean?
This
Just
what you're describing is what the VWAP tries to do, but with volume, not price. You know what I mean?
yeah,
It tries
exactly.
to
And
standardize volume. Yeah.
I
That's
tried
what
to
the
use
VWAP.
the VWAP, but I was like, there's something like missing here. I'm like, I don't know what it is, and like the way that it resets every day, I'm like, it's not like it's kind of like it was kind of cheesy, like it was kind of like not really, you know what I
It
mean? Like
wasn't
there's something
clear.
cheesy about it.
Yeah. It
Yeah,
wasn't.
like it
It
wasn't
wasn't.
precise.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
So I was like, if I just take a simple moving average and track every single 1 minute candle that happened in the last 24 hours, and I get a moving average of that, I'll have a pretty good idea, even from minute to minute, how well the price is doing in relation to how it's been doing.
Definitely. And the tricky thing with using one moving average instead of a crossover technique is that you run into problems with noise, like when the market's just sideways through an average. It's like, oh, cool, I'm on, I'm off, I'm on, I'm off, I'm on, I'm off, multiple times throughout the day, just because it's like noisy through the average. So it's like, well, I should be sitting on my hands. I shouldn't be trading when the market's doing that range stuff, you know?
Yeah, I just thought of it because
So that's the
you brought
downfall
up
of it.
like, oh, if it's
Yeah.
above the 200, then I'll be ready to get back in. So I figured I'd mention that,
Yeah.
like throw it on your chart and
No,
play
it's
around
good.
with it.
It is good. 100%, man. The
Like
cool
I
thing
come up
is,
with a bunch of
you
weird
can,
little things.
if you're happy to, like, kind of, what is it? What's the word? If you're happy to sacrifice a couple of percent of missing out, it can be to your benefit because you're waiting for that strength or the proof in the daily close, or let's say the 4 hourly close. Like you can take it down as low as you like, but just understand if you're taking it down to the 1 minute, you're going to be getting signals so often. Like, but anyway, like let's say like out to the 4 hour chart, you're waiting for closes, like the 4 hourly candle closes either above or below a moving average to determine your line in the sand, like your standard, you know. And sometimes the price will pump on the 4 hour way above the moving average, right? And it's like, oh, I can't take action yet because the candle needs to close. Like, I'm not gonna make my decision before the close. And that's that whole sacrificing the performance, like, you know, the missing out on that bit because you're waiting for the confirmation. Yeah.
Yeah, and also like if you're trying to get out of a trade too, and you're like, oh, if this thing
Yeah.
closes below the 200, like I'm just gonna close the long position, or like, but then you gotta wait for it to
Right.
actually close. By the time it closes, it could have dropped another 30%.
Yep. And then the thing that sucks that you can't fix, like you can't address it, you can't make it better through any strategy is that if the candle closes above, so you get like a, let's say you get a go signal, but then the next 4 hour candle completely reverses that, what that was saying, and you end up canceling that decision because of the reversal candle or whatever. So if you get a, yeah, if you get a bunch of those in a row, it's pretty devastating. It's frustrating, you know. Anyway, are
Yeah,
you
trading's
gonna
hard,
show me
man.
this thing?
I'll
Yeah, it
I'll
is.
show
It's
you
not
when I
easy.
get home.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
right.
not
Okay. Yeah.
it's not like I want to be clear. I'm not like I don't only use it on the 1 minute. I'm just saying like it's locked to the 1
Yeah,
minute
as an
time frame.
example. Right, right.
I'm
Oh, right,
saying
gotcha. Yeah.
like you know how
So
you can lock.
which means it's visible on the hourly. Yes. Yep.
Yeah,
You
but
can lock
it's
it to
the
a time
same
frame.
moving average.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Yep. It
wasn't
doesn't
sure if I made
change
that
its
part clear.
calculation. Yeah, no, I got it. I got what you were putting down. Yeah, it
You're
is good that you
smelling
can
what I'm
do that.
stepping in.
Yep. I'm buying what you're selling.
Yeah, I
I'm
thought he was gonna
smelling
say
what
you smell what you're cooking. I knew that was coming.
Yeah. Well, I'm back on the mainframe now. Just gonna switch it up to the other device. I need to, now that I've been away from the computer for like 3 hours, I'm gonna come back and see if there's any. Come back at it with fresh eyes.
Let's see what's going on. Switching to the
Didn't miss
PC.
much. The market
Right.
just went down more.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. I
so
imagine Ethereum got a 15-minute vector up situation going on for ETH.
So
Hey, Rick,
Kwai,
I
is
was
it
wanting to
hard?
ask you.
Go ahead.
What?
Yeah.
I was just wondering what that flag looks. Is that a bearish flag or is that a just ranging flag? Call it consolidation. What do you think about ETH?
Oh, ETH? Whether it's in a flat. Oh, dude, that's just a straight up range the way I'm seeing it. I don't know if you're on my screen or not, but there was a beautiful falling wedge setup that happened as well. Like, check this out. You were trending up. This is where we were getting above 4K. We were like, hell yeah, ETH has finally woken up. And then it did this really nice falling wedge. And then it vectored out twice. Two really nice vectors to punch out through that falling wedge. And then, yeah, it took you up to what was the higher price. But then this sell-off was really frustrating. And then this was, oh, cool, new high. And then bam, straight down again. This was that zigzag that we were talking about 6 hours ago. That was really frustrating, this M situation. Double top. Okay, now I see what that other guy was saying about the double top on
Oh, the
ETH.
old M.
Yeah.
It's going to be a
The old
quadruple
M.
top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jacket, were you trying to call me, Jacket?
Yeah, I was just asking you, like you said, you don't like taking, but you take the contrarian position. Like being a Star Wars fan, do you find conflict? Like I guess it depends if you're Sith or a Jedi. Like Hope, the New Hope. Like do you conflict with that?
A New Hope, like as a movie?
You're a Star Wars fan. Like are you optimistic? Most Star Wars fans are. So I'm asking you, is it like you go into a different personality when you trade crypto, or is it related? And you could be a Sith. You could be the dark side all along, and it's a mute point.
Qui-Gon, before you answer,
I
I'd
don't
like
know.
to say that most. But yeah, sorry, please continue.
Most what?
Most Star Wars fans are miserable. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm pretty happy. I like Star Wars. Come on.
All I can say, I don't know what kind of analogy you're looking for, but all I can say is I'm not a Jedi or a Sith. I am the Bendu. I am the one in the middle.
The gray.
Well, there you go.
I'll give anybody one Doge right now if they can tell me what the reference, the Star Wars reference.
Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. Give me the one Doge.
What was it?
Knights of the Old Republic. Well, I say we could split the one Doge. If you thought it, I'll give you a fair share based on your thought. Yeah, they still gotta give you a little something. I mean, I'm still just confused why the Doge hasn't arrived yet. That's the, you know what I mean?
Because that's not what the Bendu is from. The
Oh, well
Bendu,
then why even
the one in the middle.
live? Jolie, have you played Knights of the Republic one?
Yeah, like the old one, man. Like super, like almost old PC days.
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
it in
that's
the
the one. And they
video
had
game
Jolie.
too?
Yeah, Jolie Bindu is in there. That's why I said that one. Cool character. I liked him. I liked most of the characters
well,
in that game.
what I'm talking about was from Star Wars Rebels, like one of the animated series.
Fair enough. I actually haven't watched Rebels. I heard it's really good though. I heard Nat and Clone
But-
Wars were great.
That's
It's actually
so
not
funny
good.
though that
The
you
Clone
said
Wars is so much better.
Okay. What about the Bad Batch as well? Yeah.
so.
Fair
I
enough. But
asked the
if it's
question.
not the
Sorry, I
sorry.
asked the question because a lot of like I've been finding out that people's personalities tend to manifest into how they perceive um the Skywalker saga. So that's why I asked. I was just curious.
I don't know. If you're asking if I like the new movies, no. Like I think the new trilogy is garbage. So I mean, I'll just throw that right out there. After like,
Oh, Disney Star Wars, yeah.
sorry, I don't know if I've got a lag or what.
I think that's where the
Yeah,
miserable
I'm
part
pretty.
comes from, right? It's like the
Yeah.
Generation X is really, really like you could talk to them all day in a positive note about the old Star Wars, right? And you won't get an ounce of toxicity from them. But if you start talking to them about the newer stuff, then you get them, they go on campaigns on the internet and don't stop, right?
Yeah. I think it's just a difference in culture.
So
But to be
I don't know
honest
if this
though,
answers
I
your
do
question.
remember. Oh, go on.
My bad, I'm delayed. I'll stop talking after this. I don't know if this answers your question better, Jacket, but as far as like humanity is concerned, like okay, so like I'm still the same person when I'm trading as when I'm not trading. But as far as humanity goes and how I feel about humanity in general and like the world and the reality we live in and our future and whatever else, I'm like short-term bullish on humanity. I am long-term mega bearish on humanity.
Yeah,
Like
that's
I think
sort
we're
of
gonna
what I
have
was
one more
asking
good
you.
run.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
So
short-term
scalp
bullish.
long
I think we're
on
gonna have one
humanity.
more good run on humanity, and then I'm gonna short the shit out of humanity because it's going to zero.
One more good run is insane.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
With his
probably got
beer
one more
bottles
good bull
clashing
run.
in the background.
Oh yeah, that was me. My bad.
All the glass.
Yeah, might as well.
So 42 is what you're saying.
43.
Looking at
Was it 43?
Bitcoin,
43.
Bitcoin makes me feel like a spoiled brat because of this. Look, we've been doing that for how many days has it been like between here and up here? That's a lot of days of a like nice movement. That's up. And then I'm getting miserable because of this like what's that, like 12 hours down or something? Or wait, maybe it's more than that. Probably like 24. It's like, dude, chill. It's only been 19 hours like since that really big high. You can't just go straight up all the time every time. It has to build. It's just maybe you just got to be patient. But
Yeah,
hey,
it's
man,
got ebbs and
this
flows. You
was
just got to
annoying.
understand where you're at inside of it. That's like one of
Yeah.
like the principles of hermeticism is like they use the analogy of like a pendulum swinging like back and forth. Like you're in a constant flux where like you know some days you'll have these really good days and like you realize that you're in it, and then you'll feel the pendulum shift back the other way, and it's like you're having a really shitty day, and like you understand that you're like in it, like having a shitty moment and like having a bad day and stuff, like you can feel it, and like you're not supposed to fight against it, you're just supposed to understand like what phase you're in. It's like I forget which law it is, there's like 12 of them, but it's like the law of flux or something, or like the law of change, or I don't know.
Kind of like,
I'll look it up. I'll let you know. But yeah,
just
Jacket. I think you
yeah.
would like Jacket if you look into Hermeticism, like the laws of Hermeticism. It's pretty interesting stuff.
Noted.
Well, check this out. This is a really cool feature on Bitcoin, is that you had this path, like we've had this path laid out since these, I'm gonna say this is a 1, 2, 3, like these three little bits. 1, 2, and then 3, these little pivots here. It did depart that line a little bit, but I'm just gonna stretch. It's a bit of a stretch. I'm gonna call that 4. But that provided you with touch 5, and check out up here 6. Look at how we've reacted off that line. Trend lines are so helpful as far as like plotting a course that you can basically make decisions off. You know, you could have been like, okay, you know, let's say we were back here at 4 and we were climbing, right? We're like, oh, I've missed this move. Like, where the hell am I going to get in? I know, I'll get in eventually when the price gets back in touch with that line again at 5. And then look how that played out. I mean, this is kind of cherry picked, but this is just to make the example clear, right? There's 5, it touched. I'm going to get in on the touch of 5. And then look what happened. Beautiful. Like, just like 6 happened 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago, we got a touch of 6. Now that of
So they
course, like
front
let's say
runners.
you did get a, yeah, it's kind of like it gives you, I think it gives you a reason to get in, like or it gives you a reason to make a decision. Same can be said for resistances, like when there's anything overhead where it's like, oh, I'm expecting a reaction here off that trend line, then take the short or close the long, you know. If you're wrong, you just stop it out. If 6 was wrong as an entry, you could have just stopped out, like, you know, locally, and the cost of the stop out is fairly cheap because it's nearby, right? The invalidation. This was very nasty of the market to do this, like to rip out of this resistance and then completely give it all back. Like that was very, I don't know who saw that coming, but I didn't see that coming.
ETH has a
I wasn't
nice
really
little
paying
bounce going
attention,
on
to be
right
honest.
now.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see if there was any other reason as to why it pulled up where it did. That's a good game that I like to play as well. Is to try and find the causation of why pivots happened where they did. Like you have to go and investigate. Like, okay, why there? Like why the hell did it pull up right here on this V situation just here? Like, why there?
I
Doesn't
wish
make
I
any
figured it out
sense, right?
myself.
Yeah, it's like what the hell? Is there any trend line reasons? I always try to find trend line reasons, but not really, not specifically. Maybe off this pivot to that pivot, kinda, maybe.
Try and look in
So
different
I
time
think when you
frames,
get more
maybe.
yeah, potentially. a time frame thing. Yep. When you get more action and activity off a line, the confidence in that line becomes stronger for decision making, I think. And I think the rest of the market probably sees it that way. Just like right now, the confidence in taking profit at this level here, because it's happened 3 major times now. So the chances of whatever this run is coming up here and then getting rejected is fairly high. It's fairly high confidence statement that you could make because of look at the evidence. See the evidence behind. So it's like, yeah, I feel like, yeah, you're like you're a detective and you're looking for evidence and you're trying to build a case to solve the crime or to solve the trade. You know, it's pretty much what we do as analysts. Trying to formulate a theory, put the theory to the test with a trade. It either gets, you get paid for being correct or you stop out for being wrong but yeah, essentially we are like market detectives in a way. When someone asks you what you do, you can just say I'm a detective. Have you ever heard of those like inaccurate job description things? Say, what do you do? Describe it poorly or describe it inaccurately. Anyway, that was a bit of a tangent.
I have nothing to say on that other than I am absorbing what you said.
I know BJ does this too. She has lines that go off into the future, and it's so helpful to see because it's like a map, and it can tell you like where you're gonna find activity off that. Yeah, it's good. It's a good forecasting tool in a way. But yeah, it is good to know when that forecast. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It is good to know when the forecasting gets invalidated. The price will do that for you. Like it'll show you, oh, this line's no longer calling the shots. So, you can short off invalidation too. Like let's say we were expecting more support off this line in the future. Like let's say it comes up here and bounces off there. When it fails that, when it invalidates it as support, you can take the short because it's like, oh, that trend is now broken, and the likelihood of it actually correcting off that break is very high. Just look at this one too. Look at this. Like 1, 2, 3, bam, 4. Huge breakout, like of like high confidence. Really nice. Something to be said about channels as well is this. I feel like if you've only done a couple of touches on the bottom, but like 4 touches on the top, that means that the market wants to go visit the resistance more often and it's more likely to go break the top. And that's very evident in ascending triangles, which is kind of what Ethereum is potentially building here. Look at that. Like if Ethereum does that and has to come and rely on this trend line a couple more times so that we can truly break the top here, that is like your classic ascending triangle, like bullish formation right there. I think Ethereum's very bullish. Like whatever it's doing here, it's just biding its time, waiting for the breakout, I think. What do you guys think? Is anyone else bullish on Ethereum?
Man, that's exactly what I thought. That's why I was
consolidation?
asking you about it.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
I
Well,
was just trying to see if I had confidence in what you said.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, we're
Awesome.
gonna
I
have
feel
to
better.
start looking at
to me spell this doesn't tell me to short the crap out of it. What would tell me to short the crap out of it is if you started to lose this white ascending line here. That would be like, oh, there's weakness showing, like it doesn't want to go up. It's losing that idea, and it's going to do a Bart Simpson or something, like,
So
Is
So
every new
this is
high
that line
an
in the
all-time
sand that I
high?
was talking about. No, a cycle high, yes, but not all-time high. All-time high is up here, which was set in 2021, 4
I
years
knew that.
ago.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But this is good. This is like, we haven't been this high in this bull market. This is a cycle high. So cycle highs are just as amazing, if you ask me. But check out the reality of the weekly chart on Ethereum and look how macro this wedge is that we've broken out of recently. Like, okay, wait, I'm gonna have to circle it because you can't see it when I zoom out. But price is currently here, like in this circle. See that? That's a big deal. That's
Yeah.
multi-year formation. It's very historical for Ethereum to be here. Look how rare this area is for Ethereum. We spent like what, a handful of weeks at most at this level before. So this is we're like at the top of the mountain right now. But the fact that you had a macro consolidation like this that you're now breaking out of, dude, this could really go in this cycle.
That's
This
like a
could
gold
really
style
full
breakout
send it.
that it's been on for months, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. It's just another thing we got to be sort of cautious of, but don't let it throw you off completely, is that there could be a back test of that macro, that macro line. We could come and go visit it to see if it's going to hold as support first, because we haven't done that really on a high time frame. You know what I mean? We haven't gone
Yeah,
and back tested it. We've come up through
I
it.
took
That's
some.
great, but we need to check it. We need to see if it's going to actually hold and take us up. But that's not a hard rule. It can go from here. Like there's nothing saying that it has to do that. But I know a lot of people would feel more comfortable going long if it did backtest and prove that it deserves to be up here.
And I hear everybody saying 4K is going to be the back test. I mean, it's kind of like a thing, So that
Yeah.
means a lot of people are expecting a big reaction there. I'm assuming there going to be a reaction there. I just,
Some people might also argue that the backtest of 4K has happened. It's like, yeah, on a smaller time frame it has. Like if you jump back to the 4-hour chart, you can see it there, right? We got above the yellow line there, the 4K, and we've done like a short-term back check, but we haven't done like a higher time frame back check, which is like the 4-hour or daily chart. We haven't come and back checked it. And that we may get some more days of like maybe even going up and testing all-time high before coming back down to do the back check and then lifting off later.
yeah, that looked more
That
like
could totally happen.
a range there, right? That looks more like a
Yeah,
full range when you do it that way than just, yeah.
Definitely. What I think is and what I'm trying to get better at is don't try to get so narrow-minded in thinking of one of those outcomes being the case. Like you got to keep your mind open to, okay, the back check might happen here, it might happen here, and then also it might just go for it and not look back. You just like, it could be any of those three.
Yeah, I took some profits
And
and
you
I'm
just
getting
have to
scared that I'm going to get left out.
Yeah. Yeah. Hard to play. But it is, yeah. You got to have your, what is it? What are those statements? The if-then statements? Like, if this happens, then do this. And you have to have all of those clear before before the price gets away from you or before the market takes off.
I mean, I guess worst case scenario, pay the back test on the breakout.
Yeah, you could play either. You could play all outcomes, and just like if one of the outcomes proves to be wrong, you just close that one out, and then you go with the one that is working. You know, until invalidation. But you got to be
A nice shift
comfortable
cut.
stopping out.
Yeah.
Something
Yeah.
Dbloc also mentioned for ETH was that if price lingered up above long enough, the 50 EMA could rise up, and that's what could essentially keep the price afloat.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
just got my night
Yep.
shift canceled. Somebody stole my contractor's mixing machine, so I'm heading back home. I can't check myself, but yeah, take a look at ETH if you guys get the chance. See if that 50 EMA is sitting under yet under the price.
Yeah, I think I've got just the thing for that. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. My EMAs. This is a 200 and then also a 50 in yellow. And then if we're talking about daily, dude, we're so deviate. We've departed the EMAs on the daily big time on Ethereum. It's just been the averages
I'm
can't
not sure
have
what
to come
time
catch
frame.
up.
The 1 hour.
The 1 hour?
1 hour?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he said it has to keep the 1 hour.
Yeah. I think we've back tested, I would say 3 times the 50 on the 1 hour chart for Ethereum here. That's a good triple
Wow.
check. So that
Damn.
might be bullish. You could interpret that as bullish, I reckon.
Yeah.
But yeah. See what happens.
What are your thoughts on Bitcoin not hitting the CME gap right here?
Yeah, let's check I want to check that CME chart. Have you guys got a futures chart? You can turn off the electronic hours and just go with the regular.
You need the ticker?
To see the gaps clearer. Yeah, if anyone needs the ticker, it's just BTC1 exclamation mark like this.
Oh, I thought you were asking for.
Yeah. Oh.
Maybe someone's live streaming it on YouTube. Check.
You've got it up right there.
Check. Yeah, there's a fat gap right here. You've had a very, very, very partial dip into it, but by no means has that been filled. I wouldn't say. So, and then if you take off the electronic trading hour candles and just go regular candles, what become? Yeah, there you go. It's even more like present there. It's like, okay, well, if that's the case, should we be like finding gaps on the regular hours or the extended hours? You know what I mean?
Can you check around, was the last CME gap around 92, 91? And then we left that
Yeah,
one
there was
behind?
there's a couple actually, I think. This is a good example of a CME gap getting dealt with for those like wondering. That's a gap right there. But anyway, I'll go find the one that you're talking about.
I was just thinking because if we leave this one behind, yeah, there it is. See,
Yeah.
it leaves that
Is it
one
just next
behind
to the
and
one?
it teases us that whole time. Look at that.
Yeah. I think this one, maybe Dbloc could sort of give me some feedback on that. But I think a partial fill is sometimes good enough, like where the market does, let's say it goes halfway through it, and then halfway is good enough for it, and it can move off the back of that. But yeah, it's an interesting gap. It's like makes you wonder. If I just go with the regular candles, the regular trading candles, there's other ones too, which are kind of concerning. Like there's this one here. I don't know if that qualifies as being filled or not, because I think if you go back to the extended hours and find that spot, it's full of candles. Like there's There's no gap. You know what I mean? It happened in these blue columns. So anything in the blue columns is like outside of the regular hours, basically. So pre and post market. I think there's another couple of really nasty gaps that have been left behind along the way up. Let me jump out to the daily. I'll see if I can find them. And I'm talking like, okay, that was a big fat nasty gap, but we dealt with that one. Perhaps not. Look at this one. This is a good example of a gap being dealt with by, see how that crashed all the way back down to go fill this one. It's left open that whole time, and they went and collected it later.
Yeah, it's always the question, are you going to come back during the bear market for this?
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't go deal with that for many days. Like, how many days was that? 35 bars on the daily. So 35 days, I'm guessing. Yeah. Or it says 51 days because this would be excluding weekends, like where there are no candles on the CME. But yeah, 51 days later, they deal with the gap. Here's a down gap, and check out the way they dealt with that one. They spiked the market up to go deal with that gap. Right there. There's another one. It's not very big, but it is there. I have to like stretch the chart a bit to see it. Came back, dealt with it. This is all attached. There's no gaps really. No gaps, no gaps. Here's a gap. That got dealt with. Here's a gap, got dealt with again. We're approaching. Yep, this was the election rally. It left a huge, that was that massive gap in the US election. Remember how that was a meme for ages? Not a meme, but like everyone was talking about that gap up in January. Everyone's like, oh, the CME gap, the CME gap. And yeah, there was a crowd of people that were saying, oh, we don't have to deal with that until the bear market. Like, don't stress about it. And then here we are. We went and dealt with it. But yeah, as far as that goes, there's no, I don't know, maybe this is considered dealt with. This is that $90,000 one you were talking about. The last one. There's a chance that it's been dealt with, although there is a little bit left in it, like about there. I think this comes down to that cost benefit analysis, like where the market makers, it's not, there's no like financial reason to go fill the rest of it because perhaps there's too much demand coming in to the market and they would have to spend too much Bitcoin to push it that extra little bit down. You know what I mean? Like it's, maybe they just cut that off and just let it go without filling it.
Well, I mean, we do have a 3-day down, and usually one out of the 3 days is sort of up, right? So maybe this is it. This is the up part, and then on the last day it goes come back down. You never know.
Yeah. Yep. If you look in the aftermarket, we sort of did dip into it, but it's during this like blue session here, Like this is the like this sort of somewhat aftermarket activity in there. But when you turn that off, it's like you can't see any dip into that level. I'll tell you one thing I'm comfortable saying is that if the downshift that we're getting on Bitcoin at the moment is for the purpose of filling this gap and no other reason but, that means we should be seeing prices hold at least above 117,400. I don't think there's any gap reasons to go deeper than that. Any kind of activity deeper than that would be maybe liquidation grabs, black swan events, Donald Trump tweets, really bad CPI in a few hours time from now, like 3.5% or something. I don't know. Who knows?
Right. That's at 8:30 a.m. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, CPI. I think
It's
maybe
crazy.
part of this pullback is preparation for poor numbers today, you know? Like it's pricing in a miserable
Pricing in. Yeah.
CPI, but potentially. Yeah.
That's smart.
Yeah.
And if not, I mean, maybe that's what
But
takes us down.
yeah. So what was that number I said again? The bottom of the gap? It's like 117.4?
I believe so.
That's not that far away. We're at 119 right now, but like that dip where I've got 6, that was basically, let's just call it a test of 118,000 just to round it off. But yeah, $600 more would have dealt with the rest of that gap. And maybe the market saw that gap and started front running it, like lining up to buy the dip, knowing that it was just a gap filling move.
Yeah, who knows what kind of psychology goes through a market maker's mind when we're having to come down like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they're the ones helping cause
I
it,
would
but
love. Yeah. I would love to see this like kept alive. This touch of 6 here on off this trend line. Even if it has to come up here and then do another like 7 here before moving higher, that would be cool. But we'll see what we get. But yeah, this is definitely like my line in the sand for local bullish or bearish. I'm bullish if we're above it. I'll get bearish short term if we lose it. That's like, I'll make it yellow for sand. But that is like, it's kind of like my structural reasoning. Other people might have like moving averages as their reasoning. I know Dbloc follows the 50 EMA. Let's have a look at that. I think, yeah, Ghost and I were looking at this Golden Cross, Death Cross EMA style on the entire bull market. And it's like, if you had used this system to get in, you would have got in down here at the Golden Cross of the EMAs on the daily and only threatened to Death Cross once, twice, 3 times. Yeah, 3 times has it threatened to lose that EMA setup sort of thing. but each time it just gets, it just kisses it, and it comes back up violently, like you continue on. So that's been very interesting to see. So that method of seeing, like, checking the health of the cycle or of the bull market is, we're still very much like green lit. We are not by any means threatening to lose this cycle.
Rick, is that the sorry? Is that the 50 EMA?
Yep, that's the 50
talking
and the
about?
200 on the daily EMA.
Thank you.
Yep. And yeah, if I zoom in, you'll see what I mean by it. It escaped danger just like, look at that. You have to like expand the chart up just to see it. It only skimmed it, you know. And then down here, same again. Look at that, it skimmed it. And then down here, oh no, it actually did dip it. So you got a death cross, which went golden cross, you know, only like a week later. But that was the ETF, maybe. Yeah, that was the ETF approval and then sell off. And this is where the ETF inflows started coming in that caused that massive rally that took us up to like 74,000.
Do you only look at that as a marker on the daily, or do you use it in other time frames?
You can use it. Yeah, you can use this on the 1 minute if you want, as like a system for getting in and out of trades. Like, check it out on the 1 minute. Look at that. So if you were waiting for a golden cross to get bullish, basically you'd be in, and your thesis for getting out or closing the long is when it death crosses again. You know, just an EMA cross strategy, basically. And look at this. This is a really nice short. You get a death cross on the 1 minute here, which would have been like here on price. And if you went short here, you would have kept that short open through all of that action and not closed it until, like, I don't know, what's that, like an hour ago? How many candles is that? Yeah, 61 bars, 1 hour and 1 minute. How's that for a guess? But the problem where this strategy falls apart is when the market moves sideways, because you'll see how, look at this. See how many signals there are in that? There's like, okay, get long here. No, don't. No, do. No, don't. Do, don't. And it's like you're just back and forth.
A tennis match.
Yeah, exactly. And that's, if you can identify when those conditions are coming up, where you're just going to run sideways, don't use an EMA cross. This is where you switch to oscillators, because oscillators shine in a ranging market. Like, they work really well at picking up highs and lows of a range, especially the stochastic, I find. But you just have to make sure you're on the right time frame to sort of judge. Like, where's a ranging part of the market? Like, kind of here, I guess, like this bit. Like this area here, it's kind of range
All
bound
last
in
week
a way.
we were ranging,
Yeah.
trading support.
Yeah. But then, yeah, it's like, okay, it's one thing to identify the range, but then you have to go flicking through the time frames to see, okay, what's telling me to get out at the high of the range, and what's telling me to like confidently buy the dip. So the 5 minute, yeah, maybe. There's probably a better one. 15. I'm just using the line here to see. Yeah, it's even that is like kind of a bit unclear. It's not the best range, but it is sideways still. But man, I suck at ranges. I'm not that great at it. I much prefer a trend, which is, I think, most retail traders prefer trends, right? Unless you are a range trader.
I'm way better on ranges.
Yeah.
Yeah, like ranges
I
and
feel
sideways.
better on
Like,
trend. Yeah.
I feel like a trend is sort of
There's
like less
definitely a range
predictable.
here. This range had giant deviations. Check it out. Look at that. Huge deviation down, huge deviation to the top side, like twice. There's a wick out here, a
Just made the
wick
range
down
bigger.
here. Like, bruh. Yeah, you could make the range bigger, but then you miss all of the sub trends inside it as well. But yeah, the range. I think maybe with ranges, there's like the extremes, but there's also like the majority section, like where the price spends most time in the like the major box, and then you've got the extremes that pop out every now and then. See, this move here, this is the kind of move that makes you think that the range is over and it's dealt with, but then before you know it, you're back in it and it's respecting it like nothing happened. Same with like the dip outs, like, yeah. It's what makes it very tricky to sort of know exactly for sure when something's been dealt with or not. Tell you what, if this
Well, you don't
6
know for
is
sure.
a pivot,
Curiosity is part
yeah,
part of the fun.
it is. This is somewhat of an inverse head and shoulders, I would say. I would argue. Probably more. You can probably see it better on the 5-minute chart, but like you had a low, a lower low, and now a higher low, and maybe it's open to interpretation of the neckline, like whether it's like this or like that, or like, you know, I don't know. But the main feature is that you had a low, a lower low, and then now you got a higher low. But a market structure feature that is good is that you had this high and that you've broken structure and you've now got a higher high. So that's a bullish feature if you ask me. It's like, I mean, that's the bread and butter of an uptrend. It's like higher highs and higher lows. You know, your Harry Potter lightning bolt out of here. All right, I'm gonna shut up now. I'm getting sick of my own voice. Sick of hearing my own voice.
Thanks for the info, buddy.
I
It's
can
good.
Man, I
I can tell
appreciate
you
the
now.
lesson, dude.
I don't know
Yeah, I
if it
can't get
helps. Does
tired of
that
that.
help
Of
anyone? Yeah.
course it does.
I know it's really basic, like it's really, you know, it's just lines really, but I don't know.
It's not basic
I think
for
it helps to have a
those of
good
us that are
grasp.
just learning.
Oh, good. I'm
Yeah, that was good stuff.
I'm
Yeah,
humbled.
Rick. It's not like there's much going.
Yeah,
Not
and
like
even
there's
for
much going on right
Yeah,
now anyway. Like
yeah.
in the quiet times.
and even for people that aren't
Mhm.
new, it's good to, refreshing to refresh your memory.
Yeah, I
Oh,
like seeing other
totally.
people's
You
TAs
know,
too.
it's in a for
We're
sure.
getting some
In a selfish way.
self-question here.
Yeah. In a selfish way, this helps me too, like to actually talk out what I think I understand, you know, like as a mantra in a way.
It's like teaching others makes you better
Oh, yeah,
yourself.
basics. Yeah, totally. Like, it just ingrains those, what do you call them? Synapses, maybe? The pathways in your brain to learn things. But yeah, if you go over the basics as though they're new understandings repetitively, like you really ingrain it. The cool thing is that this it doesn't have to be like a, oh, you have to do it this way or that way, but you can use this as like a what do you call it, like an addition to any other strategy or thing. Like you can have this happening in the background, and this doesn't undermine, say, Dbloc's strategy, like his way of looking at the vectors and all that. If anything, this might add, harmony to it, and show, whatever this trend line that I'm looking at. Oh yeah, I can see why they're vectored out of it, and then they're going to recover it, and it's going to come back to the trend line and bounce and whatnot. It's like, yeah, it's just another puzzle piece.
Yeah, anything that you can add to your technique to like help sort of increase your edge, to help give you a better edge. Like
Yeah.
all of the like Dbloc, I've heard Dbloc use the analogy where it's like you want to add as many tools to like your tool chest as you can.
Arsenal. Oh, totally. Yeah.
Damn, I'm getting a lot of DMs. No, I did not sell my pump. I still got the pump, but I just got some fart from the pump, so I got to pump the fart too, And fart the pump.
Oh, what was there? Was there usually on the chart? People were like, "Oh, no, it's resold."
Yeah, they thought I sold my pump just because I got some fart coin.
Oh, dude, I've got a line on my pump chart that you were saying, Drew. You were saying, oh yeah, I got in at 4,300, 4.3. And I've still got that,
That was
line
one of
there,
my
so
buys.
it's really cool. Yeah. Okay. I think you were telling me that down here, like when the market was still down here. So it's nice to see that it's turned the corner.
It's trying. It's
and you've
trying.
got like a daily chart high or low now. That's awesome. You weren't having those
the daily
before.
looks nice finally.
You've been dealing with
Yep.
You've been dealing with lower lows for most of its existence on this, at least on Bybit. So it's cool that it's
Yeah, no,
changed that
everywhere.
feature.
Yeah.
It's changed that behavior. Yeah, it's really good. You
The
built like a
one
little
problem
basement,
though is
and then
some
now
of it.
you're getting out of it.
The one problem is some of it's inorganic because a lot of that buy pressure is actually buybacks from the pumped out fund protocol. They're just doing buybacks, so it's not. It's kind of like BNB does with their buybacks a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. Just
But
I think
guess if it
this
works,
is just
it
a theory.
works.
Yeah. I think that inorganic, so artificial activity in the market can stimulate organic behavior.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Like, because the crowd could start coming like into it and going, "Oh,
Yeah.
look, pump fund is moving.
Start a party.
Let's get in." And then you get this organic crowd starting to come in.
Yep.
And then the artificial guys are like, "Hey, look what we started. We've ignited the market in this thing, and now it's going to pump without our help, and we're just going to take profit at the extreme."
I have another theory too on this fart coin. So the only way to get the normies in this next cycle is to show them that fart coin could get to $25. And once the normies hear that fart coin got to $25, then they're gonna come in. That's just an inside joke that someone has, but fart coin got wrecked. And you know me, I love picking up the pieces when things get wrecked.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. Oh yeah, it really did. Damn.
I scooped up everything that I could around 8.4.
That'll be back.
A lot of these A lot of these memes felt that sell off, didn't they? Fartcoin
Yeah,
especially though. Like damn.
it's either opportunity or a foreshadowing, event that's going to have
Hmm.
more red. But I think it might be an opportunity because I don't think, this bull trend just finished yet on a lot of these. I think they're just going to, marinate here until Bitcoin and Ethereum do its thing and then have one last 3 week to a month push of craziness. And then we probably chill.
I've got a little sneaking suspicion that Pengu, like as soon as the market turns on again and goes like hyperbull, Pengu's gonna do well. Because look at it hanging out up here. All of the other memes in this like view of 8 have, corrected fairly heavy, like back to where they started. But Pengu is like just up here chilling out. Fartcoin gave it back, Whiff gave it back, Bonk, not so bad, but still fairly deep of a pullback.
Yeah, no, Pengu's solid.
Yeah, it's holding up really well. What a
It's
huge,
good they have,
look at that, massive rounding bottom.
they technically have kind of RWA going around because they got those little teddy bears or whatever, teddy penguins.
Yeah. Not to give you too much hopium here, Drew, but this is still rational too. What I'm about to say about Pengu is that Pump Fun has just come out of this situation, right? Where it's found like some kind of basement, and now I feel like Pump Fun's in this area of what
That
could
Pengu
be
was.
like eventually a breakout. Yeah, yeah.
Yep, a lot of
You
people
know,
were saying that it's kind of resemblance of the ditch that Pengu was in.
yeah.
What was
And a
that like
lot
when
of new
Pengu hit the
stuff
lows?
feels that.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was back in April. That was because Pengu's been around the block. It's been around since like mid-December last year. It's been around.
well, yeah, the NFTs were around, I think,
And
before
yeah,
the
it's been
crypto. So
oops. Yeah. There you
Pudgy
go.
Penguins, basically,
But
Pengu came from Pudgy Penguins.
yeah. You know what?
I think they
From
did.
memory,
I'm
the
not even
thing that
100% sure on that.
really the thing that highlighted this behavior, or the first time I ever saw it, was Shiba Inu. Do you remember the like the kind of accumulation zone it got itself into after bleeding? Well, I'm gonna find a chart for it. Hang on a sec.
Anybody hear from Dbloc? He feeling any better? He sounded decent this morning, but I think he was still feeling a little rough, but sounded good.
Yeah, I think the last I heard from him, he seemed pretty much himself. What's my Shiba chart? Shiba. This might not have enough
Shiba
history on it.
Joe.
No. Actually, no, doesn't have enough history. What's the oldest Shiba chart? Shiba. Is it Binance?
Probably on
Yeah,
DeFi.
Binance is not bad. Okay. Yeah, DeFi definitely. But I remember the initial pump that it had when it got listed to Binance, and then it dumped out even deeper. And most people wrote Shiba off. They're like, "Yep, that was just a flash in the pan, stupid meme coin pump." But then it had this like second coming. Like it
Then
spent
Coinbase
literally
listed it.
months. Yeah, look at that, man! It erupted out of that accumulation. And this is where that
That's
guy
that's where
Prolific
I
so
got
gifted.
saved.
He was like, "Have you heard of Sheeb?" And he kept asking everyone, and he was like, he was
Shiba.
kind of shilling it down in the basement.
Yeah, there was only
And then
one.
that
There was
happened, and
one
everyone
man
was
that
like, "Oh my
never
god,
gave up on
Prolific!"
it.
Yeah,
There's one man
Shiba.
that never gave up
he
on it.
erupted.
Prolific.
Have you guys heard of Sheeb? Yeah, he used to come in all the time, like almost every day. Oh, I miss that guy. It's funny. Got some Have
I'm
like
wondering, do
old
I get a
TA
delay
on it.
with you, Rick?
Yeah, dude.
Let's do an
I think
experiment.
so. I
Yeah.
definitely do.
Yeah, it seems like there's a delay with you. I don't know if it's because you're all the way down under or what's going on, but
I think so. I think it's
you know how you can do a test? So if we count to 10 together, if we're in sync, that means there's no delay. 1,
okay.
2,
I can try.
3,
2,
4,
3,
5,
4,
6,
5,
7. Yeah, we're
6,
off. We're off.
7. Is that off?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
you're counting totally different than me. Yeah.
That's the Pacific Ocean, dude.
It's wild.
He was already to 5
We're
before you
like
started counting.
Yeah, we're like 5 seconds apart.
For me, dude, it sounded in sync, but then
When you're on your phone,
for
though,
you
it
it was
seems like
out.
you're in sync. When you're on mobile, I feel like there's no, or not as much of a delay.
Yeah, you might want to look into that.
Pepin, it's because I'm not sexy. That's why. They said, why is Rick the only Australian dude that doesn't sound sexy to me? And I said, because I'm not sexy. There you
I guess
go.
that means that
Everything
fly
else is-
sounds sexy.
Yeah, fly must be sexy. The reason I sound less Australian than fly is because I've been spending too much time in Discord speaking with Americans. And it's like I've got like a hybrid accent now.
Hanging out with us Americans. Eat some hot dogs.
Yeah. You're breaking my heart in Pepin. I thought I was in.
I'll be
How
right
do
back.
you even say your name? Pepin 1905. Thank you, AI on. If I hear my voice like through a video or recording, I feel like I sound like I've got my nose blocked, like I'm holding my nose like this and I'm speaking.
That's everybody. Nobody likes to hear their own voice,
Yeah,
bro. Trust me.
it just sounds nasally. And I know, like, I probably do naturally have a nasally kind of voice, but I broke
No,
my
not
nose
even.
really bad when I was 12 years old. I crashed a motorbike into a shed, and yeah, my nose was like spread out across my face. It was really bad.
Ouch.
So I went to the hospital and they re-broke it. They broke my nose back into position, and it's still kind of a little bit crooked, but I'm thinking maybe that's had an effect on my voice. You're good, bro. You got your nose
Got
broken
broken
by
by
a
what?
cheerleader? Nice, man. What? What? Oh, like, oh, it was an accident?
Rick, do you say aluminium or aluminum?
Say aluminium.
Okay, good. Thank God. Then you can still be saved. It's fine. You're not too Americanized yet.
It's H.
Aluminum. Yeah. I think it's kind of interchangeable how we say H or H. Sometimes I don't know, it's just as acceptable to say H or H in Australia, as far as I know.
Yeah, for us as well. I mean, it depends on where you're from in the UK.
Mm.
You say H or H. H. I guess I just say H. Wait, what do I say? What do I say? Wait.
H or H.
No, I say H. I say H. Yeah.
H. Yeah. Say the alphabet. That's the way to find out.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
You know that
It's
it's
H.
a
Yeah,
dip
I say
when
H.
people start talking about the semantics of the alphabet. When we
H
start going
bar.
into alphabet analysis.
I didn't notice till I started getting on all these Discord chats, because over here you don't hear a whole lot of British accents unless you just see the occasional TV show or something like that, and you don't pick up on stuff. I
Top gear on that.
noticed
Yeah.
that yeah, don't pronounce their T's when it's in the middle of a word, like Twitter. I say Twitter.
Nah, never. Yeah. Twitter,
Yes,
like
Twitter
kettle.
instead of Twitter.
Yeah.
It's the T's. But
We can't afford those teas over there, man. Yeah. We're all broke. Can't afford them.
B, C, D,
It's
E,
it's
F,
Brexit's
G,
fault.
H. Yeah, I definitely say H. I don't say it. Baltimore.
To be fair though,
Someone
you
get me a
guys,
bottle of water.
Baltimore.
instead of teas, you do the. Yeah. There you go. Bottle of water. But it's yeah. You guys normally put the D's and when it's two
Bottle of water.
T's instead of T's. So
And
like
like
British
battery, like you
instead of
guys say
British.
battery. Say battery. Battery.
Yeah, battery. Yeah. Battery. I said like battery.
Yeah, Americans say battery like it's a battery.
Battery.
Yeah, the
Battery.
D's and D's in it.
Australians say
How do you guys?
battery.
How do you guys say coffee?
Battery. Coffee.
So what? Coffee.
Except
Did you
except
say
the,
coffee?
the way that Rick does an American
That
accent,
sounds more like a Boston accent.
the way that Rick always does an American accent, he always sounds like a Valley girl.
Say Boston again, or coffee. Who said coffee?
A bottle of water, a glass of water.
I got battery.
Glass of water.
Like
That's a bit Valley, yeah.
battery?
Kind of like a
Like, can
Valley
you put the
girl.
battery in
Battery.
because I don't know how to do it.
Battery.
A latte.
A battery.
Like I just can't eat right now. Also, I think it was Punisher Rendo who said coffee.
Yeah, it's like
Bloody.
that.
Come get your coffee.
That's like a
Oh,
Boston
come on, you mean,
accent.
boy.
It's a New England accent. That's not even British or anything else.
Boston.
Yeah, fat man.
It's
That's
some
where
swallows.
Fran
Get some
Drescher is
swallows.
from. Out of
Nah, that's New York.
you know Fran Drescher in the Nanny. Oh, Mr. Sheffield.
Yeah.
She would say coffee, right? Where's she from? Is that like Queens or something?
I think that's.
I
I mean,
she was from Jersey.
the northern England area
Somewhere in New York.
was very British, if you will. So the accent definitely comes from that.
Is it
New York City.
She's
New
from
York.
Flushing or Flashing or something like that. The name of the town in
Flushing,
New York
New
where
York.
she's from.
Yeah, that's New York.
The Nanny.
Flushing Queen.
Flushing.
The more north you
Yeah.
get, the more the
Is
Y
that
disappears
Queens?
in like in their dialect.
Jersey. New Jersey.
She had
Yeah, that's a
style,
pretty
she
strong
had
one
flair,
too.
she was there. That's how she became the nanny.
Like, I'm pretty sure I have a southern accent to you guys, at least a little bit.
If I speak any more in Fran Josh, I'm gonna sound like a creep, so I'm gonna move on to something else.
Fran Drescher.
I can't remember who Fran Drescher was,
Oh,
brother.
man.
The Nanny.
The Nanny?
Sitcom back in the day.
I don't know what that
She
is.
beat cancer on a time.
Her voice
and
was
that was
really
cool. And then she got-
grating. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She has to be from Brooklyn or Queens or something. I know, yeah, of course I know her. What am I thinking?
yeah.
She's got that sort of New York sort of like Jewish middle-aged woman kind of voice in it, only a bit more
Oh,
nasal.
absolutely. That's for sure, bro. She's got to be from Brooklyn or Queens. I'm gonna look her up.
Yeah.
Really quick.
Like, you know, you sometimes get a variation of that where they're like, they smoke 40 a day. They're like, oh, darling, oh, honey.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you get that kind of, yeah.
Well, even people in Manhattan don't necessarily sound like people from
Like
Brooklyn. It's
Marge.
weird.
Marge Simpson's twin sisters.
Yeah, she's from Queens.
Patty and
Oh
Selma.
my god.
Yeah,
How do you
Queens.
say
She's Jewish.
bloody?
Queens. What kind of Jewish? Is she actually Hebrew? I don't think so.
I don't know. No, I think she might be like Romanian, like Jewish or something like that. European, like Eastern.
Yeah.
Ashkenazi, maybe.
Either way, she's Queens. It makes sense.
Yeah, she beat cancer, which was great. And then she got like she was super like hardcore, like trying to be as healthy as possible as a result of that. She was like turning off her Wi-Fi router at night. She was always like, yeah, don't eat like any of those like fruits and vegetables from the stalls. It's all just sprayed with all kinds of pesticide. It's
Oh, so she was an
so she
early
was really OG.
pioneer of the truth.
Yeah, and then
When you said health at first,
I'm
I was
sorry, I'm
thinking so
saying-
she like went through a Jane Fonda period.
oh, did Jane Fonda go through that as well? I didn't even remember. Let me take a look.
No, she had her exercise videos in the 80s. I was just making a stupid joke.
Oh, you mean more so like that? I thought you just meant in terms of paranoia. But
No,
yeah,
I was just being stupid.
Yeah. Wow, Jane Fonda's still alive. Holy shit. Shout out to Jane Fonda.
Sure is.
87.
Let's go, Jane. Ethereum is creeping on a
She
come
actually didn't
up,
look too
I just
bad
gotta
with her
say.
70s and 80s, to be
Big
honest.
buys, big buys.
Yeah, yeah.
Big buys, big buys.
Come on, Eth, you can do it.
Yeah, he's looking good right now. I don't believe it.
Jane Fonda,
That's
you never watched
beautiful.
Grace and Frankie on Netflix?
I did watch some of that.
Oh yeah, Grayson. Oh yeah, that was a thing.
And is it Lily Tomlin
like
who's the other person?
Yeah, Lily Tomlin.
Hmm?
They were great in
hilarious.
9 to 5 together.
What was that thing? Like 2015, 2016? Is that when that came out?
There's
Something like
like
that.
6 seasons. I love that show.
I think I seen
It was
like
early on when Netflix first started producing their own content. I know that.
yeah, exactly. And it was like with that sort of first kind of wave of it, and it was actually like it was a good start for them, to be honest. That and was the one with wait, let's see, with Michael Douglas, Michael Douglas and Aaron Sorkin, not Aaron Sorkin.
Can you name?
Sorry, go on.
Extra piece bouncing off the 4-hour
Oh, sorry.
pole flag.
Big bounce, big bounce.
Yeah. Sorry, can you remind me of the name of that show you were saying? Lily Tomlin and Jane Fonda?
Great,
Grayson.
Grace and Frankie
You were saying?
on Netflix.
Yeah. Oh, I watched that. That was great. I think that was very well written. I got into it, and I don't usually watch like sitcoms. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a nice modern day Golden
Anyway,
Girls.
sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the more modern, I think a
Good.
more modern sitcom, to be honest, with you, is a little bit different to like the sitcoms of old. Do you know what I mean? Like it's got sort of different pace to it.
Yeah.
I think
They got
Ethereum
good
needs to
banter between
break
them.
out on the 4 hour. What do you guys think?
Yeah, things are just like quietly optimistic.
Martin Sheen was in that
thing
too.
creeping up.
Or is that too bullish?
Is what too bullish? What did you say?
Nah.
Ethereum break out on the 4 hour.
Oh, all right. Let me take a look. I mean, before it was
funny?
a retest that we did on the 4 hour. If we're taking a fear and break on the 4 hour, I mean, I'll take it. But then, where's the retest? The real question.
No, that was the 1 hour.
Is it a weird? Do you feel like it's a
What, not
weird
the 50?
bias to have that I
50?
feel like being bullish feels irresponsible, but being bearish feels sensible and realistic?
Yeah,
Do
I
you
feel
guys
the
get that
same way.
vibe too? Yeah.
I'm finding it
It's
difficult
like,
to
oh
switch
yeah,
over,
like
but
bullish
it's
is
happening.
Yeah.
I think it
Because I
was
guess
the
like you
cycle
pull retail
kind of cool.
retail are like inherently bullish. Yeah.
Hey, yo, Rick, I think you might want to
Sorry, Jeff.
restart your computer real quick or your Discord.
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, sorry, boys and girls.
No, you're good. It's just you're coming in a little bit delayed.
Sometimes I have to check
Give it
my
a quick restart.
VPN as well. Sometimes I've got that thing set to Afghanistan, and I'm
Maybe if I go for a walk,
All right, one sec.
Ethereum will break out.
Let's go Ethereum. It's blue chip time, baby.
put it to the test.
So Bitcoin dominance is dropping, and Ethereum dominance is rising. It's weird. Yeah. So what is the ETH BTC doing? Oh, so ETH BTC is trying to break out of a 1 hour bull flag. It already retested it, and now it's coming back up for vengeance. So,
Why is your birds awake? Don't they sleep at night?
they want a cracker. Yeah, she
Yo,
sleeps at night, but when I talk, she talks.
clearly. Do you ever like throw a blanket over? I know some people do that. Like they throw a blanket
Yeah,
over the
I
cage and
blanket.
they kind of.
It's considered pretty rude to blanket your bird, like if they're annoying you. But if they're feeling anxious for some reason, then blanketing is fine. Like
Yeah,
the sun set on my buildings next door to me, and she gets really vocal with that. There's also a bunch of hawks. Like we have 4 different species of hawks here, and she likes to talk to them. But yeah, blanketing, that's more of a nighttime thing. But she's got a humongous cage. And what's interesting is when she had a little bit medium cage, she lost more feathers, which I have them all. I keep them like they're baby teeth. And so now she's got this humongous one, and she has closet mirrors to look at, so she's always got herself to look at, all conceited in the bird.
Is it one bird that you own or a couple?
I'm sorry, what did you say, Rick?
Is it one bird that you have or 2?
No, it's just one.
Ah, okay. I don't know why I'm imagining like 2 of them talking to each other.
Because it sounds like she's got an orchestra of birds. That's why.
Oh, please.
I used to have a lovebird.
What
My family did at least, but yeah, he got lonely. They get very lonely when they're by themselves. Lovebirds, at least.
Yeah,
Aw.
conures as well. She's a green cheek conure, and she's a very social bird. So yeah, the moment I leave her site or I leave the office, she starts screaming for me. But if I blanket her and let her know it's nighttime, it's Mimi's time, then she won't scream. She goes, okay, I get it. Going to sleep.
Did you ever
Thumbs down.
Did you ever think of getting her like a companion?
I did, and I just decided against it because I got her in 2013, and times were rough back then. And I
Oh.
maxed out a credit card to buy her. She was $300 at a discount bird store, and there was like 9 of them in a cage, and I picked up like a few, and she was the only one that bit me and like nibbled on my finger, and was like, "All right, you little effer, you're coming with me." But yeah, it's too late at this point to do that, I think.
And those other birds are like, I thought we were supposed to be nice, and she might have picked us. So
Free to mean, keep them keen.
That's woman for you. Huh?
you gotta. I just took notes. Got to start biting girls, I guess.
I don't want no
You
timid
you weren't
bird.
doing
You
that
are
before?
you are a
No.
vampire. You're Romanian,
Well, yeah.
biting people.
Angry birds.
Yeah. I put that side to rest.
He's a werewolf now. Yeah, only on the full moon.
Knuckles.
Is he wild out?
Hairy Knuckles.
Is it
Oh, I
is
thought
it
you said
true
hairy
that it's
nipple.
easier? Is it true that it's easier to train a bird to talk if it's a male bird? Like the males will mimic more than female birds,
Oh, I don't know.
or is it the other way around? I can't remember.
Probably females are probably have better memory than males.
The parrot like noises and sounds. Yeah.
Someone in YouTube chat has one too. Yeah, there's this like good night call that my bird does, and she goes like, like she's crying. I know I sound like a crazy bird lady, but it like I grew up having I lived in apartments my entire life, so you couldn't exactly have cats or dogs, and I was allergic anyway, and so but we were allowed to have birds, and so I had a ton of parakeets, and it was just it felt natural to get a bird companion. We're getting some good buy action on Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Goodbye.
As much as I like to talk about my bird.
Bird life. Bitcoin turning into a bird and flying away. Let's go.
Oh,
Actually, no,
Dbloc
not
is.
Bitcoin. Ethereum.
Yo, Dbloc, is that an octopus on your door? You had to look.
Is that
You had to look at it.
octopus?
You don't
she's
know
happy to
your
see
own
me.
door.
An octopus where? Nah, I looked to make sure there wasn't something in my room I hadn't
Where are you
noticed
seeing this
before. I'm
octopus?
like, what the hell? What's going on, yo?
Yo.
Yeah, what's up?
Watching Eve climb.
You gonna turn the camera on?
Oh, you got snowflakes?
Yeah, you got like your room straight up looks like a mushroom trip or something.
Yeah, dude, your room's sick.
Nice setup, D.
That's tight, bro.
Yeah, Qui-Gon's jealous.
Oh, so cool.
He needs a few more monitors.
Dude,
Yeah,
I
I've
am
got
jealous as hell.
actually.
He's got the Miami vibe down.
Contemplating mounting 2 more up here.
Yo, can we get some Ethereum logos in there though? I mean, Bitcoin to the left, Bitcoin to the right. Where's that Ethereum?
Where I
I
stand,
know
right,
someone that got a
right between the
team
left
on
and the right of
today.
Bitcoin.
I like the Satoshi vibe where we can only see the back of your head. Or like Home Improvement, that guy that's over the fence.
Just enough to know I'm human.
Dude, at first I didn't know. I
It's like
thought
the
it was
old
just
Charlie's
an empty chair.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, Limitless. Maybe like a TV mounted
Like the old
above.
Charlie's Angels
Market
episode.
maker still question.
Market maker wishes office
He
look
just
like this.
he just helped it along resistance. Do we
Sick.
It was hot as shit today, so I had to turn on the snowflakes. So mind over matter. Yo, the camera on the camera looks
see that
sick.
light
On the
that's like
camera, it
beaming
looks
out
like
to your wall. That's like all of you.
It looks like the light is spitting out the snowflakes on camera. That's pretty
Yeah.
dope. Just
I was gonna
noticed
say
that.
it looks like that's like all of your wisdom going out to the world up that pipeline and out.
Like that.
I used to have a big moon on the corner of right in the corner on the top, a big inflatable moon that was lit up. And then we would turn it like if it was going to the moon, we'd make it go up to the moon. And if it was going down, we'd have it like bleeding out of the moon. It's an old setup, actually. I mean, I've
You
had
need to
this.
put the nano leaves on, man.
On what wall? I have no walls.
I say you need to put the
Is that
nano
like a
leaves on.
That's what I'm saying. I have no flat walls.
Where's the escape?
is that
That soundproofing that you got on there.
is that like a giant is that a giant Bitcoin blanket? Or is it like a rug or something?
It's like
Maybe
a throw
bead
or
pieces?
like a tapestry.
tapestry.
Yeah.
A throw. Oh,
Yeah, don't
that's
say
so
You
Bitcoin
cool.
rug,
can't
please
say
don't.
the R words. Don't say rug.
Yeah, don't.
Yeah, buying a Bitcoin rug is
No,
just
it's not a
bad luck,
rug.
huh?
Yeah, don't do
Yeah.
it.
Here's that Bitcoin rug you ordered. 79K.
Oh no. Don't say
Dbloc,
rug.
are we believing this pump we got in here?
What happened?
Are we believing this little run right here?
Are we bleeding what?
I'm a believer.
Are we believing?
Oh, are we believing this
Sorry, I'm
pump?
not believing.
I mean, no.
Oh, that's that.
Not until we get CME gap. I think we're just retesting the 50 here, personally. They're not going to come all the way down here and leave this shit,
Is that
in my opinion. But I am
Yeah, it
interested
did
in
feel
what
so close that they.
ETH is doing.
even on Ethereum? It doesn't look like a pump.
Lower high.
Mm.
Yo,
What
D,
are
is that
what
your
are
setup?
those RGB light D?
Which ones? The ones going
The
up the
one
side of
that
the
is
wall?
blinking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
some. OV rope or
Oh yeah. You need to put the nano leaves on, man. That's gonna look cool.
where do you want me to put them on the roof?
On the ceiling.
No, on the
The
wall.
wall is all textured. There's nowhere to put it on. They wouldn't lay flat. It would look weird.
Yeah, you need to put the cardboard on, and then you need to put the nano leaves on.
If anything, I'll have a sign made, a crypto Cypher neon sign, and I'll put it right above the screens. I really want to go full YouTube setup. A lot of people think that this setup is for YouTube. I had this set up way before YouTube. You can ask any of the guys. It
No,
was like
it
2
looks
birthdays
really
ago.
cool,
I
man.
just redid my office 2 birthdays ago.
He's got to leave
Yeah, I
the
remember
room
when you blessed
space
it
on the
up.
room for his time man of the year award.
Yeah, right. Maybe a couple YouTube plaques or something. I'll be happy with that.
Cool.
I will neither confirm nor deny that there are Labubus in the room with me right now. Somebody in YouTube.
Yo, that on the
You're
top
literally
left shelf
cradling
there. Those are definitely
one.
those are definitely.
Are those like little teddy bears?
All that little
Oh,
shit on
these?
the right. Those could be the boobies.
Bear
Me and
bricks.
Dbloc have the exact same amount of screens.
Yeah, the bears are bear bricks. They're like collectible limited toys. This one is a cause.
Need to find you some bull collectibles.
Yo, my room smells like fart coin.
And then this guy right here. This guy right here is my favorite piece. Ball with the crown on it.
Yo, that thing's tight.
Yeah, that is really cool.
That's like a daily reminder for me that you don't want to be the main character in this thing. Kings
Dbloc
Kings
chucks
get
blood out of
slaughtered
there.
in crypto, bro.
I like it.
Just keep you humble. Just think of how many. Just go back and think in the history of crypto how many main characters have caught a bad one.
Bit boy here.
Just a long list.
Damn
bro.
near all of them, to be fair.
Long list.
No.
Yeah, especially that Sam bankrupt fraud.
Justin Sun,
Nice.
CZ. I
He
mean,
didn't
just line them
give
up, bro.
himself a bad name. But the thing with
King
Sam
Titties.
is that he didn't just give himself a bad name. He gave crypto entirely, like he gave the entire crypto industry.
100%.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Actually, so we had that conversation earlier, right, about how much damage Trump coin, etc., on all those scams did. I was talking to to this woman in a supermarket, right, and she asked what I do, and I don't often say it, but I was just like, oh, trades, like I just tend to say financial markets, and she said, oh, what kind of stuff? And I said, like crypto. And then she sort of like screwed up her face a little bit, and she was like, "Oh, crypto." That I was like, "Yeah, like Bitcoin, right?" She goes, "No, it's that who's that woman? She she's from Eastern Europe. And I was like, "Oh, the crypto queen."
OneCoin.
Yeah, it was like, yeah, the crypto queen. She's like, yeah. She like scammed a bunch of people. I was like, yeah, that's right. She scammed a bunch of people.
Yeah, thanks for the
Like,
reminder.
that's the
Oh no.
first thing that comes to mind.
That's like those people that
And then she turns
you
around
talk
and goes,
to
"Are you a
about crypto.
scammer?"
You talk to about crypto and they have no interest. But the day that Doge is down like 20%, they're like, "So, Bob, how's Dogecoin doing?" Like, bro, if you don't get away from me.
It's just like the that meme, right? The meme of the guy on his break and he's holding the coffee. He's like, "Yeah, I think crypto's a scam, man. So you should get out of it now." Sounds okay to me. Let me
Sounds alright to me.
Oh, I've got the volume. I've got his volume all the way
Oh
up.
my
So
God.
I've got his volume up to max. So I don't know if that makes a difference. Like, I mean, if it's that noticeable, it probably is. Okay.
Dude, hold! You're always having sound issues, bro. Like, what is up? Is there like something up with the sound card on your computer or some?
That's the
some
pot
shit? 'Cause
calling
either
the kettle
You're
black.
always lower muffled,
you, man.
and then you. Hey,
He's not
I
lying.
know what the issue is. I have a
He's
shitty
like, "Look, I
microphone,
know sound
and
issues, okay? If anybody knows sound issues, it's me, and you, sir, have sound issues."
I know what the problem is. I have a shitty mic, and it's because I'm too cheap to buy a good one. But
You don't need a good one though. You can get like a $25 one that's good. As long as it's like a cardioid mic, you're fine.
dude,
If you
that's
want-
exactly how much this one costs. It was on sale, so I grabbed it. But the
Okay,
box
look,
was gonna, like,
Razor Black Shark,
be
2023 V2.
That's the best mic I've ever had. Headset mic, gaming headset mic. It works even like it's amazing for calls. Like I'll be talking to people on calls and they'll be like, "Why the hell is your voice so clear?" And I'll be like, "Oh, it's because I'm wearing this headset mic."
For what?
It's really
For
good.
what you guys are doing, just
Wow.
talking on Discord and wanting to have like a clear voice on YouTube. Yeah, like a mid quality gaming mic will do it. You want to make sure is that it's auto monitoring and that it's got what you call it?
Diaphragm mic.
Suppression.
No, noise suppression.
Diaphragm.
No, just noise suppression. It's important to hear yourself, right? Sometimes these gaming headsets they don't have auto monitoring, so you're talking all robotic because you can't hear your own voice. But anything from like Still Series, is fine. Even like a Turtle Beach or something like that. If it has a mute button on the cord, that's even better, right? Then you can just auto sort of push the talk and
Yeah.
The only reason I even
Oh, that's the only thing about the one I'm talking about as well. It looks like a pilot's headset. I'm not using it now. Like I'm just using the laptop microphone. But like if I outside of it, it definitely turns some heads. They're like, are you you look like a air traffic controller. You look like a pilot. All kinds of things, man. Get all kinds of questions.
I started just putting my ear pod things in because I was using my headset for hours on end, and I get like a dent on top of my head from the band, like the headband piece that goes over the top. It's like, man, that doesn't look great.
look. These are if you've got a mic and you
If
just
you can
need
get one that
if you got a mic and you just need because you got a desk mic, right, Rick? So you're using
yeah.
All right, so
And I
check
just
this out.
use,
I found the
um,
best.
I've
I found the best monitors, bro. Hold on, I'll show you.
Sweet. Yeah, I just have old iPhone earbuds plugged into it, so I just wear them. Nothing that goes over the top of my head.
I had the same problem,
I
bro.
do have
I used to sit.
Sennheiser.
I used to sit with a big ass gaming headset on for hours, bro, and it was absolutely killing me.
Yeah. Yeah. You get that dent on top of your head. It goes away, but like it just there are a couple of people that
Is that a
use
flat bill?
that just use their speakers. And you can hear it because you can hear yourself
Dbloc, you
come
wear a
back through
flat
their
bill?
mic.
Yeah, that's the only downside. Obviously, is that sometimes I think, let me just stop being lazy and put on a headset because I might get like some sort of echo through. Or
This sounds way better. Way better. That's it.
It's the guy that just asked Dbloc something. I think you got Rick muted.
Oh, I heard him say, "Is it a flat bill?" He was asking about your
Yeah,
hat.
something about
I
his
think,
hat.
people. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was until I shaped it. What the hell is this shit?
Oh, you're looking for those monitors. I almost went down that KRK speaker route, like where you get speakers sitting on your desk. But I don't know.
JBL.
But it's so hard to find these because they're like Chinese.
Is there one called Kicker or something like that? Am I right?
No, kicker, the car audio.
Sennheisers are really good.
Yeah, that's a good brand.
Yeah,
Kicker
what
is
my
like
headphones
they
are.
make like subwoofers and stuff.
Ah.
Sennheisers are good. The earbuds are really good, but I've noticed that with like Bluetooth earbuds, it doesn't matter how much money you pay. Like the call quality is always going to be garbage. Like always.
Yeah. Best headphones out there are Grado. Grado, Grado Labs. Don't sleep on those. But those
There
are
they
like
go. Look, I
collectors.
found them.
We're gonna put them.
What the fuck?
You're
Just
sharing
me.
them in the.
Oh,
Pardon my
Dbloc.
language.
Got him.
Got him.
That bottom monitor you got, is that one monitor?
This one?
Like your prime.
49
Oh,
inch.
the ones on the bottom, one on the tables.
Yeah.
Is that one monitor?
From here over, it's one monitor.
Oh,
wow.
Jesus. That's dope, bro. That is dope, man.
What brand makes that kind of monitor? Gee, is that like Samsung or something?
There's a couple. Just look for 49-inch ultra wide. There's a couple that
I've
make
Is
got
that
one
two ultra
49
wides?
inches.
No, it's a
Have you
49
got
inch
two
and
ultra
then
wides?
two 32 inches.
Ah, okay. I thought that was just one massive arc around your desk. at
Good,
eye
because that's
level.
I can see
exactly
the
the vibe I
separations
was
in them.
going for.
Yeah, that's good.
Dope. Because I have
Yeah,
a
especially
54.
for gaming. Yeah, go on, man.
I have a 54-inch and then two little monitors, all Samsung, but they're the curved ones, so it looks kind of dope. But I wanted to get a couple more monitors too.
Here
But I
we
like
go.
that.
All right, so look.
I have a
Yeah,
65
I've got
inch.
one
Watch out for
49 inches, and I've got yeah.
the flashbang, but these are the monitors. I mean, these are the
These are.
headphones I'm talking about right here. Right, they just plug into your mic. You don't even feel these things on your ear, bro. They clip
Yeah.
over and they just kind of hang out on
cool.
top of your ear.
Ah.
And you can still hear what's going on in the room, right? They're like open ear.
Yeah.
And they sound great.
like
They're Audio Technica and they're only $24, bro. They're from Japan. That's what it is.
Oh. That's great.
Pretty
But
cheap
they're
as
right
well.
on Amazon.
I do like. I'm a big fan of Japanese technology, so
No, these shits are great.
for like electronics. Yeah. They're usually pretty good.
It's not wireless though.
Nah, they're not wireless. The
Means you
reason
don't
that
have to
they're so
charge 'em.
light is because you don't have to pack a bunch of shit into them, right? They're just literally, it feels like it's like an old school Walkman headset that came with it. You know, like just the, but clip to your ear and way better quality.
I couldn't tell if Dbloc had a baseball hat on or not.
Yes, sir. Hat and hoodie is a uniform.
Whoever was just talking about microphones and monitors, if you guys can throw that in bubble chat or something. I'm new to this. I'm trying to set up for the first time. Is there something bad about hooking up TVs? Because I have a couple of flat screens laying around.
Nah.
Or should I just go with the
No,
monitor?
because your
So,
TVs are monitors, right? They're
For
still monitors.
me, well, it depends, right? For me, I can't do TA on a television. Right. I could have a TV up here and just throw some charts up and watch the charts. But if you're gonna be actually doing TA and moving your mouse around it, it's like the input lag that comes from televisions. The difference between a monitor and a TV is the input lag. Most people won't notice it. I do. I can notice the difference between a 0.1 millisecond and 2 millisecond.
And like, yeah.
It's just it
TVs are
feels like
6
it feels like you're pushing your mouse through like a little bit of mud, right? It's like, and that shit just day after day after day would grind my nerves. But as a second, third, fourth monitor, there's nothing wrong with that.
I have 2 regular monitors. I have 2. Go ahead. Sorry. So I do use some televisions. Since you're asking, I do use televisions. Some I have 2 regular monitors that are my smaller ones that are my main ones, but I also have a 65-inch Samsung and 2 55-inch Samsungs that I use as the other 3 monitors. If I took a picture or if I get one, if I post it in the chat here, you would understand how the setup is. I've been using it for almost 4 years. And I
Yeah,
use it every
send a
day for
send a
8 to
photo.
12, 16 hours a day. So
Nice. Yeah, the newer the TV,
Fucking
obviously, the
Well,
less problem you're gonna have with the lag. And if you find something that's really good for gaming, you know. But if you're just using TVs you have at the house, it's better than not having monitors, right?
these are expensive TVs though,
TV,
so
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
using
yeah,
more expensive things I should be using.
TVs are basically
Probably.
TVs are basically 60 hertz, so you don't see you see the little lag while you're moving the mouse around. I've got the 149 inches ultra wide monitor, and then I've got the 55-inch Dell Alienware 120 Hz monitor. I just posted a picture in the bubble chat. You can see that. It's a really nice one.
Bro, parabolic.
Having lag trouble.
How the hell can you tell this is a Griselda
Projectors.
hoodie through my chair, bro?
That's crazy.
Projectors are.
That's cool, dude.
A what?
That setup, that
Is that your
studio
Griselda? Oh, yeah.
is awesome.
Cheers, a Griselda.
Oh, a hoodie.
Butcher.
Literally through my chair. He's
Well,
like, is that a
projectors are
Griselda
best for
hoodie
your
you're
eye.
wearing?
It's because he's saying the wrong movie. That's why.
Nah, that's wild.
Did you see a reflection of this monitor by chance? Is that how you saw it?
Bro, I'm still trying to figure it out.
You might have saw a reflection because I
Nah,
can kind of see
I
you.
think I turned my chair and he caught the corner of the Arabic and the one
I got you.
had to have been.
Maybe so.
He's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah,
Or
Dbloc,
when you were
honestly,
grabbing the
it's
skull with the crown.
Yeah, I got an irresponsible collection of Griselda hoodies, bro. I'm not proud. I don't even want to do the math.
yo, Dbloc.
Yeah, what's going on?
I wanted to say this earlier. I heard you talking about getting a sign made or whatever for the office.
Mm-hmm.
What I do is I have a old school phone, Motorola, whatever. But it had this cool like snap-on backpack that was a projector, well, is a projector. So I use that, and it's dope. Like you put it on the ceiling, you know, whatever. You can adjust it to all different sizes or whatever. But you can just have your logo on that and sending it onto that wall, and you'll get
That's cool.
you know, you
Yeah, kind of like the doors in
represent it, and
cars.
I just
Yeah, like the
yeah,
doors in
exactly.
cars where it has that
And
little projector that, yeah.
so again, brainstorming. You were talking about doing the crypto bubble and when it's green and red, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where you were saying on the back of the TV. So I was thinking you could do the logo, and then you can have that over that other, you know, bubble, and then you can have that projected on that wall, so it will change, you know, accordingly or whatever, you know, whatever. Just a little idea.
Yeah, there's a lot of options for sure. Rajesh, all of it. I'll use it all. It all depends on how new you are too, right? Somebody that comes in that's brand new, it's easier to explain to them how to follow the 13 and the 50 than it is to go deep into anything else. But all of it, you know, we use all our tools when appropriate. That's
Yo,
my fog
Joseph.
machine, Pepin. That's what you're seeing.
Yo, what's up? Hold on.
Yeah, did you see what I just tagged you?
Nah. Let me see. Let me take a look. Oh shit. I mean, I don't really deserve it though because I didn't get it right. So, but regardless, I'm humbled, good sir.
At least
Thank
you
you very much.
participated.
For like
Don't
a
spend it all in one
cheap,
place.
a dime store hooker. One Doge. Is that not worth to you?
I just took a picture and shared it in the voice chat text part. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
My bottom
guys-
screen up
You
front,
gotta-
I have to replace because I have a long story about how my cat last week broke my screen. It like true story. But yeah.
I've got a friend who like de-bezeled all of his monitors and he's sort of like put them all vertical, and he's he's I don't know. He's locked in. Let's just say he's locked in.
I put this 32-inch vertical. This one right here was supposed to be just for the chat. And I put it vertical, but it looks crazy, bro. It's like
Yeah.
so long. But I like
how
vertical
people can do it.
setups. I like vertical setups as long as they're
some
not
verticals are
ultra
nice,
wides.
man. I've seen some nice vertical curves.
I wish I could
I'll
have
have to
like
try. I mean, I've just never tried
seven
it yet.
different setups just so I could sort of build all the shit that I want, you know? I need a bigger room, but one thing I'm definitely gonna do is a double-decker semicircle. It's coming.
I see you waving your arms all wide.
This might not be the room for it, but you know what I mean? Like, I'll wrap it around this way.
My room
and
actually goes
then-
back kind of far.
and then
Does your room go
double-decker.
back further than that?
Yeah.
Or is it where the camera ends?
Nah, it
Okay.
goes back.
Because if I was to turn around the camera, like this room's also like a gym halfway in the back.
I'll flip the camera one of these days.
Well, I have a bigger room. It's around 20 by 20 feet. I still need to work more, but I've got 4 setups.
Jester, you got a whole trailer for your room. Look at that.
Yeah, I just posted the video. Just have a look.
And the little teaser trailer.
Trailer.
I was gonna say you're gonna say a flight simulator. I knew it.
Nah, that's a movie, bro. It's funny.
I've seen some pretty crazy flight simulator setups.
Oh, y'all need to see.
I
Y'all
saw one that
haven't,
goes like
y'all haven't seen shit. Y'all about to
Yo,
wake
don't
gloomy
get
up.
gloomy up here.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I like gloomy
Y'all
shit.
are
That's
about
a
to
fun-
wake gloomy up.
I mean, I've seen like $100,000 setup. Looks like a plane.
Gloomy's
Yo,
like,
Gloomy lives in
hold
the
my
flight.
kombucha.
Yeah, Gloomy lives in the flight simulator. What are you talking about?
Hey man, I get it. It looks fun.
Nah, that is the most cinematic setup reveal I've ever seen, bro. That's great.
I like how you've I like how you've got a character standing on top of your graphics card. That's really cool. I never thought of that.
That's great.
All right, Bitcoin, what the hell you doing?
Projecting off the 50 and coming down to grab the CME gap.
Any of you guys
Thanks
have a
for pointing
stream
that
deck?
out.
Stop being nosy, Pepin.
Not tonight.
Pepin wants to know what's through that door.
He wants a
I bet you a bunch of
tour
sneakers.
of the house.
I was going to ask the same thing,
It's the
actually.
love, Doug.
You got a bunch of sneakers back there.
It's the love dungeon with a
Probably.
swing.
I like that Bitcoin blanket wall design decoration.
It reminds me of some
Just in
Romanian
case I
folklore.
forget, man. Let's start getting too degenerate.
The only thing I trade outside of Bitcoin is usually Solana, ETH. That's about it.
Yeah, but there was a big echo in this room before. Excuse me, and the sound was horrible. So when I bought the panels for the wall, I thought they were soundproofing, but they weren't. Just decorative. But I bought some
Didn't even notice that.
soundproofing. I bought some soundproofing foam, and I just filled I filled the cavities with the foam, so now they're like soundproofing. You could
Muffles the
still hear-
screams from the love dungeon. And
You could still hear my neighbor fly by my house in
I
his
wonder if it makes
R8.
you lower than it should.
What's that?
I have you turned up to usually about 180, 200 to hear you.
I don't know. Maybe
you
I've
well.
got myself turned down.
I mean, you come through clear still, but you're just slow sometimes. So I just keep you turned up always. It's fine. I have a Stream Deck device. It makes it easy to keep people like levels up if necessary.
Yeah, I'm gonna become a good streamer one day and get a stream deck. Apparently, you can't
Oh, they're
consider
wonderful, man.
yourself a legitimate streamer if you don't have one.
I even use a Stream Deck for trading view sometimes.
Yeah, I saw somebody trade futures on trade forex on a stream deck. Is the most impressive thing I've ever seen in my life, bro. He had it set
You
up.
can set up your Stream Deck for trading view and for your trading.
Bro,
It's very easy to do.
He had it set up, but for forex it's crazy, right? Because he had it set up to like add 10 contracts, add 100 contracts, take profit on 10 contracts, take profit on one
definitely.
contract, and he was just going nuts on it. I was like, yo, that is crazy.
You can pretty much program anything you want into it for the most part. Get pretty creative.
Yeah.
Is that an Elgato Stream Deck?
I can always tell who's talking on here, even if I turn the volume all the way down, because it lets me see. It's a lot of things it works with. Well, even like having Discord pulled up.
DZ said, can I see your face? Just assume everybody in here knows what I look like, just because we've been together for so long and I've been on camera a million times, but I forgot how many new people are in here. Now you want me to keep the mystery alive. We're gonna do a face reveal at 10K subs. Hit that subscribe button.
I've been here about 8 weeks. I don't know what you look like.
Dude, I've been here 5 years. I don't think I've only seen him one time.
If you were here in the bear market, right? Everybody that was with us in the gym when the shit was nasty. Yep, they weren't in the basement, Gloomy. You guys were living your lives and having fun while we were suffering through the blood and the sweat. I'm not mad at it though. Wasted a lot of time in the bear market. You can do better than you can do worse than walking away, but you can do better than walking away and coming back at all-time highs, right? Take your profits, walk away, have some fun. Make sure you come back for at least the last third of the bear market. Yeah, I appreciate you, Slick.
I've got to say, since starting crypto in 2018, I don't think there's been a single week that I haven't checked the charts. I've pretty much checked the charts. Like whether I'm taking action on the charts and trades is another story, because I've definitely had breaks where I don't touch it. But yeah, man, I'm always in touch with the market, like what's happening, price levels, that kind of thing.
Responsibility.
Yeah.
Unless you're just bullshitting. You know what I mean? But if you're taking this seriously, it's like,
yeah.
Like if you were a weatherman and okay, you're not working today, but you're not gonna check the weather.
Yeah, that's right.
Like that's kind of your thing, right? Probably the first thing you're gonna do, even if you're not working today. You might not sit
Yeah.
there and analyze cloud formations, but you're gonna take a little glance to see if you should bring an umbrella or not.
Yeah, that's it.
I wonder what other weathermen watch. We could just watch that guy. There's got to be somewhat, weathermen have to watch somebody, right? They got to get their weather from somewhere. Wonder where they go.
Yeah, who's there?
Yo, so here's what happens: is they're in this paid group, and the
Uh-huh.
leader of that paid group is part of another paid group where he gets his information.
Yeah,
from.
they get the weather a little earlier than the other guys.
Yeah,
I
so
got
they
it.
got the edge. By the time your local weatherman guy gets on, he's already getting dumped on. The storm is already there.
Yeah,
he can't see it coming.
the inner circle signal group is like your high top national weather forecast meteorologist and shit. And then the bottom
guys
free
don't have-
tier is like the Telemundo weather girls
You guys
and
don't
your
have the
local
weather
weatherman.
face, and you don't have the weather face indicator. I mean, what's that? Crypto face. I mean, they got indicators, weathermen, so they use some indicators, right?
Are you talking about that channel with the Spanish chicks that have a big booty? They're the weather.
It's all the
Colombiano.
Spanish channels are obscene with that shit, yo. Like these girls have no meteorology experience. Like they're just reading the script and they got some cute shit on.
Yo, I'll tell you what. If I was watching that show, it wouldn't be for the weather.
Nah, the Spanish
I
weather
can't even
channel is
understand
really
what they're
big.
saying.
It's really big in jail. Like the one show everybody agrees on when it's time for the Spanish weather girl to give the weather.
You think weathermen have mentors? You know how crypto people always go on about their mentor?
Yeah, hell yeah.
It's like, come on.
I mean, it's a good analogy, right? Because you got your local weatherman that goes on, the weather forecast thing that all them gets his stuff, and he just regurgitates somebody else's work. And then you get the meteorologist that really studied the cloud formations, did the technical analysis that it takes to find out, and then that information gets passed on to all the other ones. So it really is like what we're doing, right? You can be a meteorologist level technical analyst, or you can just go on Twitter and sort of regurgitate the shit that everybody else is sort of saying.
Yeah, exactly.
And then if they get it wrong, they're like, well, weather's unpredictable. These markets, everybody gets it wrong sometimes. There's a lot of that, bro. And people complain about AI agents do it, but people have been operating like bots for a long time. So like the AI agents just go on and they take other people's info and then they post it on their thing and they word it different. It's like what, like you've been doing for the past 2 years? Taking other people's TA, rewording it, or finding stuff that matches your narrative and just reposting it.
Yeah, one time I had made a post on social media, and I was like doing a TA, like I gave this whole thorough analysis, and I was reading it to the group, and like just to sort of get it all out there.
like what I was thinking, and I was like, oh, I might as well read this because it was like, you know, I already have it written out. And I'm like reading it to the group, and like Pisket is like, are you reading something? Like it sounds like you're reading something. I'm like, yeah, I am. He's like, what are you're reading somebody else's TA after like it's your I'm like, no. I'm like, I made this TA myself. I'm like, I posted it. I'm like, I'm just rereading the post that I made myself. But yeah, dude, it feels weird to like actually say now, like I have to look back and say like Pisket was one of my mentors.
Bro, Pisket used to ban people mid TA. Like you like, bro.
Ban?
I mean, well, not ban, but mute or kick.
Yeah, he would mute people all the time.
Oh my God, bro. I can remember so many times where somebody is like maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes into like some in-depth TA, and then they just go silent and you hear Pisket go, I just couldn't take it anymore.
I had to hit them with it'd be like, I had to hit them with the
Dude,
hammer.
he did it.
I just could
That's
not
why
take
James,
that
like, took
bullshit for
his
1
mod away.
second longer.
Because like he was like he took Pisket's mod away because people were like complaining that Pisket was like abusing his power, whatever.
He was.
And then
He hardcore
dude,
was.
I was like, why'd you take it away? He's like, dude, I had to. Like I was talking to Tame, like messaging Tame. I'm like, why'd you do that? And he was like, I had to. He was muting like 50 people a day. And I'm like, dude, yeah, but there was like
I mean,
people
to be
getting in
fair, some of
screaming
those people
matches
needed
and
to be
arguments and
some of
shit.
those people needed to be muted, to be fair.
Yeah, like there's people getting in arguments constantly. I'm like, dude, Tame, you're not here. Like there was people constantly getting in arguments and like talking over each other all the time. I'm like, it's only quiet. I'm like, then it all just goes quiet. I'm like, because Pisket just mutes everybody. Then he tells everyone, hey, I'll unmute you guys if you calm the hell down.
Don't make me hit you with the hammer.
Until
like,
it
so
became
it'd be
like, I'll unmute you if you pay me or something.
Oh, listen, after leaving over there, I've heard some interesting stories from people that have come over here.
Oh yeah.
And told me like, yeah, like I was banned and told me if I paid $3K I could get back in, and I'm like, what? You're fucking
Yeah, dude.
Language. Jesus Christ, people.
You're on a hot streak
That's
today, aren't you?
insane, bro. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, and it wasn't just like a fixed rate. It would go up every day that you waited to pay him or something.
3K.
I'd be up to millions.
That is really,
dude.
I don't know what to say about that.
Before his whole NFT debacle, he kicked me from his server, and like I was trying to get back, and he wouldn't even answer my messages and stuff, and like everybody was in there, and like I felt because at the time I wasn't in Tame's, like Tame kicked me like 6 times, but at the time I wasn't in there, and I wasn't in friggin' Piskets because he kicked me out and he wouldn't let me back in, and I'm like trying to talk to people. I'm like, hey, can you like talk to Pisket and ask him to friggin' like bring me back in, because he just kicked half the people for no reason. But like I don't know if there was a reason or if it was totally random or what. Like he said it was a random like Thanos snap or whatever, but
Yeah.
I don't know. It was weird.
I don't know, yo. Maybe I'm too sensitive and shit, but I'm not coming back somewhere that I've been kicked. I'm good. You got it.
Yeah, same.
Well, it was only
Yeah, the
always
nonsense-
for the other
nonsense.
people that were there mainly. You know.
The nonsense didn't just stop there, by the way. It kept going, even up until a couple of months ago.
Like I wasn't in Tames like to
my
be
God.
like I was like a mod in Tames even too, and like there was people like I had to deal with people like a ton because there was like 1,000 people in here. But it was like, dude, I wasn't in Tames the whole time just to like wait for him to come in once a week and say, hey guys, the RSI is oversold and the Williams alligator is like I wasn't in there for Tame. Like I was in there for everybody else.
Yeah.
Shout out to Williams Alligator. Free grant, like, sorry, free bags is mental. Sorry, one sec. This thing. Yes, why did it do that? Yeah, free grant is insane.
I was in there for the dog.
I was in there for you,
I would sit
hooligans.
in with I would sit and wait for Drew to come in and be like, in the morning, like sometime between like 8 and noon, he'd come on and just be like, the best part of waking up is Doge in your cup. And like he would, like people wouldn't be talking a lot, so he would just go through all these like news. Like he would have like a little news segment in the morning, and just go through like all like the like what was like new like recent events, like current events with crypto, and like read off a bunch of news articles and stuff.
Oh, breakfast
About
showtime.
And then if
It's
it
like
was
Les
dipping,
Nessman from WKRP.
if there was like the price had dropped a lot overnight, and we come in the morning and the price is just going down, like everyone's quiet, Drew would just come in and be like, dippity doo da dippity day. It was the best.
The good old days.
Oh,
I
wait for
tried
Drew
getting
to
back
come on.
into.
I'd be like, yes,
I
Drew's
tried.
on.
I tried getting back into Tames a couple of times, like a couple of years ago or a year ago. He wasn't having it, man. He wasn't willing to bury the hatchet or whatever. I reached out and go, oh, hey, man, hope you're doing all right. Whatever. And just not. Slap back.
In the middle of
Man
a bull
holds a
market,
grudge.
like, I don't know, bro. I got other shit to worry about. Like, I can't, you know?
It was mainly to get back in touch with the OGs. It wasn't because I was trying to get friendly with him or anything.
Yeah, of course. And I'm
Oh,
sure that
yeah.
he knew that. That's why he was being so difficult about it.
Yeah.
It's all good, man.
Wasn't
Everything
he
happens
trying to like
for a
fight
reason.
at Bitcoin? Wasn't he trying to like tell people he wants to fight them at Bitcoin conferences? I'll whoop his ass.
Are you serious?
Man said a lot.
I missed a lot of stuff. Wow.
Oh,
Dude,
that's
yeah,
wild,
who was
dude.
that?
That is
Who
wild.
was that he was beefing with? He was like, he like lifted up his shirt on stream and he was
Me.
like, yeah, all muscle. And he's got like flabby. Who?
That was me.
Dbloc.
He
That was
crashed
Dbloc.
out.
Really?
Yeah, he crashed
What?
out, bro. I was like trolling him when he was talking
Yeah,
shit
dude.
finally. So I just kept trolling him and chat was laughing. And then he crashed out, bro. He pulled his shirt over his head. He said some shit about putting me in the Tennessee chokehold or some shit. I'm like, bro. Listen, when somebody, this is just a life rule, right? Whenever you're arguing with somebody and they take their shirt off on television in front of 1,000 people or on, you know, YouTube in front of 1,000 people and start threatening you, you have officially won whatever argument was occurring before that.
Totally.
It's a wrap after that. Just leave it.
That's what
Just
we ended
leave it
Crash.
alone.
Yeah, like,
It's totally.
dude, like,
He's
I
crashing out like
I'm pretty
Bitcoin.
sure he must have had enough awareness to be laughing with the people that were laughing at him having the idea to actually try to fight you.
It's a big boy moment, yo.
He's
That's what
crashed
that
out
was.
a brick wall,
That's-
man.
Dbloc, was that the event that actually caused for you to go and start your channel and leave Thames, or were you were you guys all still back in there after that?
We already we kind of saw it coming.
Got it.
He came on and he announced that the Discord audio would no longer be on YouTube and that he was only going to come on for a couple times. He wasn't going to be streaming all the time, blah, blah, blah. I can't remember what it was. And then I can't remember what set him off, like what the trigger was. But he had already got rid of BJ at that time.
Bears.
Yeah, but what made him start getting rid of people, remember? Because he got rid of
He hated
BJ,
banter. He hated.
got rid of Tana. Bro, when we got in that free Banner
Kicked me out
Bubbles
twice.
gummy bear airdrop, right? All you had to do was literally just watch Banner Bubbles, and we ended up getting like 230, 340 bucks or some shit for it, right? So a bunch of the people got it. So they were always in chat, hey, Dbloc, thanks for the whatever. And then I don't know. One day he goes to me because he had a shit coin. What was the name of his coin? Tame Token, right? He had a shit coin.
Tame Token, I think.
Yeah, he had a shit coin, and he used to keep asking. He's like,
unicorn, some shit.
he used to be like, "Give me your address. Give me your address. I'm gonna send you a bunch of tokens." Da da da. I'm like, "Nah, I'm good, bro. I don't really want anything to do with it." So I would never talk about it. I'd never chart it. And I think that's what the problem. I think that's where it started. Because one day he said to me, he was
Oh,
like,
he started to get funny.
Yeah, one day he said to me, "How long have we known each
Well,
other?"
with Jasmine, I think it
I was
started.
like, no. One day he was like,
think it's-
"How long have we known each other?" I was like, 3-4 years, whatever, da da da. And he was like, "Oh," and like the vibe I got was like, "You know me for this long, and you're not helping me show my token but here you are talking about other projects. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. We've always had a weird thing. I haven't given that shit any thought.
Remember with Jasmine, that seemed like that's where everything went kind of left a little bit, you know, and he was just like trashing it. So, and he was going out of his way to trash it, you know, and he was just like so hard on Pulse Chain and Hex and was just like dedicated to trash Jasmine every day. And I was like, oh,
Listen,
man,
when somebody doesn't like you, when somebody doesn't like you, watching you win constantly is like torture, bro.
But
And you can only
I
take
found
so much of
the
that.
problem with I found the problem that I always had with him is that he didn't just chill with the group as an equal. I always felt like he just viewed everybody as a customer, like as a, oh, you're just a paid member, you're just a member, like you're one of my, you know, like you're a minion or something, you know. I just didn't ever get the vibe that he respected anyone. Yeah, that's what I
I don't
got.
want to defend Tame, but I just got to say the dude's got a very abstract personality. I think he's on the spectrum. He had a very aggressive personality.
He wasn't
But
always
I
like
just got
that.
to say, man, he's the reason why all y'all are together.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
He
I
was
think
very
it's
different early on, back in 2020.
No, yeah, he wasn't always like that.
I was there from the beginning. I know
He
I
definitely.
just it's good to move past, and it's good that everyone met because of Tame, and whatever happens to Tame happens to Tame.
Yeah, I wish him all the best
We
of luck.
all appreciate
man,
him
we met
for
because of
it.
Doge.
If there's only one thing, there's only one
That's
thing we can
freaking
all
true.
appreciate him for. It's that.
Yeah, creating the platform where we could all meet. Yep, that's right.
That's true.
Credit where credit is due for that. Yep.
I remember when Tane would tell people not to do futures when it was just a spot trading channel mostly. Like that was
And he went to the
different
dark
time.
side.
You can kind of narrate the timeline of personality change.
We're good though. I'm not gonna spend any more time worried about that. I spent 3 years.
Yeah.
It's enough. Appreciate
Dude,
you,
Norton
Rocky.
antivirus is
Well,
like
Bitcoin's been chilling.
never.
Yeah, Bitcoin. I mean, if we want to
My
look,
Norton antivirus just like never fails to remind me.
if we
that
want to
this
look
shit's
at
expired.
just pattern wise, right? That M pattern, the neckline of the M pattern, the breakdown of the M pattern, the retest of the neckline, the bearish retest. That's what we got. Right? Will it get over? Is that truly a bearish retest? Will it come down, clear CME, come to the measured move? That's what we're trying to figure out.
What's up, matches?
Yo.
Is that you just that just said what's up, Kawhi? No, I thought it sounded like that. No.
Is that Bitcoin related?
And just enlighten me. What about Superman? Joined ICE.
Oh, you're saying I'm Dean
Whoa.
Kane.
That Dean
Dean
Kane.
Kane.
I think he's talking about Dean Kane, the Adventures of Lois Lane and Superman in the 90s or whatever.
Yeah, and that's my favorite man, by the way. I remember for years I thought he was Mexican, which probably makes me a racist. Whatever.
I think we all did.
Dean Tanaka. Yeah.
Well, Spanish would be Europeans.
It's a melting pot, all in one man.
Some people, yeah, some people invest Bitcoin, some people join ICE. Like, you know, it's something for everybody. That'll be a scam coin at the top, the Pico top.
I just want to get done with this. I want to get done with this cycle. Freaking, I'm sick of hearing people talk about Bitcoin. I want to get done with this cycle and then get on the robotics kick and then get the hell out of the market.
Cycle doesn't end until you're a trillionaire.
There's not. I don't even think there's a one person on the planet that's worth $1 trillion.
Apparently, Elon Musk is on track to become quote unquote the world's first trillionaire, but they'll be undocumented.
Putin has $1 trillion.
Oh, there you go.
Putin's worth over $1 trillion. He's in a special situation though, where yeah, because all of the natural resources of Russia are counted as his net worth.
Yeah,
that's true.
What?
He's in a
What a
very
scammer.
special situation.
Yeah, but if he is not the president anymore, if he's ever not the president, the guy looks like he hasn't aged a single day in 50 years.
That's funny.
Listen, he
If he's
yeah, he
ever
left
not
the
the
presidency.
president anymore.
Yeah, he became like prime minister, and then when he leaves prime minister, he becomes something else, and it's
God.
always something that's more power. Yeah, exactly.
God is what he's gonna
Like a
become.
North Korean, right?
Yeah, some of the
talked
Saudis,
about,
some of the Saudis as well.
Yeah.
Some of the heads of Mexican cartels, Colombian cartels
exactly.
are not far behind. There's trillionaires out there. They're just not on paper. Remember that this Forbes list, your team has to reach out to Forbes with all that information. All these billionaires
well,
you
in that
see
case,
on
yeah.
there, their assistant send that information to Forbes, gave them a portfolio. These are our assets. They want to be on that list. There's nobody on
So
Forbes
what,
that doesn't want to be on Forbes.
So Forbes gets a call, and they're just like, "Yeah, this is El Chapo's assistant, right? He wants to be on the Forbes list."
Yeah, right. Like one
It's
day
like-
he just wants to stunt, and he's like, "Look, send it over. I'm tired of these guys."
holding a brick of Coke on the front cover. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, there's definitely like multi-billionaires that we don't even know their names.
For sure. I live in
100%,
Miami.
yeah.
I drive by, walk by billionaires every day, and I have no idea.
Probably just wearing socks and sandals.
Pretty wild.
Black T-shirt,
Yeah, but I mean, like a
Levi's,
billion.
Crocs.
A billion is one thing, but like I'm talking like hundreds of billions. So like to be like a multi-billionaire, you have to have like hundreds of billions.
You need a couple bodies as well. Let's be honest with you, right?
Yeah, probably.
There are no ethical billionaires, as they say. Although I think in crypto, I think you definitely got a couple ethical billionaires, right? It'll be like accidental billionaires.
Given enough time. Yeah, given enough time.
There you go. Couple billions.
I mean, I don't know though. I mean, a billionaire, if you got like $1 to $10 billion, it's like, okay, you're a billionaire. But like, you're talking like in my mind, at least, I don't know what the actual definition is, but in my mind, multi-billionaire is over 100 billion.
Listen, bro. Listen. You're gonna shake you're gonna listen. 2 billion, 3 billion. That's not enough. I can't be a multi-billionaire with 3 billion.
This guy's like, "Oh, you're barely scraping a billion. Like what? Yeah,
you slacker. You only have 3 billion. Get out of here. Nah, that's crazy, bro. $1 billion is insane. Listen, just touching $1 billion and then spending money not being a billionaire, that's still an accomplishment, right? That is I don't think it should be anybody's life goal, but like life goal is a little
people anymore, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it's something you want to hit, there's nothing wrong with that, right? If your target has a B in front of it, that's amazing. But it can't be a life goal to where you destroy your life trying to get it, right? That's
100%. But I mean, I think a lot of people who do become billionaires, right? They have that sort of mentality or mindset, right, or personality trait / disorder that's driving them to want to become a billionaire. Because after a while, you're just gonna. I mean, most people will be content with tens of millions, right? So if you're getting into the billions, it's either that your company is just that good or you're just that driven.
Yeah, I mean, if I had $1 billion, I'd just be set for life. Like I wouldn't have to worry about anything ever again. Do you know if you were to count to 1 billion and you just took it 1 second at a time, like, or let's just start with 1 million. 1 million, if you went 1, 2, 3, just 1 second at a time. To count to 1 million takes you 3 days. If you wanted to count to 1 billion, it would take you 97 years.
Jesus. Also, quite you'd be set for life long before 1 billion. Let's not get like crypto Twitter 10x, right?
I know.
But
I'm just saying, like $1 billion, you literally don't have to worry about shit for the rest of your life. Your grandkids are going to be set up. Like
I feel like this is a top
I don't know
signal.
why anyone needs more than that.
Like I know it's not, but my body's reacting to this conversation like if it's a top signal.
I mean, seriously though, guys, is 10 million really enough to make it?
Depends on how old you are and where you live.
True.
You
It
can
is
live
very
a very
relative.
comfortable life with $10 million. But yeah, it depends on where you live and depends on how old you are.
It's a good point.
But at that point, what happens is that amount of money allows you to accumulate more money at an unfair advantage.
Yeah.
You know? So
Exactly.
it comes out in the wash. But there is that moment
I've always
where
said
you hit 1 million and then you have to spend some money and then now you're not a millionaire anymore and your ego has to deal with that.
You know what? It's like every time I've seen it on crypto Twitter, right, where we'll sort of fluctuate in a cycle, and then someone has made like a bad decision, and they'll be like complaining online, right, and they'll say, "God damn, I'm like in this 6-figure hell, like where I can't get back into 1 million." I'm just like, man, 6-figure hell. That's some title pudding.
Yeah, people don't really understand how much $1 billion is.
Yeah.
We can tell. And I think crypto has a lot to do with that. We have lost complete just throwing around numbers like quadrillion and like we've just lost all sense of touch of reality when it comes to numbers. If you had $1 billion, right, and you spent $1,000 a day, it would take you about 2,600 years to spend it all.
Oh my God.
2,600 years. So count that generationally. How many generations can spend $1,000 a day off of that $1 billion? People don't understand how much money that is.
Yeah.
$1 million is
I just think
thousands, right? 1,000 thousands is $1 million. $1 billion is 1,000 millions.
It's I mean, look, the way I see it, right, because I always have it in my mind that when I say someone can't go broke, it's because they've like established something that is gonna just generate income. So unless you dismantle that thing, right, or you can't maintain it, then you shouldn't really be going broke in my mind. But I mean, there's people find ways, right?
Bro,
But that's the way I always see it.
$1 billion at like a 2.5, 3% APR is $30 million a year.
Yeah, you can like
if you can't
I
live
mean,
off
people
of 30
can
million, if you've gotten to the point where your lifestyle doesn't allow you to live off of 30,000 a year and you don't ever have to touch that billion, then I don't know what to tell you. We have different problems, you know.
100%.
Yeah, if someone can't live off 30 million a year, then they've got problems they'll probably never understand.
No, that's bad. So that means if you get to $1 billion, you never have to touch it. If you get to $1 billion, you can put it somewhere safe, get your 3% a year. I mean, this is ridiculous, obviously, the way we think about it, because you're just getting debased off of just currency holding that much fiat. But if you put it in crypto, even more. Right? If you just sat it in Bitcoin and did nothing,
then dumped on everyone at 120K.
You wouldn't even have to sell. You have $1 billion
Just
in
collateralize.
Bitcoin. You can collateralize 2% of that and buy whatever you want in life.
I would say you'd want to get some stables too, though, that give you some APY, right?
Man, you have $1 billion. You could put it in whatever you makes you feel comfortable at night. Unless
Man,
it's a
if I'd
shit
only put
coin
all
or
that
something
Who's
trust
like
gonna
in
that.
buy?
You know what I mean? But would I sit my entire bill? Okay, you got to sit your entire $1 billion in one stable coin for 10 years and you can't touch it. Or you can touch it, you can spend it, but it has to sit in that stable. What are you picking? USDC or Tether?
Drew gonna buy
USDC.
the Dogecoin
Yeah, it would have
for
to
$1
be
billion.
USDC. It would have
I'm
to
gonna
be
say
USDC.
USDC. Do you have
Who's
do you have
muted?
matches on mute?
I don't know,
Matches.
maybe. Hold on, let me check.
Do you hear him? He said he feels like he's interrupting you.
So why keep talking then?
Give me a second. Let me find your name.
Jeez.
Matches Malone.
Yeah, I got him.
Yeah.
All right, you're good.
Cool.
Anyway, I always said that, like, because people would like complain about freaking like capitalism and oh, capitalism sucks and it's so like oppressive and blah blah blah. I'm like, it's not like that. I'm like, you guys are just looking at it wrong. I'm like, the thing is, I'm like, you're pissed off because capitalism is not working for you and it's not doing what you want it to do. I'm like, in reality, it gives you freedom. Like realistically, there's nothing wrong with capitalism other than the fact
It's
that
fair.
it's rigged so that it's rigged in a way so that it makes it so that the people that already have a lot of money, it makes it exponentially easier for them to obtain
The
more.
problem that people
Whereas the
have
people
with
that don't have
capitalism
money,
is
it makes
that
it harder for them to make more.
the problem with the people have with capitalism is that if you transform it into its final form, it doesn't look good for anybody except for 1%, right?
Yeah, there's a handful of winners. There's
The
a
good,
handful of winners, and everyone else is your customer.
yeah, the
or
good
a
news is
loser.
that you have what's considered a fair chance to become that 1%, and then at least you don't have to worry about it. Everybody else worries about it, but that's what happens when you run it forward. That's the problem with most political ideologies, though, right? They all have really good things until you push them to their final form, and then shit just goes
100%.
left.
But that 1% thing keeps it competitive, which kind of gives it an edge. Also, that's what makes society competitive in a way.
Listen, that
You gotta
middle
be competitive
class,
think of
or
how-
you wouldn't progress.
the middle class dissolves from the middle, right? Like just think of it like a fuse that's lit from the middle. You just have to outpace the fuse, man. If you stay stagnant for too long, it will catch up. There's people that
Yeah.
have $1 million
Think of nature.
houses and thought they were safe, and then now they're finding themselves worried about things that they didn't think they needed to worry about anymore.
How does nature operate? Nature is survival of the fittest, and I guess capitalism's kind of like that in a way. Like if you're fit, if you have like in the sense of success, right? Like your high performance at making money, you'll succeed, you'll survive.
Yeah. Neve, I said USDC and not Tether because of the 10-year caveat that I put on it. Right? If it's 10 years, I mean, I don't know. We've already seen Tether be shaky in Europe. You can imagine in your mind a couple of other countries go down. Who knows? USDC for me seems to have the backing of the US government at this point, which is just sort of starting its push into stable coins, hoping that the stablecoin traffic and all the bonds that they buy can sort of, help the deficit. So that to me sounds like more of like a 10-year plan. That if I was forced to put it in one place and not touch it, I'd probably take my risk on that. Everything else is too new. I know the XRP guys are like, what about the XRP? We haven't, at the very least, I need to see a stable coin make it through a full bull, full bear. Right? Like, it has to prove itself, just like projects. I feel the same way about projects.
So no Terra Luna then?
Yeah, you know, you just give it some time, bro. You never really want to be an early adopter. Like, early adopters in tech, it doesn't, I mean, I do it like a dumbass with like electronics and shit like that, but I always pay for it, right? You always get the glitchy shit, and you know, the second round that comes out, there's nothing wrong with it. Now you got to buy another one.
Yep, that's what my IT teacher always taught me, man. Like, don't buy the first revision of anything. Just wait a year.
Yeah.
Let them iron out the kinks. Don't be the guinea pig.
Exactly.
This is what's commendable about Ethereum and like the the dev team of Ethereum is that they're building and releasing things regardless of the point in the cycle that we're in. You know what I mean? Like they'll be putting out things that are bullish when no one's even looking at crypto. Like, like the merge that happened at a boring time in the
That's
market.
one of the things that we're going to concentrate on during the bear market. Right. It was, I can't remember if it was Dow. I don't want to misquote it, but one of these Wall Street legends and shit. He said that he made all his money by checking the factories in the bear markets. Like he'd literally jump in his Ford and drive to these steel factories, and he would invest in the ones that had smoke coming out of the chimneys. Right? And it's the same sort of concept, right? If you're not building during the bear, if your shit's not running, you're not working, you don't have orders, like, yeah, you're not going to make it, or you're not going to make it through the whole
I'm
bear.
coming back. I'm coming back maybe halfway through the bear, close to the end of it, and I'm just gonna start buying at the bottoms.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. You don't have to be here through the entire bear. The only benefit that you do get for being here during the entire bear is that you get to watch how these coins react on the way down. Right? What companies are freaking out? Who starts to try to have like a funding round as prices are getting lower? Right? Like the panic sets in.
Well, you get to be there for the actual moves. But sometimes if you're there too deep into it, you might overthink it. So like when Netflix dropped from what 700 to 100, like if you were watching it and too involved, you might have been scared to buy. But you were there for it and exposed to it.
You said Netflix dropped from seventh. Do you say what to what?
It went from like 600 or 700 down to 1.
Oh.
Oh, what market cap?
Yeah, it took a big hit. It was back in 2022 when Elon Musk said that they were too woke.
I remember the time. I don't remember that
It was
quote,
over
but I do remember when they.
It was over that movie or film, I think, not a series, so a movie they released.
I mean, I don't know. I know the meme.
They started releasing a lot of garbage.
Yeah, I mean the Netflix meme was that like progressive stuff was getting clowned on basically.
Makes you think, like, as the bear market's progressing and things are getting cheaper, there's people building into the next bull, like, so it makes me think, like, right now that we're like at the pointy end of this current bull market, is like, are there people building in preparation for the bear? Like, are they building up these big short positions kind of thing? Or is it still too soon for that?
Absolutely.
You know how, Rick, you know how
Yeah.
whales, like, they have to sell into strength. So like when the price is ripping, that's when they're more likely to sell. Well, there's liquidity
Right.
there, like available to, like they need people to sell their bags to, people that are willing to buy to sell their bags to. Well, in the bear market, they're buying on all the big drops, the whales. When it drops like hell, that's when they're buying the most, because that's when there's people panic selling. So there's plenty of liquidity for them to buy into.
Yeah.
If
Like,
you were
I
talking
should
about
price it.
projects, Rick, what they do is they start getting ready to release supply. Right. So going up into the very top, once this is what a good project does. As we're going parabolic up into the last blow off top, right? Last couple month or so, they'll start releasing supply. Now nobody really cares at that point because things are going parabolic, so it's not really affecting price. And then during the bear
You can't.
market, that's when they'll start to dump it. Right. But that's what you
Yeah.
want because you've already taken profit. You want this to get as cheap as it possibly can. So they'll start to dump supply in the bear market. That's what Jasmine did. Jasmine is a perfect example. Jasmine dumped supply into the bear market, got all of their investors and everybody fed as the price was going down, and then spent the entire bear market just making partnerships and building prototypes and doing all types of shit. Like they never skipped a beat. That's why I was comfortable buying in where I did because I knew there was never a hiccup. Like to them, it didn't. They're not investors. They don't. The pace of business for them didn't stop because it was a bear market, right? If anything, it accelerated.
Yeah.
Well, I'll
That's
tell you
so
what the
true.
shitty companies are doing. They're going to be scrunching up the rug just so they can pull it as soon as that bear hits.
And just to make my point, the reason that my conviction in Jasmine was so high was because I watched it all the way down, right? And I had that sort of information that maybe somebody who wasn't here and just looking at price just sees price dropping. So when it went down and I went in, like that 17x that we got, like that wasn't a surprise. I knew that there was people on the sidelines just waiting to get back in.
Yeah, instead of trading the whole way down, I remember you said back then, you're like the bear market, like that's what the bear market's for, is to do all your research. I should have just done, instead of trading, I should have just done a lot more research during the bear when stuff was falling. I still had good trading while it was going sideways, but
Got a year, bro. You got a year. First of all, it's good to give your brain a break. Right? So I don't know how people go hard during the bear bull and then go hard during the bear and then they're ready to go again during the bull. Like to me, I would burn out personally. Ever since I started trading in only one direction, I've got back a lot of like the psychological part is what got into in there. Right? Because a lot of like the anxiety and a lot of the bad decisions I was making was from constantly being on. Right? As soon as I take profit, that's opening for a short. As soon as I close that short, I'm supposed to be getting in position. Right? When do you research? When do you gain conviction in coins? When do you get to the point where you feel like every moment that you're not in a trade, you're leaving money on the table. But the true money is made in those months of research. Right? And that
I'm opening
having that
shorts
conviction.
November, December, and January, and I will be closing them probably June and July.
so I mean, that's the thing though, is like you get in that mindset where you're like, as soon as you close one trade, you need to open another. It's like part of the addiction where like you always have to be in the trade, and then you get stuck. Like one of the trades you did like doesn't work out, and then you're like shit, and then you start trading on tilt.
Yeah. You undo
It's
all
like
your
the
progress.
opposite for me.
Yep.
I try not to exit trades so that I am always in the trade and they grow.
There was one time I went like 6 months, and I had like 10 futures positions open on my freaking cross account, and I for like 10 months straight, like I was always holding a position. Like there was never like a single moment where I didn't have a position.
Yeah, no, I've been holding positions since.
That sounds super relaxing.
No, it was super stressful. I almost died.
March or April. Yeah, I've been holding positions twice since March or April. This ETH trade I've been holding since June 22nd, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, I can't believe you're
People
still
are
holding that.
you're gonna see some nasty liquidations in that because people
Mm-hmm.
that some people are just gonna be shorting. I mean, they might just be like late shorters, whatever, right? But people are gonna be shorting heavily and getting hunted. It's
Listen, this is
get nasty.
I'll tell you the big secret at the top. The reason why you never hear about people who made as much money during the bear market on the way down as the bull market on the way up is because of the amount of money that they lose trying to catch that top. The amount of liquidations that they go through trying to catch that Pico top, by the time they finally do catch it, your margin's down to like nothing at that point. Best to wait till it rolls over instead of losing all your money on the way up. You know what I mean? Wait till it rolls over, you have confirmation, you can go in with a bigger bag.
I feel like you just you stick your stop at 141K and you slowly dollar cost average in. You see it hit 122 or 123, you get a little bit. Hits 125, you get a little bit. Do that until it
But
hits
you don't know
130.
that. You don't know that that it's going to start going down after that, though. Like waiting for like the structure to be broken, and then you put in a lower high, last point of supply, whatever, in the distribution pattern. Then you can short with confidence, because it's like if you're shorting on the way up, you don't know that it's not just going to keep going up. You don't know if it's going to stop.
You do. You don't.
At least if you can
don't.
short on the way down if the trend changes.
We know by January the trend should start to be down.
You're both saying the same thing.
Yeah.
What he's saying is wait till you're on the other side of it.
Yeah.
But why January?
For sure. It's that.
You
Just
could
wait.
dollar cost average in as long as you have a stop. The bottom. So I mean, if you really think we're going to 200K this summer, or going to 175K, that's awesome. But you would be using less risk if you were trying to get in here.
Well, what I'm saying
Right,
is,
you're
if you
planning
short,
ahead for that
say it goes up to 125 or 130K, and you short it there.
Mhm.
Well, 130K, that's a higher high, right? So you're still
Yeah.
in an uptrend. If it goes up to 150K and then comes back down to like 120 and then back up to 130, and 130 is now a lower high. You short the lower high instead of the higher high. So
Well-
like the first scenario, it's like, why would you short a higher high when you
Depends,
like
man.
it's still the same
If it
price?
goes up- Because on this scenario, if it goes up to 150, I've already exited and taken my loss. Because I have my range, but you would have to figure out what your range is. For example, I can afford to lose, $100 on 10x up until 140. You might, have the same amount of money, but you're thinking it might go up to 175, but you want to start averaging in here. Well, you're going to have to put a smaller amount each way up because we're so far from where your stop loss would be.
But why short a higher high in a trend when you can short a lower high in a trend?
Timing. I'm gonna short the highest high in the trend that I can because of
Yeah, but
timing.
if your position
the Pico
if your
top
position
won't
is
be
at
defined.
130 either way.
The Pico
If
top
it's-
won't be defined as the Pico top until we make a lower high. So yes, you want to wait for confirmation, but also just the timing. The timing
but
of it,
if
I'm willing
30
to take that risk to dollar cost average through those months, expecting that it'll stay below 140.
If
Get
it's the
pretty
same
damn
price
darn
though,
close.
like speculation aside, as far as like how high we think it might go, all that aside, if it's the same price, 130 and 130, if one of them is a higher high and the other one's a lower high, why wouldn't you short the lower high instead of the higher high? Like it's the same price. It's just one is a lower high in a macro trend reversal to the downside, which is way safer
Because
than
what you're
a higher high
saying
in
is
a macro
correct.
uptrend.
What you're saying is correct, but the problem is, at some point the party's going to end, and I keep asking all the maxis and all the people that have been around forever, and they all seem to say they're selling in December, November. So that kind of lines up with the cycle tops. So I'm going to go ahead and assume we're going to hit the Pico top around that time.
I mean,
I think the thing is
theory, but-
with those, the thing is with those who are going to sell at that time, right, is that they can still re-enter. Like the thing that they're missing out on potentially is like the opportunity cost. But the opportunity cost is like the odds are against them having any real opportunity cost because of how the cycles typically work. But there's not really too much of a penalty for them being wrong because they by that point it's like you know, at least a significant enough amount, or they're just like, you know, disciplined enough to understand that, okay, this is like
I would prefer
where we should be taking risk.
I would prefer to stick to the somewhat the familiarity. How do you say that word? Familiarity
Yeah.
of the supposed 4-year cycle schedule than do a super cycle, because it's like, okay, well,
Yep.
that's what are we supposed to do with a super cycle? It's like there's no familiarity there. It's kind of risky. It's like uncharted behavior. We haven't done that before, so it's like, ooh, I don't know.
I don't know too many people who are
as cool as it would
properly.
Here's
I
my
don't.
concern.
I don't know
like-
too many people who are properly positioned right now that are worried about catching the Pico top for a short. That's like, okay, so you bought 15K, right? Cool. I bought 19K. Cool. Who cares? At this point where we're at now, who cares?
Yeah.
If you catch that short, right? The difference is that the guy that caught 15K probably didn't catch it with a bigger bag than I caught 19K with a little bit of confirmation. Right? You're still taking a risk, so you're not going in heavy. You're building a position or whatever. But I mean, when 70% retracement, who cares? Right? The risk that you take trying to catch that top is that you're shorting a parabolic movement. You're literally shorting a blow off top. Meaning at any second, liquidity can come in that just sends price. There's no way to tell. Literally, no. You're in at peak irrational behavior for the market. That's
Yeah, it's
not
like a
when
stab
you
in the
should
dark,
be trying to snipe shit, in my opinion. Don't risk the money you just
wanna
won
wait
on the
for
way up.
confirmation, obviously, but at the same time, like when you're on futures and stuff, yeah, you don't want to be in a hyperbolic movement on a leveraged play. But you can average into whatever you're going to do, and when you get your confirmation, go heavier.
If you don't have a long position open already to hedge against it, like so that your liquidation is like basically non-existent, then you can still get wrecked even if you're on 1x and you short. If that
that's
shit goes up
it.
100%,
If I
then
have a
you're
really
still
good
wrecked.
long position, I'm taking profit on the long position, and it's minuscule the amount I would lose on the short. Whereas if I hold a long position to hedge against my short, what's the point?
You basically just wait until the top comes in. Once you have, so you hold the long position from the very bottom. You get as big of
I
a long
understand.
position as you can. Then when
I
the cycle
understand
starts to
you're
top
big
out,
on hedging.
you can average into a short, and then you don't have to worry about being liquidated. When the macro trend actually finally turns around, you can start taking profit on your long.
Yeah, but
and your short will you can add to your short.
You're literally indicating that you would short the Pico top if you were hedging against like a Pico bottom.
You would have to be you would need a position if you're trying to short a Pico top. You need a position open from the bottom already to make sure that you don't get liquidated.
No, you don't.
Otherwise, you're just going to get licked, stopped out a ton of times, or you're going to get super duper lucky and finally catch that one that ends up being the top.
Not every trade has to screw your other trade.
It's not meant to screw that. The hedge is meant for protection.
All right, we got 5 minutes for
know.
closing arguments because this has been going on for like half an hour already. So
yeah, this is
go
getting
ahead.
boring.
5 minutes closing arguments. Give your best. Give your best arguments. Good luck, guys.
I don't got any closing arguments, but I do want to say, as far as like what you guys were mentioning before about the 4-year cycle, yeah, like it's safe. It's not really safe if it does something different because then it's not as predictable, so it's not as safe. But like at the same time, I feel like that might be the cause for its downfall because once a system or like a pattern becomes too recognizable, like too obvious and too repetitive, it changes because there's like too many people that are like, oh, I can benefit from this so much, and then something happens that will make it change, that pattern change, so it becomes unpredictable again, and that's.
But it's already
Are you talking about making
it's
a
already
cycle
changed.
unpredictable? Is that what you're talking about?
There's a vertical line drawn on my chart. when we hit that line, there is no way you're catching me dead, still holding a long on Bitcoin, and I should be in a short at that point.
That's good. Everybody should have that line.
Okay.
Everybody should have a line where they're happy.
I'm
It doesn't matter what Bitcoin goes to. I'm happy at this price.
Oh, I wish it
I'm
was a
not going to be
price line.
all
No,
out of my.
it's a timeline. It's a date.
Now the trick is
Ideally,
not to change your mind once you get there, because it's easy right now when
No,
we're
no, I'm
sober.
not going to change my mind.
I'm just saying right now everybody's sober. At that time we're going to be euphoric.
Yeah.
Right? So make a plan and
Yeah,
stick
no,
to it, and don't trust your euphoric mind to make decisions at that point.
If I'm not out by January, then there's something wrong with me, because I must be completely out of Bitcoin by January.
If you guys aren't
and
out by
probably
January, unless we get signs that this thing is going to super cycle, you're just going to be annoyed with hearing me talk about it, because I plan on being out by November.
So
yeah,
there was a
I think
there was a tweet from Bob Lucas earlier, yeah, and he said you spent 2.5 years thinking about how you'll handle the cycle peak, what you'll do and won't, and you'll throw it all out the window once mania takes control.
1000%.
Yep, and then you're going to FOMO it at the top.
1000%, bro. I've seen it happen so many times. I've seen it happen on not even. I mean, screw euphoria. I've seen it happen through basic fear and greed.
Yeah.
Right? How many people when we were at 120 said, "Oh, you know, if price, God, if we could just go down to 100K, I would definitely pick it up." And then when we got to 100K, they convinced themselves it was going to, 80 or whatever.
That it was
And
done.
people change their minds.
So true.
If you don't make a plan now,
Yep.
and you wait to make decisions when your brain is flushed with freaking chemicals and all screwed up, you're gonna mess it up, bro. You're gonna mess it up. You got to make a plan now, and you got to stick to it.
Yeah, for me, ideally, like this is not my vision. Ideally, I want to be halfway out of my bags by the time we hit the top. And then once we hit the top and I realize the top has already happened, I can always get out of the other half by then. You know what I mean? Like on the dead cat bounce, I can just drop the rest of it on the lower high. Or drop like, 25% more of it on the lower high. And if it continues down, the next lower high, the next dead cat bounce, I'll just get rid of the rest of it then and then wait like a year or whatever before I start redeploying. But it's like, like I don't want to sell everything. I'm not going to catch the exact top and sell everything that I have at the exact top of the market for every coin. It's just not going to happen.
No.
I'm going to have to sell in segments on the way up and sell in segments on the way down. But by the time the next bear market starts, by the time we're in it and we realize that we're in it already, I'll be out. That's ideally, that's my plan.
If you're not, I'm gonna be annoying about it.
All right.
The amount of people that held Doge, bro. The amount of people that held Doge during the bear market, and like every high, like every lower high, I'm like, bro, if you just, I know you're underneath, but if you just take some profit and just buy it back on the next dip, you don't gotta turn your back on Doge, but you're just bleeding out here for a year. Every lower high was a possible breakout.
It was like bro crypto.
And what you were saying about
how there's bro science? It's like bro crypto.
What you were saying about the 4-year cycle, it's not about if it breaks or it doesn't break. It's about having a foundation, right? If you don't have a mast, if you don't have something that guides your trading on the macro, right? If you have no idea what the 4-year cycle is and it does break, how do you know? How does it look different than anything else if you don't know what it's supposed to look like? Like the weekend traps, right? The weekend traps aren't all perfect, but if we don't know what they're supposed to look like, how do we know when it's imperfect? How do we know when market maker loses control? How do we know when things are changing? So it's not always a pattern.
Yeah, that's true.
A pattern. There's data in patterns failing that are actionable, right? But if you don't understand the pattern and see the pattern, you'll never see the failure.
Yeah, it gives you new information that's based off.
Yeah.
Of
Now, don't get
information you
married
already
to
have
it.
prior.
You know what I mean? Like if you get married to it, then that's an issue.
Yeah, I guess knowing is half
The
the
problem
battle.
is
Like knowing that there's a pattern that exists in the first place. That's how you know if it's changing or not.
Bro, not knowing that there's a 4-year cycle makes. I mean, how do you trade that? How do you know that you're supposed to hold something or not hold? Like, I mean, you guys remember it's how you traded your first run when you had no idea what was going on. Price goes up, price goes down. How does this work? How do this? Right? It isn't until you get wrap your head around the cycle and what's supposed to happen.
People, I feel like people that aren't conscious of the cycle thing are the people that were calling the top at, 74, then the top at 112, and then you know what I mean? Like every local top was the end for these people that don't appreciate the cycle,
how do you know it's the top?
Timing.
By looking back.
It's
Or like,
timing,
yeah,
right?
but like,
These have all give me a second, I'll show you. I can show you better than I can tell you.
traditionally speaking, yeah, it's like time based. But like, if you ask me, I'd say you don't really know until after it's over. The thing is,
No,
when
you-
everyone is super euphoric and everyone thinks it's gonna go forever, and everyone's like really like like enthusiastic and euphoric and optimistic, and like it's just never gonna stop. We're just making money and more money, and then our money's making more money for us, and we don't gotta do nothing. We're quitting our jobs.
we can
Like,
do
that's
better
when
than
that's when
that.
it's the
We
top.
have we can do better than that. We have data.
We have the
Right? We can do better than just when your Uber driver, talks to you about Bitcoin. Like, I know we like to use those, but we have data that we can use. Right? These are our cycles, these are our cycle tops. These are our cycle bottoms. 1 second. Let me turn this off because it's gonna annoy me.
Yeah, but imagine this time it's not
Imagine it's different.
in January that everyone
Yeah.
is expecting. Imagine.
That's the same thing
Say
that
the
It's like
lines
I'm
up.
thinking about gold.
That's the same thing
Gold
when
is always up.
that's
There
the
is
same
no
thing
top
we
on
said in
gold.
November when we thought it would go to 100K. That's the same thing that they said in 2018 when they said it would go to 50K. We've said that at every single top that we're going to
Look,
super
I just want to
cycle.
remind you guys that Rock bought in and they're holding like 2%. So like,
It's never going
if they don't sell, yeah, it's never going to go down the full retrace of 85% again, maybe
Because they're
83.
already they're already selling, they're already getting rid of the ETFs.
Oh,
I've been
they're
telling you
never going to
guys, I've
sell.
been telling you guys for years. I've been telling you guys for at least 2 years to go look at the BlackRock sales material that they send out to investors. They tell them right in the sales material, this is a seasonal play. The same way that we call you and say, hey, buddy, it's time to get out of your gold, or it's time to get out of your oil, or it's time to get out of the funds that they have under advisement, they're going to play the rotation. If you guys think that they watched us do this for 10 years, finally decide to jump in and not take advantage of the strongest part of this, which is the compounding nature of it, do I think that we'll have diminished returns to the bottom? Yeah. Do I think we'll go down more than 65%? Yep. I do. I do.
No.
And these Bitcoin
Yeah.
companies, these Bitcoin treasury companies, all of this shit that's going on, all of this fluff that's going on, they're not all Michael Saylor, bro. These companies are not run by Michael Saylor. These companies are run by people who are slapping Bitcoin treasury company on a failed company to try to get the share price up. And as soon as the bear market comes, they are going to jump ship.
Yep.
What do we do when
crypto's still
global
very much
liquidity?
risk
What do we
on.
do when global liquidity goes down? You think
Yeah.
they're just going to hold? They're just going to watch their assets? This is not how BlackRock plays the game.
They'll front run it. And
Now,
like the more hype creates like a more violent like downturn, even if it's not gonna be as much of a percentage. Like, and if you can cause pretty nasty cascades if everybody's holding something and everybody's able to, release it from their hands. Obviously, everyone's not gonna do that, but
yep.
there's gonna be a number of entities that can and will do it.
Listen, every one of these cycles, we've had a reason to think it was different, and every one of these cycles has been different. Right? Here, we had a parabolic move, no higher low at all, basically V-shaped recovery. Right? Not even during the first cycle did we have that. During the second cycle, we had COVID. and we had a double top, which had never happened, right? During this cycle, we had institutions come in, break the all-time high before the halving. That's never happened, right? All of these cycles have been different, yet all of them have followed timing to the T. Right, from the top of the cycle in 2013 to the top of the cycle in 2017 was 1,461 days. From the top of the cycle in 2017 to the top of the cycle in 2021 was 1,431 days. But look at what happens when you flip. Look at what happens when you look at how much time it's been from the bottom to the bottom. When you look at the bottom of the cycle to the bottom of the cycle, it's been 1,461 days, exactly the same amount of days that it took to get from the top to the top the first time. Probably just a coincidence though, right? So we look at the bottom of the cycle, let's run it again, let's run it backwards. Bottom of the cycle was 1,430 days. Top of the cycle was 1,431 days. Off by a day, close enough, maybe, but then we find out that it's a leap year. So there's one extra day added to that year. This called the very bottom, the very last candle on our bear market here. So when you ask, how am I judging where the top is going to be? I'm doing the same exact thing. We're going bottom to bottom, top to top, right? Which gives us November 1st. And if you want to know where the bottom of the bear market is going to be, then we're going to go top to top, bottom to bottom. That takes us to November 1st. 1 year bear market, exactly to the date.
And why it's not the top of the range? Why is not $500,000?
Well, we don't know where it's going to go, right? My take profit isn't going to be price based. My take profit is going to be time based. So we don't know where this blow off top will take us, right? I'm not trying to call the top. I'm comfortable to start taking profit if I'm in my range at about 150,000. But I mean, if you let institutions talk, they're talking 250, 300. I don't know about all that. I know that I'm playing this by time.
And be target.
November or November 1st or whatever that date comes, and it starts ripping, and
it's
Rick is
crazy.
like, all right, I'm gonna sell everything, and then freaking it rips like another 100% after that.
That'll be
At the
great if
same
it
time.
happens, because that'll be great if it happens, because at that time what'll happen is I'll have a whole big bag of fiat that I just took profit on that I can make decisions. But if we look at global M2 on what's happening at that time with the 105-day offset, November 1st, we're already well into a downtrend, right? This is the biggest downtrend that we've seen on global M2 since we started taking off. We're here, and we still have all this liquidity to chew through, and this would be our blow off top. But coming into October 1st, global M2 is already going down. So if you want a super cycle, right, then what has to happen is that you need to break this downtrend on global M2. But from the very beginning, I've said that this is my sell zone time-wise. And to see global M2 start to top out and show weakness in that range just gives me confirmation that I'm on the right track so far. But for me, everything's data dependent. The good thing about global M2 is that by the time we get to October, we'll already have the answer to this. It'll either be up here and it'll be obvious that we're going to super cycle, or it'll be down here and it'll be obvious that we're bleeding liquidity and we're going into a contraction phase. Bitcoin 4-year cycle is just a symptom of the global liquidity cycle. Global liquidity cycle is what runs the show here.
So you mean when they print money?
Yeah, exactly.
When they print new money.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's what that line. That's what that line tracks.
Yeah, but in United States they will print money in September.
Yeah, they haven't started printing yet. Exactly, but we don't know.
So in this graphic, you don't know this.
But which is why I said by the time that we get up there, we'll have the answer to that, right? Because this will already have moved, right? This is set up on a 105-day offset, right? That's how long it takes for global liquidity to hit the market and make its way into risk assets, Right, this is how we knew to find our bottom. This is how we got our entries. We've been following this all the way up. The only country that is yet to start printing that's involved in this is the US. So what I'm saying is, yeah, maybe the US prints, right? Maybe we come down, hold on. We come down and then the US starts to print, right? And then we pop up. But that doesn't mean that we go to all-time highs. This was the entire world central banks pushing.
Yeah.
Right? So don't expect like a whole, like the US is just going to take us to, you know. And we don't even know, we're still in quantitative tightening, guys. They haven't even announced the end of quantitative tightening. The way I would prefer that it works out is that we don't even go into quantitative easing until we're at the bottom of our bear. Or else it's just going to be a waste, in my opinion. You're pushing against global liquidity. But it's just my opinion. I'm just a guy in the office.
No, that makes sense. Just makes sense. While you got that chart up. Oh man, no, that's a lot of stuff.
I got you.
On the fitty.
So, two things that never happened in the cycle before was Bitcoin never fell below its previous all-time high.
Mhm.
That happened last cycle.
Yep.
So that's one. The second thing that never happened is you never got a 5200 death cross on the weekly.
What?
And that happened for the first time last cycle.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
you never had a-
esoteric metric, but okay.
Well, so that was the first time we ever got a death cross on the weekly, right? So, and then by the time you got the golden cross, the bear market was over. So I'm thinking, if there's not a way to judge it by percentage loss or by time, then I'm wondering if the new metric for the bottom of the bear market is the weekly death cross. When the weekly death cross occurs, that's when it's pretty much
For me,
bottomed out.
it's
Because if
by
you-
time. Right?
It's by time still. There's no
it's
new metric.
important to not over sort of think this, right? Top of the bull market, 2013 November. Top of the bull market, 2017 December 1st.
We're selling
2000
and dumping
bull
on all the
market 2021 November 1st.
It's always
right?
November.
And our bottoms, right? November, January, December, November.
Yeah, it's always like a Q4, Q1, huh?
It's not a bug, it's a feature of global liquidity, guys. It is a slave to global liquidity. It's the most sensitive
Can I mention?
probably of any of the assets when it comes to global liquidity, in my opinion.
I'm just saying, if that changes, and we
Then
do get
yeah, then we'll
some
notice
sort of
it. I'm not
super
married to the idea. If I see differences, I'll
no.
obviously, you know.
I'm just saying that's what I would look for is like, okay, what happened last time at the very bottom? A 5200 weekly death cross happened at the very bottom. Pretty much by the time it occurred, the bear market had bottomed. So it's like I'm wondering if the 4-year cycle does change and we can't go strictly on that anymore for whatever reason. If it does change, then I'm wondering if that could potentially be like a new metric for us to look at. Which is the other one is like, isn't it that every time that there's a top, so the 50 or the 200 weekly SMA, once it gets to the previous all-time high, that's when the market is typically topping out. Is that the right one?
I don't do it by SMAs, bro. I'm telling you, I do it by timing. Like that's not a metric that I use.
I hear you.
Because you just asked me, isn't that how it's? And I'm like, that's not what I use at all.
No, but that's one of your bull market top indicators, isn't it? Like you got like
it's one of it. Yeah, it's one of the many, but it's not one that I would be deterministic off of. In other words,
Isn't the price like
you want to play it in easy mode? Just go into the Discord and get the Dbloc 4-year cycle indicator. And make sure you took profit by the time we're out of this green zone. And make sure you're putting money in when these little bubbles start to go off, not financial advice and GTA, of course. And you'll be good money, yo.
So simple.
Just timing. That's the base play. The simple play is the Bitcoin 4-year cycle play. Everything else out after that, you're adding complexity, but you're also adding, return on investment if done properly. But the base play is a simple one. Buy Bitcoin, cheap as you possibly can. Respect the cycle. Be in before liquidity comes in. Be out by the time liquidity leaves. Rinse and repeat. And then gain the skills to do your trading, your day trading, your scalping, your leverage, whatever you want to do to add to that. But in my opinion, that should be the base trade.
So you're saying it repeats and does the same thing all the time, but like, what if it doesn't?
Then we'll know and we'll adjust.
No, but Kwai's got me thinking here. What if there's some magical thing that happens and it just doesn't stop?
What's the
Yeah, don't
penalty?
depend on magic though.
Get your
and
Don't count on magic, bro.
Just get
What's the
your
penalty?
skills up to
like a
realize when
big
it's happening and get in front of these things, man. These things don't happen without signs and reasons.
Changing
A
bias
lot
is
of
different,
things.
but it is
Lot of
doable.
Dude, even a pandemic couldn't throw Bitcoin off its 4-year cycle.
World War III
Yeah.
did
A global
nothing. World War
pandemic.
III was a little
No.
blip.
You got global
So it's
liquidity.
like
You got the fact that this like algo bots, right? You got the hash. You got the halving, right? It's got like so many mechanisms in there to try and like force it to stay on track. And
Yeah.
so far, it's worked.
Yeah.
The 4-year cycle isn't controlled by anything that happens with Bitcoin itself, right? Miners have a lot to do with it, but it really is just global liquidity, guys. It's every asset. It's not just Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's not.
But
And
for me,
it's
it
like
was because of
it's an uncontrolled
the
future,
mining.
right?
It's the reward of the Bitcoin who is decreasing by 2 every 4 years. That's why there is a cycle.
Yeah, but that's not the reason for the cycle. That's the reason for why it starts when it starts. One of the genius moves of Satoshi was placing that halving where he placed it. Because that halving placed anywhere else in the cycle wouldn't have worked exactly the same. That halving comes in right before US elections. United States is the world reserve currency, so we control monetary policy for the globe, basically, which means that that election date is when our contraction on global liquidity ends. So putting that halving right where he put it ensured that right as we were going through supply shock, right, with the daily output of Bitcoin, global liquidity would be kicking up to push Bitcoin. And Satoshi doesn't get enough credit for that. That's, to me, one of the most genius parts of the whole shit. The code is amazing. Solving the Byzantine generals' dilemma is great. Double spend, all of that shit is amazing. But the timing of where he placed it is, I think, the genius of the whole thing for us, for traders, because it gave us a 4-year cycle that was so predictable. You imagine if the halving came in as global liquidity was contracting or something? Like, it just wouldn't have the same effect, right? The fact that we run with everything else makes a difference. But some people say never sell your Bitcoin, and I respect that. As
Could you imagine if
traders,
the
I just
halving
feel
was
like
in
we can do better,
November?
you know?
I wonder how it would be effective if it was in November.
What happened?
If it was in November, like a year and a half or 2 years into the presidency instead of like right before the
Yeah.
election.
Who knows, man? I'm
Wonder how
glad
that
we
would
don't
look.
have to find out, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would happily trade a super cycle to keep the
predictability of the 4-year cycle intact?
Yeah, that's a great
Give me a
question.
4-year cycle any
That's a
day.
great question. If you can get a super cycle, if you can get a Bitcoin super cycle that would last 3 extra years, but it broke the 4-year cycle, would you take it?
No. It'd be cool
No,
at the time, but yeah, you just
no.
You're shooting
like
yourself in the
through all
foot,
of the
man.
predictability.
We can milk this
No.
cow
Yeah.
for the next 20 years, bro. If we just play this shit right.
Yeah.
No. Not when it's as simple as I've already drawn lines for the next 3 to 4 cycle buys and 3 to 4 cycle sells. If it's that
Yeah.
simple, I'd rather keep as is and compound.
There you go.
Yeah.
I used to ask the same question about
It's like
Doge. I used to be like, if Doge went to $1, but then it just stayed there and went flat, would
yeah,
you
I'd be
take
okay.
that over
crap.
Doge going to 50 cents and then back to 25 cents and then the 50 cents and then back to 25 cents for its entirety? It
Yeah.
never gets to
You know what I
$1,
think that is,
but
mate?
you get an
I think that's
amazing range to trade, you know?
yeah. That's the illusion of price, I think. You know how people think, oh, the price. But Bitcoin at $1 million, man. Bitcoin at $1 million. It's like, yeah, it sucks up there. The range sucks. The
You know,
flatness of the performance would be crap. You'd have to use leverage or have a hell of a lot of money to make it worth trading Bitcoin at that level.
you know,
I think.
you know, my thing as well, right? With the ideas of the super cycle, right? I'm like, as we said, right? I'd rather take the 4-year cycle than super cycle. But if we are expecting super cycle, isn't the idea that it's going to be a super cycle kind of mean inherently that there's no rush? So wouldn't it just be a win-win to like
That's
follow the
my
4-year cycle?
That's exactly
Yeah.
my point. Listen, we don't
Yeah.
take profit at a point because it's like, oh, this is the end, da da da. The same way that we came up to 122 here and we retraced to 118 and we're probably gonna come to 116 or whatever. We're gonna do that over and over. Eventually, one of those is gonna be the one that's the top, right? It'll happen after a big parabolic move that'll make this look like a baby move or whatever. But we'll basically, my point being, you're
ADA is
already
making a
gonna
move.
have if you're a trader, you're already taking profits, right? Like if you're a shorter, right? Let's say you're a bear and you short tops, right? Chances are you're already gonna be in the short when you figure out that it's the top, right? It's gonna be that short that you think is gonna come to an end, and then eventually the floor falls out from under it, and you're like, oh shit, I caught it, right? So it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, me taking profit September, October, November, and us going in a super cycle in December is amazing. That has apps that app doesn't affect me in any. Bro, I've got all my money consolidated in one place. I can now first of all, we go into a super cycle. You think I'm taking the same coins that I bought down here? Crypto's gonna be a different world in 3-4 months. Right? So you're gonna have to rebalance your portfolio anyways. It'll probably be things that haven't run, and then if Bitcoin's really moving like that, then I'll probably be Bitcoin heavy at that point. If Bitcoin's just showing off, and I don't even want to think what would happen to dominance. That's another thing. If dominance continues to drop 50, 40%, chances are we're not going to if we're going to super cycle, Dom is going to rebound and is going to start to show us something.
Yeah, because dominance is inherently distributive, right? It's showing that people that they're offloading their Bitcoin, which means that you're coming near to the end of the cycle.
There will be
That's
signs.
what people. Yeah, it's why what people say, like when ETH BTC is climbing like that it's nearing the end of the cycle, because for that to happen, it'd have to be sort of offloading Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is the king currency or asset.
Man, it's coming up quick, huh? Dude, we're in like August now.
Bro, everybody's like, can we get one more pullback?
Yep.
Can we get one more pullback? And I'm like, yo, how much time do you guys want to waste? Like, we've wasted a lot of time already, guys. I'm not nervous yet, but shit, if you want to take another 2 months to consolidate, I'm going to start to worry.
Yeah, how low do you want the high to be? Jeez, guys.
Another thing with Bitcoin is like, don't stress so hard about what price it's going to reach as the top.
Yeah, be more conscious of timing, like as Dbloc saying, is because if you're sitting around waiting for 150 and we've just done 130, you're going to be like expecting more, and then that could get you in trouble, like with expectations.
pushing highs right now.
It's the same as not catching 15 and then not pivoting until you're in above 120s, 125s. Like there's a lot of numbers between 115 and 120, bro. You'd have been happy with 16. You'd have been happy with 17, 18, 19. I mean, a bell didn't go off once we put a 2 in front of the price. Like at some point, something has to register that it's time to pivot. But again, the mind, right? Your brain was flushed with just PTSD and just nastiness at the bottom, bro. And if you didn't have a plan on when you were gonna get in, that you made when you were sober-minded, you were waiting for contagion. You were waiting for the floor to fall out from the bottom. You were falling for the FUD, basically.
This is a hypothetical, and I'm by no means am I saying the top is in, but the top will feel something like this, where we're staring at 123k Bitcoin and we're here at 119, going, we'll just gotta wait. The next push will see us to the next bit.
Listen,
The
you
top
want
will probably feel
you
like
want
that.
me to scare you? I'll show you what a top is gonna look like.
Yeah, we're gonna see an engulfing candle on like the daily or the weekly. It'll take 2 weeks for you to figure out that the top happened. You'll already be down 10%, and you'll be panic selling on the relief rally.
A top will look a lot like this, right?
Sorry.
It really will, right? There'll be a top that's put in. There'll be one parabolic push that goes above that top.
Yeah.
And then you'll start to see sell pressure wicks. And then you'll start to see lower highs. So I understand people being, I mean, if you look at it on the weekly, we are at a brick wall here. Right? We've gotten higher, whatever, but this is resistance for the most part. But this is also an amazing bullish trigger. Right? We break that but yeah, to answer your question, that's what it looks like. And that's the problem, right? That this top, people tried to tell you was the top. 49, it was over, crypto was dead. Then they told you that this was the top because it double topped here. Oh, this is just like last season. This is perfect. Like they brought the overlays and da 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 da. So I mean, you're gonna hear that all the way up. The problem is if you don't have conviction, the next time you hear that at 140, it's gonna be way more convincing. And then at 150, you know what I mean? So eventually they will convince you that the top is in.
Yeah. As violent as it was, the 2017 all-time high of 20k Bitcoin, at least with that, yes, it was violent and nasty, but at least it was very convincing that the top was in because it was so violent, like it was so dramatic. And it was like, wow, it's swinging like $6,000 on the daily, like, you know what I mean? So it was like, damn, that is toppy behavior. And it was just one big wick at the end.
The euphoria for me was like a big sort of tell, and then that 3 peaks in a domed house was just too perfect. That was sort of my real exit signal there. That's when I was like fully out.
Oh, yep.
But
yeah, man, the 2021
the drumbeat for 100k was crazy at 69, bro. I don't know how many of you were really like into Bitcoin. I'm pretty sure you guys are way more into Bitcoin right now than you were during the last bull market. But for people who were like invested heavy in Bitcoin, that drum beat to 100k was almost definite. It was like, no, we're gonna hit 100k. There's no way we don't hit 100k.
Yep.
Man, I'll tell you what, the pullback halfway through the bull market back to 30k after hitting 65, that confused the hell out of me. Like I thought, oh, we've got an early bull market high in, and I thought that the bear had started. It caught me off guard that it came up to 69. I was like, didn't see that coming at all.
My average exit was about 58, right? And the problem that I had was that there was no blow off top, right? It's like where's the blow off top?
Like a rollover top.
Like we don't
Yeah.
ever top at a double. You know, we don't ever top at a double top. This has to be just a hiccup, right? Like when we came, look right here. I'll show you.
Oh, that last cycle was evil, man. It was evil. I remember so many sort of different phases of it.
Right. So it was right here, right? So we dropped. We had a 58% drop to the bottom.
Yeah.
First of all, that's the biggest. I mean, at that point, 90% of people were convinced that we had a left translated cycle. Right? Everybody was screaming left translated cycle and that it was over. This was considered to be a dead cat bounce. Right? Everybody was treating this as a dead cat bounce. When we came down right here is when the SEC accepted futures trading to go long.
Yep.
Right? They gave people the opportunity to long Bitcoin at the very top. So this whole thing for me, looking back on it now, in my opinion, this is when institutions entered the game. Right? They dropped price to reposition for the futures, which is the first time that they would really be able to get involved. Got involved, and for them, you know, you got to understand, this is legacy that we're talking about. So
cream in the pan.
Yeah, so for them, almost a 2.5x. A 2.5x in 115 days, but they were happy. They were out. They're done. First of all, they've been watching the cycle. You think that they got out on the very day that the cycle was supposed to top? Right? I disrespected timing before, and that's why I won't do it again. Everything was too bullish. 100K was automatic. Institutions are in the game now. This is when the last time that I heard that same shit. Institutions are here. It's different. The institutions are now here. Yeah, they're here, and they're going to play the game that they've been watching us play this entire time, which is taking profit, making as much money as they can before the top, and then loading in at the bottom, which obviously, you know, this has been one of the most amazing, structurally, one of the most amazing runs that we've had.
Definitely looks clean. You see, Dbloc, you see that that quote unquote dead cat bounce you're talking about. So I remember as well when that happened, everyone was saying it was a rounded top, right? And that it was like, and obviously they start talking Wyckoff distribution, all the rest of that. So many people at that time, they were just like, "Yep, this shit's done. It's cooked. Like it's time." And then as soon as like pumping violently, that's when it started catching like friends of mine, and they were just like, "Screw it, that's it. We're you know, it's bullish. We're going right." And then they bought at 69K. Like he longed at 69K. Yeah, and that was it.
In 2016, 2017, we used to sit around and just fantasize about LeBron James coming on camera and saying, "I own Bitcoin." This was our idea of bullish catalyst at that time, right? At the top of 2021, we had freaking Brett Favre, every celebrity you can imagine endorsing crypto. We got exactly what we wanted, and the cycle still topped. Right? And then our dream became institutions coming in. Oh my God, if BlackRock just comes in and pumps our bags. Right? And now we have that. I'm not falling for the okie doke again. You know?
Yeah.
I think,
it's gonna have to prove it to me. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Yeah.
What I think about is when the market gets what it wants, things just get louder, not like further. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sorry, Joe. I cut you off badly there.
No, it's cool. Go for it.
Yeah, but this time Trump got big crypto bags that he wants to pump.
He's got big crypto bags he wants to sell as well.
There's a good chance that he's already cashed out. Who knows?
Yeah,
Probably not.
Yeah, no, it's possible. It's possible, but I think there's going to be like I think a lot of the time for a lot of people they think that his son is very like clued in, and that some people will say they have his wallet, some people will say that they don't, whatever. But I regardless, the family is going to be pretty clued in, and as well as that, they're probably going to know when to dump as well as when to sort of buy.
You can see the Liberty holdings.
But even beyond the Liberty holdings, right? There's other things that they'll have alongside that. But yeah,
they're gonna hold that crypto
like unlisted
till
private
2027.
wallets.
2027, they're dumping.
Why 2027?
Just a little bit before they step out of office.
I see.
Yeah. Well,
Unless they
either
put
way,
in, you
we're
know,
here.
Eric might run. You never know. Donald Jr. might run. No, Eric's
Either
not
way you
running.
cut it, we got front row seats to it all. You know what I mean?
Not by
We get
28,
to see
but
how it unfolds.
maybe.
Let's see what happens with the world.
Yo, Baron got my vote.
Yeah, he'll be an interesting character to follow, like his development, you know, through life. What he
Baron even
becomes, you know.
spoken out loud on
Baron.
camera before.
Yeah, I've never heard him speak. Yeah. He's a tall kid though. Damn.
Yeah.
Hella tall.
And Trump's quite tall himself.
He is.
Even
Yep.
at whatever age he is. Like he's quite tall, huh?
All right, I'm back.
He made
that-
Jerome Powell look like a little baby.
I worked his first inauguration when I was still a stagehand, building the and running the show at the in the ball, and yeah, he's pretty damn tall.
Yeah. I mean, that's that intimidation tactic. Like, you know, I'll go meet Powell in the flesh, like, you know, and he's this tall president.
They call that the Johnson special. That's what Lyndon Johnson used to do to people, literally.
Oh yeah.
He would have them
Just,
sit down, and he would tower over them while he spoke to them in the White House.
Yeah. Yeah. Now listen here, dude.
Yeah,
This is
seriously,
what
it was
we're gonna
actually
do.
it was literally like a tactic that he would use. You could look into it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, I think yeah, because I've got that mutual contempt. I think it might cover it in that book. Actually, can't remember. Let me check it.
You know what's crazy to me that I always think about? Just the differences, like how far we've come. Is that whole Roosevelt story. How he was in a wheelchair his entire presidency and the world never knew. Americans never knew.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think his
Wow.
age will help him stand up, right?
That's
I didn't
crazy,
even know that.
right? Yeah, like he's always,
Yeah,
if you
they
look at
would
the
hold him
pictures, he's
up.
always photographed from the waist up, right? Or
Yeah.
sitting at a desk. It was from polio. But just think about now.
Oh yeah.
Like that would
Yeah, you
never,
wouldn't be able to get away with it.
that would never
Yeah.
happen now, bro. That would be
The-
blasted all over. They
probably
thought it
why-
would show. They thought it would show weakness if they talked about it, which is crazy too, right? On top of it, if you think about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, of the time, I you know, unfortunately, it's believable. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
that's
you could get away with. You could hide that kind of stuff back in the day because the style of media back then was like print media. And,
He didn't
or,
spend
you know,
much time in
television
DC either,
networks.
so it became even harder to to keep cameras on him and stuff.
I mean, they did like what, maybe 10 press events in their whole. Not like now, right? We've got daily presidential podcasts.
Crazy.
Can't lie. If it happened in this day and age, there'd be, I don't know, or
He
some
wouldn't have
kind
got
of
elected.
And
He would have never made it through the
and if
election.
we
It would have been
True.
exposed
Yeah,
when he
maybe.
was running, and they would have pounced on him.
Yeah.
makes me think what George Washington's tweets would have been like if there was
Yeah.
Twitter back then.
It wouldn't matter. Biden was brain dead, and people would still voted for him.
No,
Can
yeah,
we watch
him never even
Bitcoin
vote.
Cash?
That's true. Was that a Bitcoin Cash?
I'm asking if we can watch. Because for me, Bitcoin Cash is a better Bitcoin. And I don't understand why it's $600.
BCH had a really good run, but it doesn't have the same value proposition as Bitcoin. Nobody cares about tech. That peer-to-peer, the idea of peer-to-peer payments on Bitcoin, that's already sort of been lost. But there are Bitcoin Cash whales that like to play with this thing. For sure.
They're like the white paper purists, right? The Bitcoin Cash guys, because it's a bit
all
more in
the-
line with the original.
I've only met like one person in real life who owned Bitcoin Cash, and it was like the IT guy that repaired my my computer. And yeah,
Is he still an IT repair guy?
Well, I've not seen him for many years. That shop closed. So
Look
in
at how
my
amazing
opinion,
this
All
chart
right.
is on Bitcoin Cash compared to
Yes.
everything else, right? You've seen the higher low patterns that everything else made and come back down. And I mean, this thing is literally just from its first V shape. I mean, from its first W pattern, just completely respected that trend.
That's insane.
Yeah, I got 640. I've got a little bit of Bitcoin Cash, but it's because I bought some shit on PayPal and they only offer like 5 different coins on PayPal. I was like, all right then. ECH it is.
Roger Ver.
PayPal banned my
Not
ass ages ago.
Bcash. Say that word again, and this interview's over. I love that. It's so good. He got so upset about that.
So this is my thing with Bitcoin Cash. You know how I talked to you guys about the death spiral, right? All coins do this. You get to watch meme coins do this in a matter of days or weeks. With bigger coins, it'll take 7 years, 8 years, 10 years, whatever. But what happens is you get your first spike, right? That's the first wave. That's the contract address just dropped on pump.fund. And if you got in early, you made a shit ton of money, right? Then it comes down and it settles and it goes to shit. Then you get a second wave. If your second wave does not go higher than your first wave, then chances are that this is a wrap, right? We're watching a third wave now. If the third wave does not come over the second wave, then this thing will zombie coin, in my opinion. We see it with all different projects. Good example too is Doge, right? Doge has had its big run. Doge now has to prove that it can get above that. If Doge's second wave can get above its first wave, then its third wave will be bigger than its second. This has nothing to do with Elliott waves at all, guys. I know I'm saying waves and third, second waves, but this has nothing to do with Elliott waves. This is just the life and the death of a coin. A successful coin will have that spike and then come down, and then its second will go over, and then it'll come down, and then its third, and it'll just, you know. We all know what
It's like that.
a good chart looks like.
It's like that new high is the point prover. It proves to everyone that it's made
Yeah.
the good stuff. You know,
Yeah, and the
that they
problem
can
is
do it.
that most of these projects shoot themselves in the foot because it's the supply, right? The amount of supply down here is so much more than was right here that it's almost impossible for it ever to get up to that point. If they didn't have
Is that kind of what happened?
longevity, right? If they weren't thinking about longevity when they created the project, then that won't matter to them.
Yeah. Is that what
Now,
happened with ICP? Was there something funky with their supply that caused that severe difference?
well, the problem with ICP was, so just to be a little bullish here on BCH, if we do break that high, then you are breaking a multi-year W pattern. But, you know, it's got to prove that. What were you asking? You just asked something, my bad.
Oh, ICP.
Oh, so the problem with ICP was ICP went to FTX to launch their coin. And the problem with that is that Sam on paper now has admitted that he saw ICP as a competitor, excuse me, for Solana. And Solana was really what they were pushing. So Alameda was doing market maker responsibilities for the drop of ICP. Sam Bankman-Fried launched a synthetic ICP before the actual ICP launched, right? Ran up the derivative to like $4,000 per coin, and then launched the actual ICP, and it just collapsed price. So it was intentionally done to sort of destroy it. Then they went on a campaign and started saying that the ICP devs had rugged and sort of destroyed the credibility. This is at this whole time Solana's just doing numbers, right? Week after week, just going absolutely crazy. But FTX was basically suppressing any competitors, which is why I was surprised that Solana managed to come out of the grave and really do its thing, which is cool, because I thought a lot of that was just Sam Bankman, and, you know, they'd never get back to their all-time highs, but they proved me wrong.
I didn't think it either. I was like, this thing's cooked.
Yeah.
There's no recovering.
But But that's why it's important to have, you know, to be able to pivot on new information.
Yeah. Day, huh? I see they moved the forecast up to 2.8%. It was at 2.7. They've bumped the forecast up. Maybe that's a good thing, to be honest. Because, okay, let's say a 2.7 is the actual result we get. If the forecast is 2.7, it's just it got the forecast. But if your forecast is 2.8 and you get a 2.7, well, you beat the forecast there. Like, that's bullish.
So tomorrow's an important day. I'm glad you brought it up because we hadn't talked about it since I first got on. If CPI comes, I don't want to be simplistic about it, but it really just boils down to this. If CPI comes in under, we're going to attempt all-time highs tomorrow. If CPI comes in over, if CPI comes in hot, there's a non-zero chance that this is our summer top. Now, I don't want to like freak anybody out by saying that, but it's very important tomorrow, the numbers that come out.
And how do you think the numbers will shift that Fed watch thingamajiggy?
So that's why I think it's a problem, because if CPI comes in hot, the percentage of people who believe we're going to get a cut in September is going to go down. Excuse me.
Yeah.
And that means that Bitcoin needs to be repriced. Right? Bitcoin is worth a lot more at 97% chance of a cut than it's worth at a 60% chance of a cut. And the market will reprice.
Totally. Yep.
So tomorrow's going to be important.
Yeah.
My idea of what's going to happen with this, with the line that I drew here, you were here when I drew this. My idea of what is going to happen here about coming down to CME, coming back up, trapping some highs, going into the weekend trap, and then hitting ATH. This depends on that number coming in low. In my opinion, we can forget about this idea if that number comes in hot.
When does summer wrap up in North America? Is it August?
August,
is the
yeah.
final month of summer? Oh yeah.
Is there
I think it was
graphic
Morgan
of
Stanley that was.
CPI?
Is there
Can we find the
Go ahead.
CPI graphic somewhere?
Yeah, so you can go to Forex Factory and just go to the calendar and then go to tomorrow's date or today now. So right here, it tells you what it was previously, right? 0.2%.
Yeah, but
They're
I mean
forecasting
a
0.3.
graphic.
Oh,
you know?
like on the chart?
Yeah, like a
Yeah, I
chart.
used to know the ticker. Hold on. One of those weird tickers. I don't think it's just CPI.
Yeah, type in inflation.
Yeah, if anybody knows what it is exactly.
I think I've got it. Hang on a sec.
No, but this will show you the inflation. It won't show you the CPI.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's hand in hand. It's hand in hand, but yeah.
Yeah, I've got.
There is one.
US
Short answer is yeah.
IRYY.
There is one, but I don't know what it is. A quick AI question will get you the ticker.
I've got the ticker for you. USIRYY.
There it is. See, it's one of those weird ass.
Yeah, US inflation
Ah,
rate year over
yes,
year.
yes.
US
Yeah,
what?
I
RR.
Yeah.
Somebody's got some music or
IR.
something playing in the background. Rubber.
And then YY.
yeah, I have this graphic
Yeah, I see
already.
it. I see it.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, so we want to see a downtick on this tomorrow.
So many years of data on there.
Yeah, the problem is it's only monthly.
This, if it was a chart, would not look bullish, right? We put in a lower low. We broke that. We would assume that we put in a higher low here. Tomorrow's tick, I guess, is what'll be important. But if we were to just look at it graphically, they don't let you put it on bars.
They don't let you do that stepped. Yeah. But yeah, you can see that peak
Nastiness.
of not. I think it was 9.1% peak inflation. Yeah. Pretty bad.
Yeah, it's going up because for me, in summer, price goes up because in Europe, people go in vacation, and because of the tourism, the price go higher in summer always, and people will buy things that normally they don't buy, and they will buy like ice cream, and it
Yeah.
will be higher price. So for me, it's always higher in. But at the same time, if we look the gas price or the oil price is lower than in July. So normally inflation will go lower on this one for oil or gas.
We need a lower tick. A lower tick would be nice. ETH still looks good up here, guys. ETH is just consolidating above target 5. Hasn't broke this 50 man. Yeah, ETH looks good. ETH looks good. If we can if we get that good print tomorrow, I think ETH breaks this. Breaks this and goes into some open air. Alright, I gotta get off and do some research, guys. It's already past 12. Twitter's already hit all the good stuff behind some bullshit. So I'm gonna have to dig. What time is it? 11 hours. Alright, we got 1 hour till I gotta reset the stream. I'm gonna do some research and I'll be back.
Bunch of people in here, dude.
All right, who's snoring?
It ain't me this time, bro.
Dude, it sounded like matches. I'm not gonna lie. But it was one of yous. Fess up. I guess it's about time for me to be going to sleep. Holy crap, it's already 1:30.
It's got a cat.
That sounds like a bird.
Oh.
Funny thing is, Matches has both a
Putty,
cat and a bird.
putty tat. He does. Yeah.
I just seen him mute his mic
Yeah.
after I said that.
Sneaky. Do some of this game. This is the game that you hear but never see that I play. Few sells coming in. Just a couple. Discounts.
Going. That's great for my short grid. It's good for my martingale bot too. See, this is the thing. This is what's great about the bots is I can have two running at the same time. I can have a short grid and a martingale bot, and they can both be making money at the same time.
Oh yeah.
Assuming the market is trending down with dead cat bounces to the upside. I think that's what I'm going to be doing pretty much the whole bear market. I'll have a short grid set, like all the way down to where I think the bottom's going to be, and then I can do a martingale bot and just have it play a really wide range. I probably have to give it a lot of money though. And then I could do a short. I can even put a martingale bot on the short setting and have it do the same thing it does. But instead of buying, it shorts and then buys all at once, or it shorts, and then when the price drops, it will close the short, and then we'll start shorting again as the price rises. I feel like I'm gonna have a pretty good system by the time the bear market comes. I don't even think I'm gonna need to sit in front of the computer. I'll probably be able to automate everything.
Where do you do your bots? Just on your trading platform, or do you have a specific like third party thing? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's on an exchange. Yes, not an antivirus. I know that my subscription is expired. You don't have to remind me every 45 seconds. All right, well, I don't see anything sexy so far on any of these charts.
Polygon, your subscription's expired.
My what?
Your subscription's expired.
Your
Sorry.
subscription's expired.
Oh, thanks for telling me. I had no idea.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
My Norton antivirus, there's this little pop-up that comes up in the corner of my screen. Well, it's not even little, it's huge. It takes up like half the screen.
I got you.
It says your Norton antivirus is expired. Renew your subscription. I'm like, yep, bro.
Yeah.
There's a reason
Yeah,
I
don't
haven't
say it.
renewed. It's every time I turn on my computer, and then it's like it's legitimately every 15 minutes. Like I was exaggerating when I said 45 seconds, but it's legit like every 15 minutes it comes up.
There's no real point to Norton anymore, right? When there's Windows Defender, isn't that right? Windows Defender does a pretty good job.
I guess not. Whenever I reinstall my computer, I already have the antivirus that comes with the software, and I uninstall it immediately. Every time I reinstall Windows, I mean.
There's a buy.
One buy came through $5.
One buy. Someone bought some Bitcoin. Whoa. Look out.
$5.
No. That $10 million one. Dude, it's
Yeah,
too bad.
10.6 million.
There's so many liquidations below. I feel like this is what happened. People catch bags and like they'll be like, "Oh, all right, I'm gonna buy this dip," and then they buy the dip, and when they realize that it's not going up anymore, they just they sell it off, and then that causes it to hit liquidations and stop losses. Yeah, it just doesn't stop going until all the liquidity's sucked out.
Did you get a short?
I got a short.
Right
Yeah.
out.
How'd you get it?
I averaged into it.
I think I posted mine.
I was shorting some mean stuff yesterday, though, bro. Soon, I got a good short on that. That thing dropped.
Never even heard of it.
That's a funny name for a crypto. Soon.
Yeah, it dropped 45% in 17 hours. And then there was this one called Bula. Like, it's like Hasbula. That thing got freaking nuked. Like, I kept trying to short the top and I couldn't. I got like.
That little dude?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a coin called Bula. And
that's so cool.
I got a good one that was like a 12% drop, but then I had to get out because I realized it was going higher again. And I was asleep. Oh no, wait. I think I got a second one. There was like when I woke up the next day, there's like a 15% drop. I caught that one. And then I got out of it because it was ripping again. And then it got up to like its final top, which wasn't far away from where I initially shorted it, but I would have been stopped out anyway. After that, dude, it freaking dropped. How low was this? 44% in 10 hours. That was like an absolute nuke. I was like, this thing's gonna get rugged so bad. I'm like, I just gotta try to catch the top of this, and it's gonna get completely rugged. But I mean, from when I first started trying, it legit went up another 54%. So I never caught the top, but that thing definitely got rugged. And then there was one other one that I was looking at that I ended up shorting and doing good on, but I completely forget what it was called. I'll have to look back at my history. But dude, some of those
How's
were.
safe?
It was a good day to short on that day. I'm not gonna lie.
How's Safe Moon going these days? Good old Safe Moon.
Do they even still have a
It's real
chart?
safe. I don't know.
It's a barren
Not sure.
wasteland.
Not so safe anymore, huh?
That and
I
Luna
mean,
Classic.
is there any like exchange that still has it listed?
No. DeFi would
It's not
have
even
it,
on weeks.
if at all.
Probably
Yeah, I
on
mean,
KuCoin.
if there's a DeFi, then yeah, but I don't even think you can look at it on TradingView. You'd have to go to like Deck Screener. Safe Moon.
Good old Safe Moon.
Yeah, they don't have one on trading. Oh wait, Radium. Hold on. Safe Moon versus Rap Soul. Yeah, that's not gonna give me anything. Oh my god. The chart
It's so
is
funny
just
that they came out
demolished.
with a coin called that.
Yeah, it did not moon and it was not safe.
Oh.
You want to get to the moon safely? Here, grab it, jump on the rug pull train. That's where rug pulls really started.
It's almost as bad as the name Internet Computer Protocol. Like, dude, come on. You gotta come up with a better name than that. Internet Computer.
What is this? I'm about to try AI sound effects. What could I tell it to do?
Crap, I've got to get an anti-nuke in. Over here. My main base. My main squeeze.
A woman. Right. She says crypto Cypher. Let's go to there. Let's see if it does it. Working. What? Give her a Sun Tzu quote. This is my first time trying this. How do I go? Trading it. Let's see this. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
You
Can
ready?
hear you.
I can play this. It's just talking. play. What? That's garbage. That's what it came up with.
Oh, that was
Wi-Fi
AI.
through your speakers.
Oh, it literally said mumbo jumbo. It didn't even make any sense. They tried to put a beat to it, but it wasn't supposed to have any music to it. And somebody sent me to the open mic gulag when I'm sitting here talking to you. Hilarious. Whoever did that.
Guess it sounded like an open mic.
It's because you had music on.
So I was literally telling you what I was doing. That's all right. Never mind. I'm done with it. It's trash.
Someone
I
probably
don't care.
thought
Not worth my time. I'm done.
someone probably thought that it wasn't your music. Someone probably thought it was like
It's not my music.
Copyright stuff.
Copyright.
Wow. It makes me wonder that couldn't have been a person doing that. Anyway, I don't care. I'm done. It's trash.
I wonder
Very
if this
disappointing.
low is in. If
Nah.
that little reaction means that the low's in.
Mm-mm.
There's no way they
So
get
now-
that close to the CME and don't go there.
Yeah, true that.
We will have that at least. And that's where I will be getting out of my shorts again.